Well, once again, the weekend has rolled around, but we're not going to take a break from working here at ECN. We're bringing you more T10 action today. Group B is their first day of action. Group A is done and dusted. We had to say goodbye to the Guardians. Well, we're going to see a new team first up this morning. It's the Tigers. Well, Tiger Cubs, I should say. They'll be first up against Vinarati. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Czech Republic, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is Group B time now in this FanCode European Cricket Series Czech Republic. It is day 6 and we're going to start the day with match 21, and it's going to be great to see some new teams, or some new teams but familiar faces, and of course quite a lot of these teams have played before in the ECS but they are new to this tournament. And we're starting with Vinarati. They are taking on the Prague Tigers. The Tigers are on ECS debut. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. I know that Charles Croucher is with the captains of the two teams.
Really, your call. 10. Tails is the call, and it's the tail. Who's ball first?
So it is the Prague Tigers that have won the toss here in match 21, and their captain Al Mahmood has decided to field first. Well, a lot of new teams, they will do that just to try and work their way into the tournament. Get everyone out there, get a feel for it. Of course, they were under the bright lights and the cameras for the first time. And I think though the Tigers, what I hear about them is their batting is their strength. A little bit opposite maybe to United, who we saw in Group A. So I think they'll just want to know exactly how many they need to chase. And I know that some teams in the T10 format that haven't played a lot, they have a bit of trouble pacing their innings when they're batting first. So at least this way, the Tigers will know what they have to do when they bat second. Let's talk about Vinarati though. We know that they're a pretty quality outfit, just down a couple of players I noticed today, and their captain Magashayam, I think he'll be okay with batting first. I think they know they've played enough cricket and they have shown a bit of a propensity to attack in the innings. Probably Sean Dalton will open up for them, I imagine. They've got some good players though. Keep an eye out for Joe Cope. He's a new pickup for them. He's a left arm seamer. He's got a bit about him, I hear, so I'm looking forward to seeing him live for the first time. So Vinarati, they will have to bat first after being sent in by Al Mahmood, the Tigers skipper. Let's talk about the conditions today. I can tell you it is really nice. We worried a little bit about some rain. The rain did come, but it came overnight. Right now it's brightened up. There's a few clouds around and still a bit of moisture, but I think with the temperature expected to hit 24 today, it'll burn away and we should get a full day's cricket in. Currently it's about 18 degrees to get this one started. So perfect conditions and a perfect time to hand over to my colleague. It's our Czech specialist, Danny, who's in the commentary box. I can tell you the Tigers on ECS debut, they've won the toss. They're going to field first. Let's get ready for some matches, and match 21 is on the way.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and looking forward to this, seeing the Group B teams in this FanCode European Cricket Series in the Czech Republic for the first time. And we're going to see the Prague Tigers and also Vinarati Cricket Club, the club I play for, or have played for, I guess. Haven't been playing for a couple of years, but Vinarati, they're a Division 1 side, got a pretty good team, some very talented players. I think Sean Dalton's been in good form, as has Shobit Bhatia, the pesky left-hander, and the skipper Venki. Also the destructive batting of Fred Heidenreich, and the class of Sid Gowd. But the Tigers, I think, they're a bit of an unknown quantity to Vinarati. The Tigers are actually a third division team, but that's no real indication of how good they are. They've got some very, very good players, especially up top with the batting. They're just to give you an indication of how good they are. Both the Challengers and the Warriors, they're a new club. The Tigers, they play Division 3. Both of them play Division 3. Both are undefeated. They both have 18 points, and the third place team at the moment has 8. So it's a combination of the Challengers and Warriors, mainly the Warriors. You'll see out there for the Tigers. They're a little bit of an unknown quantity, as I said, for Vinarati. And I wouldn't want to take them too easily. It's not just an easy game against the third division team. We saw upsets yesterday, including United bowling the mighty PCC out for 49 and winning that game. So anything can happen. But it'll be a very, very interesting game here. As I said, the first in Group B. Group A was a fantastic week's cricket. And Group B, we're just going to see a whole new selection of players. It's an interesting toss to win and to actually send Vinarati out there. I think it's probably wise by the Tigers, because sometimes teams do go a bit hard too early with this T10 format and they're not really experienced at T10, whereas Vinarati have played in every one of these competitions here. And it is actually Sean Dalton, who's been in good form. He's going to be facing up Sid Gowd, the skipper last year. Class batsman. If he gets going, I think they're in trouble, the Tigers. Here we come with the first ball. It's Alam to Dalton, who gets a full toss, hits it to Gully. Could be a chance. Oh, well done in the end by the second man backing up. Otherwise, that would have been 4. Didn't quite put that away. The opener, Sean Dalton, hit it straight to that Gully fieldsman. It's a rank full toss. Might be a little bit of swing around, I think. A bit of overnight rain, and with this sun, might be a bit of humidity in the air as well. Comes bowler again. Another full toss outside off side. Called a wide this time. It's Asha Alam opening. The Tigers are a Bangladeshi-based team here in Prague, sponsored by the Curry House, one of the best curry restaurants in the city. Comes the bowler again. It's poked down to that gully area. Good fielding again, just a single. First run off the bat for Vinarati. Brings Sid Gowd onto strike. Vinarati is a very leafy suburb of Prague, just to the on the other side of the museum, if you've ever been to Prague, and very, very nice area. And it was the old royal vineyards for Prague Castle, so as in Vino. Hence the two teams are Biancos and Rossos. Comes the bowler again. Bit short, got him! Well, that's a great start for the Tigers. That's a big wicket. First ball, Sid Gowd didn't quite get up as much as what he'd liked. Played the wrong line. And that's a huge wicket there for the Tigers. And they're excited. That's their first wicket in the ECS and their first appearance. Only formed last year, the Tigers. But what a fantastic start. Sid Gowd. He is, we saw him last year score a bunch of runs. Very classy batsman, but he won't be showing it in this game anymore. Gets a first baller. Brings Fred Heidenreich out to the crease. Fred, a very dynamic batsman. In fact, they know that because they've put a man back already for him. That's GM Hassanat, who's on the boundary straight. He does like hitting straight, does Fred. Don't want to give him too much width. Give him one in the slot, but there's a bit of pressure on him early with that wicket of Sid Gowd. And comes Alam again, bowling to the new man. And good ball, just pushed out to the man in gully as well. A bit of hesitation. They do come through for a single. And both Dalton and Heidenreich finding that man in the gully has been doing a lot of work. It's a long way to go in this game, but very positive start here from the Tigers. Comes bowling again. It's down leg side, called a wide. I think the main thing with the Tigers, in all the divisions, there are some very, very good players. You saw Ayush Sharma, who plays for, he played for United was playing for United in this tournament. Normally plays for Česká Budějovice. Come back to that in a moment. And just chomped down again to that man of the gully. It's good bowling, nice and tight. Scramble through for a single. Very tight over here, a couple of wides, but in general, very, very good over here so far from Alam. Yeah, I was mentioning Ayaz Sharma, who plays for Česká Budějovice normally, but they don't have a side in this competition. And so he's temporarily playing for United, but he plays third division. And so you can see that there is quality, just probably not the depth within the teams in that third division and also the second division. But doesn't mean there aren't any quality players, and there are a couple of very good players in this Tiger side. Comes Alam again. Slow ball, leaves it. Test match cricket there from Fred Heidenreich. And that's the end of the over. Very good over there. 5 runs from it. And a big wicket of Sid Gowd. So just saying hello to a few people in the chat. Shah saying good morning to Vinny and myself. Good morning to you. And good morning to everyone on the YouTube chat.
Yeah, good morning, Danny. And once again, got 2 sides there. See that we've got Vinarati. These are from last year. Well, this actually could be from this year's statistics, actually, because we do have the Tigers in there. And you can see that already Gowd, he went very first ball. Got a pretty good one, didn't he? So, some interesting statistical insights in there. Thanks to our team at European Cricket behind the scenes. Anyway, let's get ready for the start of the second over. And it will be Sanjit Halder to bowl.
It's been hit out towards a man out there at deep point. Just a single. Again, finding the field. Fielder Sean Dalton.
So I was going to ask you, wait for this ball, because Aaron Ashokan has popped into the chat. It was nice to see Aaron in there. Congratulations on qualifying top of Group A. So whistling past the bat of Heinrich. So, yeah, he actually thinks the Tigers, he's predicting them to be top of this Group B. That's a big call for a team that hasn't played before.
That's a very big call. Considering there's Barbarians, a pretty good unit, and the Spartans as well. So, and Vinarati. Short, and it's not a bad ball. Cramped him up. Fred likes to drive. He is very strong on the pull shot. Is Heidenreich. But it's a pretty good start here from Halder. Comes in again. That one's outside off stump. The word I got from the Tigers, because I haven't seen them live, is that they're more a batting side. They've got a couple of very good bats up the top, Imran Butt and Sagar Hussain, or Sahadat, but it's Sagar. Very, very useful. And so we go to the next ball, and good bowling again. Just not quite in the same game as Fred Heidenreich at the moment. He's swiping at it.
Yeah, it's an interesting start, isn't it? A little bit nervy, it looks like, from Vinarati, or maybe just a bit off. Looking like a good call from Tigers to send in Vino's first up here. And they could get going at any time. But yeah, for the team that we got told their batting's their stronger suit, they have certainly bowled very well. Good control in the first couple of overs.
Same again, just short of a length, and Heidenreich just swatting at it. Very good over there, only 1 run from it. And Tigers are right up for this game. It's not been the greatest power play so far for Vinarati.
It hasn't. 6 for 1 after 2 overs. And we know that quite a few of these teams we have seen before. Now, Tigers the only team kind of making their debut, although Moravian, I think this is their ECS debut. They did take part in the ECN Czech Super Series, which was a T10 tournament played in 2020. Not exactly the same conditions, though. Spartans and Barbarians, we'll see them later on today. So, yeah, great way to start Group B. And the thing is, the weather, I know we had a few worries about it, but it's looking pretty nice at the moment. All the rain did the right thing, fell overnight. So, It's just made the field a little bit more lush, perhaps. But the main thing is it stayed away at the moment. Now we're going to go back to Ajahn Alam. He's going to bowl over number 3.
This is in the air, just chipped into the gap in the covers. Bit of a false shot there, and they'll come back for 2. They're pretty quick between the wickets, these two.
Yeah.
Sean Dalton just not quite getting onto that one.
And Vinarati, they always seem to be the bridesmaid lately. The last 2 European cricket series here in the Czech Republic, they've made the final twice. They have lost to Prague CC twice. So they'll be hoping to go one better this year. But slightly slow start. Slip still in place.
It's a nice shot out there to the man on the boundary. Just a single. Yeah, Vinarati not having the greatest year in the league, in the 20-over league. They're currently 6th. But I guess they're top ranked in this this division on the results last year, and this part of the draw, Group B. Doesn't mean it's going to be easy for them. It's a bowler against slower ball. Heidenreich gets onto that one, but again the player just a single. Good tight bowling again, and I think an excellent field set for the bowling.
They're right up for this contest, aren't they, the Tigers? No signs of nerves out there. They would have been watching pretty intently. I know they wouldn't have played this format of the game. Well, some of them have, of course, played for other clubs in the ECS, but as a team they haven't. And I think at the moment they've made a very good start. Attacking field, short mid wicket, short cover in there. I like this. Dalton, he's on 6.
Poked outside off stump again. They're bowling that length very well. It's sort of just short of length. That one was swinging out, and I know that Fred Heidenreich is normally a very clean hitter of the ball, just not being able to get hold of it too much. Sean Dalton is 6 from 7 as well. No boundaries yet. It's
mostly the bowling moat that's created this pressure. One side of the wicket, and very good length so far from the Tigers.
Goes across the line. Very animated are the Tigers.
Yeah,
anything happens and there's chatter.
I think
cheering.
So. I mean, let's see. This reminds me a bit of Bohemians. Their kind of fielding intensity on the first morning of Group A. By the end, looked like they needed a good snooze. So it's also a matter of if you can keep the energy going. Remember, these Group B teams are going to have to play their group matches and go straight into the knockout stages, starting with quarterfinals on Friday. Still, it's been a really good over. See if Ajahn Alam can finish his spell. Last ball of the power play.
Again, just outside off stump. And, wow. Fantastic start. 11 in the power play, and they lost a big wicket. Tigers well ahead in this game so far.
They sure are. I mean, plenty of time for Vinarati to put their innings together. But at the moment, it's pretty quiet. No boundaries yet in the power play either. Overs of 5, 1 and 5. So you can see there, there's not too much happening on the scoreboard for VCC, but they do get into the middle overs. Let's see what they do with the field here, because now you can push people back. I don't know if I would at the moment.
No.
I mean, if it's working so well, I would pretty much keep the field the same, maybe put one more back, but they haven't really shown that they can penetrate the field yet. You've still got probably the same bowler to come back. Sanjit Halder is coming back in the 4th. So, yeah, I don't know if I'd be pushing everyone back. I think that's what the batters would like. I think they would like to start pushing singles to the outfield and at least feeling like the score's ticking over.
Well, they haven't really changed it too much. Maybe a bit on the leg side, but they're bowling a very good offside line, especially this man, Sanjit Halder.
The main thing they've done is put long on long off back. And they have put a deep wicket out as well. So, yeah, there's a bit more defensive.
It's going to be called a wide.
Yeah, because, if you didn't have any field restrictions, then you probably would normally start with a field a bit like that, but then you wouldn't normally put more outfielders back until the batters seem to get on top or hit a couple through. But just because, I suppose, the rules say you can have more, a lot of teams just automatically do.
So it's hit out towards a boundary, but straight to the man out there. They'll just get a single and just not getting going yet. The Vinarati batsman, Fred Heidenreich, we saw destroying bowling attacks last year. And but he's finding it difficult. The nagging length of Halder. See, this just changes this over. Sometimes it just clicks for a batsman. One's outside off stump, called a wide.
Even those wides over there, kind of acceptable wides for me. Sometimes if you're bowling that off stump line, one might I might swing a bit too far. It's not like a terrible wide down the leg side where obviously it's a lack of control. So yeah, as long as there's not too many of those, and you're okay, because you probably also get a few dots where the ball is just inside the line.
Short, good ball. A little bit of pace on that. Penny's back on it, and Heidenreich just can't seem to find the white thing at the moment.
Yeah, well, Ashish Adedras handing out some free coaching in the chat, saying, seeing that shot played miss quite a bit there, stepping back and trying to cut. Maybe just get the head over and play in line. That's a good point. I mean, there is a bit of bounce in this pitch, and it can surprise you sometimes.
Well, it's interesting with this pitch, and we've spoken about it earlier in the week, that it's a clay base. There's all sorts of stones and things, and there's the underlay. And what happens with the clay is if it dries out too much, that's when it starts to crack a bit. Yeah. And it plays it a little bit dead. But with a bit of moisture, it actually livens it up. And we had that overnight rain. You can see that there's good bounce out there for the bowlers. And they're exploiting it. Yeah, the pitch was covered, so I'm not sure how much did get onto the surface. I imagine a bit would just kind of get in from around it. It's not to do with the actual surface. It's the surrounds and everything. It does creep in. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course, from underneath. But yeah, at the moment, the Tigers, this is exactly what you want. If you send a team into bat on the first morning, you're kind of hoping to catch them on the hop a little bit. The bats are still sleeping for Heidenreich, but he is still there. Well, that's what he can do. And just a little bit short, and that's a 6. He's a powerful hitter of the ball, and he got that one right in the slot. Beautiful pull shot. It was absolutely whacked, wasn't it? And again, it's a bit too straight this time, probably a bit too short. And when you combine it with the fact it was kind of towards the stumps, right, he jumped all over that. So look, he is a very capable bat. We know that. Yes, he's had a bit of a slow start. You can excuse him for that. Let's see if he can go on with it, because when you use up this many balls, you certainly don't want to get out now. Big swing and a miss outside our stump. And an appeal from long off for the catch. They're very keen. The Tigers. Yeah, and let's see if Heidenreich can kind of parlay that boundary into something more as we get ready for the last ball from Holder. Slow ball, outside off stump, and a wide again. He's not quite as disciplined, Holder, as what he was in his first over. Yeah, we delivered 5 consecutive dots in his first over. That one, yeah, I think that grabs the line. It's got to be fully inside the line as it goes past the crease if you are going to get away with it. So he tries the last ball again. It's just an inside edge. It's heading towards that boundary. I don't think it'll get there. And they'll come back for 2. It's been very fast down to that part of the ground. I think that is a bit of the moisture overnight that slowed the field down. You saw it there. So Heidenreich will get 2, gets to double digits. He's 10. The score is 24 for 1. I want to say a very, very warm welcome to all of you, and welcome to the weekend on ECN. It is Saturday, but we're still doing what we do. It's day 6, the first day of Group B. We mentioned Vinarati here. You know, they've been there and thereabouts in the last couple of tournaments, getting to the final. We thought maybe last year would be their year. Prague CC chasing their total down in the final. Bit of a sleepy start here, but we know that they've got some very good players. But really, the first 4 overs have been all about the Tigers. They've been excellent. They have been excellent, and it's disciplined bowling. A couple of loose ones in that over, and then that big 6 that Heidenreich got onto. But apart from that, it's all been the Tigers, and that big wicket of Sid Gowd in the first over. Here we go with the next over. Down leg side. I think this has probably come off the pad. So it's a bit of an appeal, but nothing real serious. Throw dismissal. They do enjoy the appeal, the Tigers. Well, this one is very, very optimistic. Maybe it was more of a caught behind appeal, but it couldn't be caught behind. He never catches it. It's an enthusiasm appeal. Next ball. Oh, it's been launched. It's a big 6. Can't do anything about that fielder, but Fred Heidenreich. That's what he can do, and that's what he was doing last year to top bowling. And I think he's knuckling down now. And they have to be very careful here, the Tigers bowlers, because there's a very narrow arc you can bowl to this man. Yeah, I mean, it's a risky shot, I think. I mean, he gets away with it. But, I mean, if he misses it, he's in trouble. This is Aman Bhuyan. We have seen Bhuyan before, actually. It's all right this time. He's played for
the Prague Spartans before. Both Vanguards and the Mobilizers. So, you know, he has some experience. We saw him back in 2020 and also in 2021.
This one's hit straight towards us. It's another big 6 for Heidenreich. He's warming up and had a very slow start. He's now 22 off 17. Sean Dalton at the other end. I think he's going to play the anchor role on this innings. He's very good at that, just poking the ball around. Can hit the a good boundary as well, can Sean Dalton. But it's Fred Heidenreich now. It's taking it back and attacking the Tigers bowling. Oh, a big swing and a miss then. Good slower ball. Good contest this.
Yeah, it really is. And we knew it was a matter of time if Heidenreich stayed around till he would hit his straps. And he had a very slow start. Now he's back over a run of ball. That was launched out of the ground, wasn't it? Straight. Good cricket shot. Rambuyan coming out with a good delivery next.
This one's hit down the ground. Will be cut off. He normally hits the ball very cleanly, does Fred Heidenreich, and we've seen that with a couple of nice 6s in that over. So, end of the over. Pretty good one there for the Vinarati side, 13 from it. And the score after 5 overs, 38 for 1.
Yeah, and although, you know, the mail on the Tigers is they've got a pretty strong batting lineup. Let's see how they go about it in the T10 format as well. And the pressure of chasing, the pressure of having to kind of get on with things straight away. I mean, depending on how many they're chasing. If you double this, they go 76. But really, those last couple of overs show that they can make them a lot more if they can continue this acceleration. Start of a new over. Here's Al Mahmood.
It's a full outside off stump, and it's going towards the boundary. Does well, the fielder. Ends up slipping over, but knocks it to his teammate, and they come back for 2. I think Vinarati have got a pretty strong bowling lineup though, with Yash Patel and with a couple of spinners in Venki and Alex Sirisena.
Yeah, he kind of does well. Still swings his arm at the ball despite losing his footing. You would expect that with a bit of moisture overnight. Just slipping, make the field a bit more slippery.
It's a good ball, right in the block hole. You get a feeling that every time the ball goes anywhere near the pad, there's an appeal here from the Tigers. They're very enthusiastic.
So that one was hit into the ground. It's a bit of a half appeal for a return catch.
There's a bowler again. Short, and that has been dispatched. That's another 6 there for Heidenreich. And got right onto that early. Just too short and not quick enough.
What I would say is you've seen both ends of the spectrum at the moment with the bowling from the Tigers. When you get it right, they've had really good success. When you get it wrong like that, short, it's angling in towards the body, it's going to disappear. So at the moment, we've seen Rambuyan and Al Mahmood not able to really keep the brakes on. The table was set by Alam and Holder early. So let's see if they can come back. So Vino's just on the cusp of getting away. 22 runs coming in the last 9 balls.
It's full. Tucked it away, and it's another 6. Well, it's like he flicked a switch there, Fred Heidenreich. And he's punishing this attack now. And the cheering you can hear now is from the Vinarati boys, and Tigers have gone a little bit quiet. We know they're more a batting side, the Tigers. Good opening spell from the 2 front line bowlers, but now it's going a bit pear-shaped. It's a bit full. This one's hit into the offside. He'll do well to catch it, and he doesn't. And that's 4 runs. Well, he does hit 4s, Vinny, not just 6s.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice shot. And I like these using both sides of the field now. The line is good, but the length isn't. And the placement's been very good from these 2 of late. I'm just getting away from Zahadat Hussain. Last ball of the over. It's 18 at the moment off it.
It's a good ball. Squeezed out into the covers just for a single, but he'll keep the strike with Heidenreich.
Probably had two there. They might
get
still.
two.
They're going to walk it to. I mean, that's a funny one because Imran Butt, he held his hand up, which is basically an indication for another fielder to get it, and he was completely ignored. And in the end, it does allow a second. I don't know if you got this. It's Imran, and you see, if they run hard, I was about to say if they run hard, they would have got two. Turns out they got two anyway because Imran Butt. He was, just have a look at this. He said, yep, all right, that's yours. Puts hands up and then realises, actually, it's probably closer to me. We'll see him run with the bat, though, in the second half of this game. And the word is he can really spank the ball. As it is, it's the end of the 6th over, 58 for 1. So from here, they've had a couple of good overs there. That one went magical, 20 off the 6th. They can go to a ball from here. They get 106, which is a pretty good total, especially, I think, early in the series where it can be a bit lower scoring. Early in the series for these teams anyway. So here we go with Russell Meir, who's going to be brought into the attack for the first time.
It's a bit of a slower ball, just flicked around the corner just for a single there by Sean Dalton. He knows his role, does Sean Dalton. He's a very intelligent cricketer, and he's been in pretty good form this year.
Yeah, you might notice that a lot of the Tigers are of Bangladeshi background. So I'm sure all our Bengali viewers in the chat, or Bangladeshi viewers, I should say, Bangla viewers, will be pretty excited to see the Tigers on the park.
Bit short. Heidenreich spins himself around like a record.
He was, wasn't he? And he just doesn't get his back foot across here. And because of that, he kind of misses out. And he swung so hard, almost lost his feet. And may have just hit the edge of the pitch there as well. Fred, you can see he wants to get on with it. He knows. And so he's up and going. And we're heading into the last 4 overs of the innings. So he's up to 43. Just shows the value of getting your iron, though. But he was lucky he didn't nick one early, because he did swing and miss a lot. Mia to Heidenreich.
Outside off and little edge, and he's gone. Well, it's good bowling. And the very dangerous Fred Heidenreich has to go for 43. It's much better over. Yeah, he's varied his pace very well as a new bowler. And he's got Heidenreich, who in the end pumped the score up quite a bit for Vinarati.
Yeah, he'll probably take that considering how he started. I've completely jinxed him there because I said he was lucky not to nick one early. And he nicks one once he was set, and he was just reaching. That's always the risk when you're playing so far away from your body, away from kind of where your eyes are, that you're just completely relying on your hand-eye coordination. That one didn't do a lot, but Heidenreich got a healthy edge, and it was well held down low by Tanzir Hassan behind the stumps. Good wicket keeping from him. So the partnership is broken. Vinarati, they are 59 for 2. This brings Voita Hassa to the crease. He's a man that's, I know he's very, very, very popular within the side. And lovely guy as well, Voita. He's also partly responsible for the lunch that we get every day.
The Down Under,
directly.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's, Voita gets his chance coming in at number 4. 3.5 overs remaining. So, yeah, Vinos, let's see if that wicket slows down the scoring.
He won't die wondering, will Voita, he'll have a swing from the first ball. Comes in and just guided that one and no run. He's very dynamic with a bat, as Voita Hasha has been in the league for a long time here. And it's very useful. Bit of a mainstay of the Vinarati side.
Yeah, nice opportunity for him to move the game forward as well, and perhaps get them to something close to 100 from here. We're going to have to put up with Mia. He's bowled a pretty good over. Put the brakes back on.
That's it down the ground, and it'll be cut off. Gentle bounce into the fielder out there. That's Sagor.
See, that's the difference between yesterday and today. Yesterday, that ball might have bounced over the fielder's head or into the fielder's head. Today, just kind of a lot of pace taken off the ball because of that overnight rain that we had.
I think it's going to dry up pretty quickly, though, because it is pretty warm already. So you can see it's glorious sunshine. That'll bring Sean Dalton back onto the strike. He's going just about to run a ball. He's played his role pretty well, but with only 3 overs left after this, He'll have to start motoring as well.
Yeah. Hasn't had too much of the strike, Sean.
Just checks his shot slightly. Down to the man, down it. Long on, just a single. And very good over there for the Tigers. And this arm wrestle, as you mentioned yesterday, definitely an arm wrestle this game. And brought it back very well, did Russell Mia.
Yeah, great over by him as he only concedes 3 off it. That was coming off the back of overs of 14 and 20 and even 13, the one before that. Let's have a look at where we are in the tournament. It is match number 21, the start of Group B matches. You can see that the 4 teams are qualified in that order from Group A. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to Pulsen, the Guardians, because they finished in 5th place. These teams will play 5 match days today, as well as Monday through Thursday on quarterfinals day. We will see the top 8 teams remaining in the competition in a knockout structure. The top 4 making it through to finals day. So join us every day, except tomorrow, because we have a day off. We will be here with more ECS cricket. Start of a new over, and it's Al Mahmood that's going to continue. That's despite going for 20 last over. And this is pretty close, you know. I think the dive saves Voita here. He's showing a pretty good pair of heels there, and a decent dive from Voita. Gets him home.
Yeah, he's pretty quick. He's quite athletic. You'll see him. In fact, yeah, easily home.
Dive saved
back.
him, though. Without the dive, I honestly don't think he would have got there. So, yeah, he's out there to play. Good scramble.
Comes the bowler again. Bowling to Sean Dalton, who fends one to the keeper, and that's out. Wow. Again, really good bowling here from the Tigers. Al Mahmood. Yeah, it's a nice delivery. Dalton just prodding at it. It's a good line of length. And the Tigers are well in this game, even after a few expensive overs. And that's just been pushed to the keeper. Good take.
Yeah, Sean will be disappointed there. You see the footwork kind of took him away from the ball. He's just kind of prodding at it. Wasn't really an attacking shot. And what a decision to bring back Al Mahmood. He just got hit 6-6-4. But I suppose that was Heidenreich that got after him. And they thought, well, with Fred gone, we're going to keep him on. And it turned out to work very, very well as he's removed Sean Dalton. And once again, great keeping from Tanzir Hassan to get that one low down.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Al Mahmood did go for 20 in the 6th, but all 20 of those runs were off the bat of Heidenreich.
Yeah.
So, yeah, pretty brave captaincy. I suppose if you're going to bowl him a second over, you've got to bowl him soon anyway because you're running out of time. So that'll be a good confidence booster and good captaincy by Al Mahmood himself to bring himself back on. So obviously he wanted a chance to make up for last over, and he has.
Arshad Hyatt, the new batsman, pushes it out to the man at long on for a single. Arshad can hit the ball hard too.
Yeah, for sure.
So they do have quite a bit of batting in this team. Do Vinarati, but they've only got a couple of overs left. Just to pump up the score a bit, they want at least 90. And this will help. That's a massive 6. And Voida Harsha just muscling that over cow corner. And I think it's been a pretty good over so far for Tigers, with Al Mahmood bowling really well and getting that wicket of Sean Dalton. But that one, Voida just smashing over the boundary. See how the bowler replies. That's short and, well, called a wide. It's a pretty tight one, I think.
Yeah, it looked like it. We'll have a look on the replay. See the indication line there. Oh, it's touch and go. I mean, if the whole ball has to pass inside, the umpire feels that even a little bit of that ball's over the tram line, it's going to get called. And that's what the umpire thought on that occasion. Voita, though, he's up and away with that Maximo. Can he double it up? Tries. And I like that from the keeper. He's right on here, Tanzir Hassan, behind the stumps. He sees the non-striker, Arshad Hyatt, backing up, and he fires it back to the bowler just in case he's napping.
It's a very good reply here from Mahmood. He has gone for a bit of stick. It was mainly from Fred Heidenreich.
Yeah.
But Voida Harsha, see if he can come back as well. Dug that one out, gone towards point. They'll look for 2. They should get it, I think. Oh, he's dropped his bat. Has Arshad Hyatt, and Voida with another slide, and they'll look for more, will they? Arshad has been involved with more run-outs.
Arshad is kamikaze style at the moment. And I think half of it is just trying to get the fielders to throw, hoping they make a mistake. So it's actually pretty clever, but it's a dangerous game. He's playing with dynamite. I'm a bit worried he's going to blow himself up at some point. And he made the decision to go back with the back.
Just going back, Arshad's been involved in more run-outs for Vinarati than any other player in the history of the club.
Well, just watching that over, you could probably see why. Anyway, it's 73 for 3 after 8. I do like the hustle, though. I think it suits this form of the game. Not so sure if the 8th over of a 40-over game. I'd be thrilled being run out by Hyatt at the other end. But anyway.
They've only lost 3 wickets, though, Vinarati, and they've got a bit of batting to come.
I think that's good. And now he gets a chance to face up 9th over. It all happens in the 9th, and we're going to go back to Russell Mia. But a really good over in the 7th, only conceded 3. Can he keep it tight now in the 9th?
Oh, big swing and a miss, and they'll get a bye out of this. Keeper can't find it.
Yeah, see, that's really good running. And this time it's Vojta Hasa. And he knows as soon as the keeper doesn't grab this, you see where Vojta is, he's already grabbed about 3 metres. He knows it's going to take the keeper time to find it. And in that time he gets there. I think Vojta, he wants a lot of the strike here, especially after hitting that 6.
Yeah, he's pretty quick as well. And
that's the experience in playing the format, I think.
Yeah, exactly. That's the bowler again. It's down leg side. It'll be called a wide, and they snuck another run.
Yeah, and this one is probably a little bit less smart because you can easily lose Hasa here. I know you've got batting to come, but I think Vojta's in, and I think that if the keeper's smart here, he doesn't throw at the keeper's end. He throws to the bowler's end because Hasa is having to run the full distance, whereas Hyatt had already pinched about half of it by the time the ball had reached the batter. Anyway, once again, they get away with it. Plus, that's a wide, so that'll be 2 runs, and the ball will be rebowled.
Comes Meyer again. This one's hit to long on. I know that I'm not going to go for a second. Just settling things down. Yeah. Danger Hayat, I think that is his new nickname.
I think he is.
Because anybody who bats with is in danger of being run out.
Yeah, maybe we can call him Kamikaze Hayat because I think he is going to... Well, sooner or later, we're going to have a run out here in the next 10 balls. I'd be amazed if we don't. Regardless, here's Hasa on strike.
It's been hit towards a boundary and a good effort from the fielder, but can't cut it off. That was hit very firmly by Vojta Hasa.
That was a great effort. You're not wrong there. It was a good shot first up from Hasa, who found the gap. But GM Hasanat, we called him the general manager because his first name is GM. He was flying, wasn't he? And, unfortunately, couldn't pull it back into play. And Vinarati will take the boundary.
Let's see how the bowler can come back here. So, Mia has been pretty good.
They want that 100 here, PCC.
Down leg side, called a wide, and Arshad is on his skates.
I see now they might get one. No. Well, actually, I think that if you measured Hyatt there, he's run about 1.6 runs by himself, and Hasa has run 0. I actually think they probably could have gone. See, that's where Hasa probably needs to secondary back up. When this throw goes there, if Hasa's like 3 or 4 down the pitch, then they get through for that single. That's what I talk about inducing the throw.
This one's hit there. Leg side, should go for 4 as well. He's picked that gap. It's a nice shot there from Vojta Hasa.
There we go. As we see, the players arriving for the second game, but right now I'm focusing on the first. And Hasa said, well, this is why I stood still at the ball before, because he is there and he can hit boundaries. He's picked that gap well again. And so another 4 to the total. Vinarati building after a pretty shaky start. And having a pretty good finish. Only that 7th over was single digits, only 3 from Mia. Apart from that, all the overs after the power play have been at least 12.
It's a very good power play for the Tigers. Only 11 from it and 1 big wicket. But ever since then, it has been Vinarati pushing the accelerator. Or a slower ball. And it's a leg by. Big appeal from the Tigers again. Yeah. Very keen.
At least they appeal as a team as well.
Yeah.
It's like when you have surround sound. You know, the appeals coming from all around the ground. Don't think the umpire was going to be convinced by that. Anyway, I've liked the hustle from these two. And this is why, look, I know early on some of the bowling was good, but there wasn't this urgency early in the innings, was there? I mean, if you to be honest about it, I know, yeah, they missed a lot of balls, but I think right now, these two showing how it's done in the T10 format. Oh, yeah, that's actually probably a lucky break for Hasa. Because the thing is, like, I know it's a controversial topic, but you know, see, look, he's certainly left before the arm's gone over. I think that's just a friendly warning.
So
probably the right thing to do.
I think it is a very controversial thing, but you're right, the right thing to do from me. And it's that's Arshad Hayat who gets a 4 this time, hoiks it onto the leg side, and goes to the square leg boundary for 4.
Well, if it was good karma, not taking the run out, we're backing up. The karma gods weren't smiling on Mia, were they? Because after his first over went for just 3, he gets hit to the boundary off the last ball of his second. 18 come off the over in the 9th. They're up to 91 for 3. And suddenly, that 100's within reach. Didn't look like it earlier in the innings.
I've got to say, how important is that innings from Fred Heidenreich in this Vinarati innings? Because they really weren't going, and even Fred was struggling, and he's unleashed a few sixes, got a quick 43 in the end, and I think it's taken the pressure off these two batsmen quite a bit. Because if Fred had gone early, I think it would be a very different story. Not just because he's 43, but just the pressure would have put on his teammates to really pump up their score.
Yeah, here's Bullion. He's going to start with a wide, and well, you see once again the urgency with the running. This time, it's turned around, so it'll just be the 1 wide. I don't think they want to sacrifice Hasa here. He's 17 off 8. He's hit some nice shots.
It's going to hit down the ground. It'll just be a single. Sargor who picks up the ball, and it's a good return.
Yeah, good fielding. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Heidenreich, and he took a while to get going. I don't think it's because he was deliberately batting slowly at the beginning. I just think the bowling was good.
I agree.
I think, like I said, it maybe had a few lucky breaks. And he didn't nick one early, but he certainly made the most of the start.
This one's going to hit on the leg side and picked a gap. I think it'll be 6. It will be. Lovely shot there. And it's Arshad Hayat who can hit a long ball as well. And with these 50-metre boundaries, I think it suits him. He does swing hard at the ball.
Yeah, Kamikaze Hayat is showing that he's not just a runner, he's also a hitter. He doubles his score with one swing of the bat. And that one gets them to 99. So we know the chase will be 100 plus, but how many will it be? This has been a really good rearguard action from Vinos after that first 3 overs.
Comes Bullion again. Bit of a slower ball. Maybe called a wide. It's one thing they've done is they've bowled a lot of wides after the power play.
Yeah.
It's just not. Well, the big chair has to do with the Vinos getting 100. It's the Vinos dugout. They're pretty happy with the score.
Yeah, for sure. Most of the off-club wides just have been a high quantity. This is where he was trying to put it, just inside that wide line. So he'll get a dot ball there, Ahmed Bullion.
That's a good ball, that. A little bit slower. But, I want to get a couple more here. Vinarati. Arshad. Oh, he shouldn't run on that one. Keeper up very quickly and no run.
That would have been a run for nothing. So probably good that he stays at home there. Both these players have now shown they can clear the boundaries. Big come. It's off the pad.
High, I think. And
I think it's a caught behind appeal, but then he fumbles the ball anyway. So another dot.
Caught behind. I thought it hit the pad. A bit high.
That was a caught behind appeal.
Well, they do appeal for everything.
Yeah, well, I mean, actually, it was an appeal. I don't even know what it was for. Could have been for both, but really it was for none. So 2 dot balls. Here's the last ball of the innings. Touch and go. I think he'll get away with that. So pretty good finish. Remember that. Bullion doesn't concede a run off the last 3 balls. And they're going to finish on an even 100. This one, according to the umpire, whole ball sneaks inside. I think he... Yeah, I mean, it's one of those he could have gone either way, to be honest.
You did notice that Arshad tried to muscle it over square leg again.
I did notice that, and I like the keeper. I think he was like getting in on the act with the running, and I'm sure we'll see some more of Tanzir Hassan behind the stumps and his antics as the series progresses. But right now, I mean, line ball game. This will be a really good test for the Prague Tigers batting first up. We know that people seem to think that they're a bit more of a batting heavy team, but I think with the ball they showed they're very competitive. The power play was so important, keeping Vinos down to 11 for 1. But Vinos, to their credit, they came back with overs of 13, 14 and 20 in the next 3. A quiet 7th, but then they broke out again with 30 in between the 8th and the 9th. So I think it's a really competitive game. I've got to say, there's a good partnership at the end between Hasa and Hyatt that got them to the 100. They ended up putting on 37. But, well, it was all about the Tigers. They certainly showed no signs of nerves early. And unfortunately, Goud, he paid the penalty. He went very first ball. Pretty good nut to get first up. Things were quiet, but then Fred Heidenreich broke out and he got this innings going for Vinarati.
Yeah, it was that. It was a very slow start. Only 11 off that power play and a big wicket. But Fred Heidenreich, I think he just had one short ball that he hammered over the boundary for 6, and then he was off. Spirited performance from the Tigers. It was a strange one. Some very tight overs, and then a few that went big. And Voitahasa at the end, contributing with a few big sixes of his own. And good partnership with Arshad Hyde, and then popped the score over 100. That's one where Fred was dismissed. But, didn't really slow the scoring down too much. Sean Dalton leaving as well. Good work by the keeper. Impressive this morning. And then that won us Voitahasa's first 6. A couple of run-out attempts, very close, but he's pretty quick between the wickets, is Hasa. And a great attempt out there to stop the boundary from Hasanat. But all in all, a pretty good effort from the Tigers in the first game. Started off very, very well. Vinarati, they've played this format quite a few times. They're been the runners-up in the last 2 BCS tournaments here, so they're a quality side. And they've got a few new players as well we're going to get to see in the bowling lineup. But for the Tigers, I think it was a fantastic start and a good start to their tournament. As you can see up there at the top, Siddharth Gout going first ball. A very good opening spell from Anja Alam. Then Sean Dalton, just about to run a ball. But big innings there from Fred Heidenreich, who was very slow to go. And then when he started to motor, he started hitting big. Good contributions also from Voitahasa and Arshad Hyatt. 100 runs on the board, 3 wickets down. Quite a few wides though bowled by the Tigers. And for the bowling, very good spell up top from Alam and also Halder. But then got expensive. Aman Bhuyan going for 22. Al Mahmood taking a wicket, but 32 off his spell. Very expensive. Asamia, though, he brought it back and was quite economical. As you can see, 15 extras, 12 wides. They want to improve that, the Tigers. And 100 runs on the board. Will it be enough? I think the opening batsmen looks like it's going to be Imran Butt and Sagar Hossain might have something to say about that. At the moment, the wind predictor says 85% for Vinarati, who are a first division side. They do have a team in the first division and the second division, whereas the Tigers are a third division side. Don't take that as too much of an indicator. They are a new club and you had 1 year in the leagues. So the first game of Group B, it's a fascinating one already. We're back with the second innings of this game to see if the Tigers can reach the 101 they need for victory against Vinarati. See you soon. And welcome back to Prague for the second innings of the first game in Group B of the FanCode European Cricket Series in the Czech Republic between Vinohrady and Prague Tigers. And it's an interesting contest, bit of an arm wrestle between these two teams. Some very good overs for Tigers, and then counter punch by the Vinos. And it'll be a tall left arm bowler, Joe Cope. He'll be opening the bowling for Vinos. Not seen him live, Joe Cope. I know he's a new addition to the side, as is the keeper, Shobit Bhatia, but we saw him playing for Spartans last year, and he also does work at the down under, so I get to see quite a bit of Shobit. He's been helping out as well down at the ground in the last week or so. But this will be interesting. I think they're quite a strong bowling unit, the Vinohrady side. What I like about it, it's got a varied attack, so you can see all sorts of different bowling options employed by Venki Markashayam, the captain. It'll be the left armour, Joe Cope. He'll be bowling the opening batsman of the Tigers. It's a bit full. Got away with it a bit. Does well, does Bhatia. It's Imran Butt who's facing. He's a very, very good batsman, is Imran Butt. But just missed out on that opportunity. Bit of a loosener there from Cope. Comes in again. It's outside off and called a wide. And here's Sagar Hussain, who's the batsman at the non-striker's end. He can hit the ball a long way. Both dynamic, these two batsmen. And if Tigers are going to get close to this total, they want them to bat deep into the innings. Comes Cope again. Oh, good ball, that one. Right on the money. Pushing the ball away from the right-hander. Uses his height well, does Joe Cope. Comes in again. And this one's full toss. Been punched through the infield. Should go for 4, and it will. Bit loose again from Cope. And Imran doesn't miss out that way. That time he doesn't hit it too hard. And that's the first boundary for the Tigers. Just a little loose here from Cope. A couple of full tosses. Wide so far in this over. See what he comes up with as a reply. It's bringing the deep fielder there at square leg, just a standard square leg, pushing a player back on the offside. And that one's hit to Venki, the skipper. Just a single. Bring the new man on strike, Sagar Hussain. He's a quality batsman, is Sagar. He'll have to be good to him, Joe Cope. Comes in again. And a bit short and a bit rubbish. And the man's coming back, but he won't get there. It's just come in, actually, from the boundary. Fred Heidenreich did well to palm it back. In the end, they'll only just get the single. Well, the Tigers. Bit short there from Cope. He was onto it, but could have gone anywhere really. Went in the air. Maybe it was a bit of a trap. I think he did well there. The fielder out there, Fred Heidenreich, just to scoop it back. Just a single. It was a pretty good result there for the Vinohrady side. Here's Cope with his final delivery. It's a good ball. Much better line and length. Bit of a mixed bag there from Cope. 7 off the first over. And Tigers be happy to get that one out of the way. It's their first innings in the ECS. As I mentioned, they're a new club. Only been around for a couple of years. And their first T10 tournament effectively. Imagine Division 3 team. They've got 2 teams in Division 3 of the Tigers. They're a well-run side. And there's a selection from those 2 sides. The new bowler will be Arshad Ali, the other Arshad. It's a bit of a late replacement for the Pie Man. We'll see it later in the week. Slow ball, and that's 4 runs. Too easy. Full toss on leg side from Arshad Ali, and just tucked around the corner. He's got plenty of protection down there, but not a good start there from the bowler. Vinny, what do you make of the start from the Tigers?
Yep, not too bad. Bit of a shaky first ball, though. Better that time from Arshad Ali. Yeah, I mean, Imran was a bit lucky to survive the first ball. Almost knocked his leg stump out of the ground, but he survived and ended up getting a boundary in the first. Yeah, I mean, we'll really know where the Tigers are at with their batting after this innings. The Minos have a decent bowling attack.
Interesting, they go to Arshad Ali. As I said, there's a bit of a late replacement in this side, but they do have a lot of bowling. They get the skipper Venki, Arshad Hyatt, Sid Gowd. Got a lot of options, a lot of spin options as well. Alex Sirasena, very clever bowler.
Yeah, and here's the thing, playing in Division 3, even if you've got players that are, I suppose, better than Division 3 level, batters I'm talking about, if you haven't been facing better bowling, you can sometimes, I suppose, get a bit lazy or what's the word I'm looking for?
Complacent?
Yeah, can be complacent. Got to move sides before this ball takes place. So we'll get a sense of where they are against Vinerati, who are one of the top teams for sure in the country.
It's good bowling from Arshad Ali. He finds that spot. It's awkward.
But there's been no sense of lack of belief or anything like that from the Prague Tigers this morning. Just something I picked up in the field. I'm sure they'll carry on some of that confidence with the bat that they can do this.
Well, no one expects them to do much in this tournament, except for Arun, obviously, who he backs them to top the group. Not sure about that.
There's an edge on this, but you can't really take these when you're up to the stumps, unless you're lucky, unless it bounces up off you and then you can catch on the second attempt. Because Barcia, I do like the fact he's up to the stumps, just had no time to react to the edge.
It's called a wide. Optimistic from Barcia.
Yeah, and that is, I suppose, the negative side of keeping up to the stumps. There's so many positives about doing it, but it's those little regulation edges you probably would take if you were back. That sometimes, unfortunately, they're uncatchable.
This one flicked off his toes, and that'll be 4. He's quick out there, hiding right, but he can't cut that off. Just got a bit leg side, did the bowler, and capitalised very well. The batsman.
Yeah, that was the in-swinger, wasn't it? I think he's been swinging it out. And Hyatt, unfortunately for him, that over is bookended with boundaries. And so, yeah, the Tigers just staying where they needed to be. At the moment, the score is 18 for no loss after 2. So 7, then 11. They'll just want to stay around that 10 and over, and they won't want to fall a long way behind. I said at the toss, I think probably was a good idea for the Tigers to bowl, because having not played T10 before, they'll know how to pace their innings.
Yeah.
And now they know exactly what they have to do. They need 10 and over, essentially. See, 4 teams we'll see today on day 6. Moravian, you see at the top of the table. They won't stay top because they're not playing today. We will see them on Monday for the first time, but we will see the Spartans next game for the first time. Then we'll see the Barbarians in game 3 of the day for the first time. Okay, they're going back to Cope, who looks very capable of taking a wicket, but he's got to get it right. He's only got 6 more balls left in the match.
It's a pretty good line there outside of stump, well inside that tram line. And I've been impressed with Cope, but he's, I think his consistency early this morning has been a little bit wanting.
Yeah, and that can happen. He looks like the kind of bowler that would be pretty handy if he had a few more overs, kind of work into his game.
There's another full toss, and that'll be 4. That's what he's done too often. That's the 3rd full toss he's bowled. Not quite no ball height, but that's too easy for a batsman of the quality of Sagar Hussain.
Yeah, and good shot selection. I think that's the key there as well. Doesn't try and hit across it. It's straight through line, hits it hard. Yeah, so just the length from Cope a couple of times. Let's see what coping strategy we have next delivery. Because again, he was pretty unlucky not to take a wicket first ball. But now, Sagar Hussain is a player we have seen before. So again, he'll know kind of what's required, I think.
Here comes Cope. And short down the leg side, called a wide. And big cheers from the Tigers.
Making a lot of noise, these Tigers, aren't they? And why not? I mean, they're sensing an opportunity to get on a bit of a roll here and maybe pull off an upset in the first match of Group B. We had, I suppose, a bit of an upset in the first match of Group A. Bohemians, very good side, but Prague CC not able to chase down 86 in the first game.
It's going to be called a wide.
Good to have Joe Foster back umpiring today. He's one of the top umpires here in the Czech Republic. We saw him in the ECL as well. And he's out there with Pradeep Gangappa. So both the umpires, I think they've done a very good job so far. We do a bit of work though at the moment with the arms. Poor Joe.
It's a full toss again, and he'll do well here to stop it, and he does do well. Arshad Hayat, and then scoops it back there to Alex Saracena.
Well, that's brilliant fielding. And I tell you, he's a man that loves running. He wears legs 11 on his back. He's been using his legs a lot this morning. Arshad Hayat, this, I just feared it might get past him. He knew what he had to do. He had to pull out the big dive. He did it. And so, a valuable boundary stop.
It's been cut. Voidahaso is a good fielder. Just flicks that back to Sid Gowd. And it's a bit of a highlight as well for Vinarati, as they've got a pretty good fielding team. You have Sean Dalton there in the covers. And Voidahaso, but I can't do anything about that because that's been hit for 4. Well, just a bit too much width there from Cope. And it's the Tigers who are in with the early running here, doing very, very well. But,
I think there's a limit about how much they're allowed to come out of the tent. But every ball, they always seem like they want to get right up to the boundary rope. They are really pumped, these Tigers.
There's Cope again, and short, and oh, it's called a wide. They're cheering every single wide here from Cope.
Yeah.
Every run.
It's good. We often talk about supporting the field and making noise. I mean, you can do it with the bat as well. And everyone very interested. That one pretty close to the gloves, to be honest with Hussein. He's a bit fortunate it doesn't brush the glove, but instead he gets a wide.
That's short and called a wide again.
It will be a wide.
Well, Cope, he's just not bowling with any rhythm, I don't think. And I think, to be honest, I'd like to see him coming off a slightly longer run.
Yeah, I was wondering whether he's shortened it just because of the format. But yeah, this has to be called a wide. Body's inside the line and misses the leg stump. Last ball, the power play. Cope needs to finish.
Well, he's not the one who finished. That was the batsman, Sagor, who smashes him over cow corner for 6.
Wow, that is huge, isn't it? So Cope, things going bad to worse for him. As that over ends up going magical. 22 come off the third. And Tigers well placed to knock off a big fish here in the first match of Group B, match 21. The score at the end of 3 is 40 for no loss. And you couldn't really have 2 more contrasting power plays in a cricket match.
Not at all. They were 1 down for 11 in the power play were Vinarati, and they accelerated a little bit after that. But what a fantastic power play there for the Tigers, and they're right up for this. And I think that Venki, the skipper for Vinarati, has it's a decision to make, and I think he's made the right one.
Hey, look at
bringing Alex Saracena.
Yeah.
He's a cagey bowler, is Alex, and a bit of spin. I think he needs a couple of wickets. He needs these 2 big wickets, and I think this could be the man to do it. The field can go out now.
You saw there on the WPC how the win probability shot up in that 1 over, and that's what 1 over can do in a cricket match. We've seen it time and time again, haven't we, even this week? And yeah, went from big underdogs to quite decent favourites in that over. Tigers just off the back of that 22 runs. Alex Saracena, though, change of pace, and Vinarati will be hoping for a change of luck. They'll be hoping for a kind of opposite innings to theirs, where they had a slow start and really accelerated. They'll be hoping that the Tigers maybe lose a wicket or 2 and they can expose the middle order.
Tosses that one out. It's just going to be safe. Got a top edge, and they should just get the single.
Joe Foster pretty quick to say that it wasn't too high. So I think it'll just be 2 runs. It was a ball that was probably dropping a bit. Siracina does get it wrong. It's way too full. Let's have a look on the replay. And remember, waist higher above. Yeah, he thinks it's dropping below the waist. You can understand that when it gets to the crease. Still, it's one I think that but thought he should have put in the car park. Siracina with a comeback ball.
This one's full again. They cut off.
I mean, the Tigers are so excited. They can tell it's a full toss, and they're already cheering. They were cheering before the ball even got to the batter then. It's got to be pretty off-putting, actually.
Very excitable, the Tigers.
Probably think they know what Imran Butt's going to do to a full toss. He just gets one there.
Well, he did do that with a full toss, and it's good effort out there for Fred Heidenreich, but it's 6. And he's got to find the pitch here, Alex Siracina, because there are too many full tosses. We're not playing baseball, even though he's a baseball coach,
Yeah.
Alex.
I'll tell you who is playing baseball is Sahadat Hussain. That was a no-doubter. Although, Heidenreich, I think he might even get a finger to that, you know. All right, bit of fancy footwork.
Full
Fourth
toss.
full toss.
No catching that.
Oh, dear me. What's all going wrong? Siracina not using gravity. And unfortunately for him, he's gone the distance. Maximo time. The Tigers are up and away here. And that brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership. They're 55 without loss. And we're not even at the halfway point of the innings yet.
Got to say, though, it's good batting, but it's terrible bowling for Vinos at the moment. Cope with a big over, not be able to control it, and then Siracina just found the pitch then. Didn't matter, though.
Just one.
Well,
Better
it did
ball,
actually.
though.
It's well blocked out there by, cut off there by Voitahasa.
He's not. One of the things about cricket is if you start an over, it's going badly. You have to finish it compared to baseball, for example, where you can change it at any time. It takes a lot of courage, I think, for Siracina to get it right here, but he does towards the end of the over. But still, the damage was done with those full bangers early on. 17 off that one. It's 57 without loss after 4. Once again, I want to welcome everyone to the broadcast, no matter where you're watching from around the world. And we've got lots of viewers on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent. Also, a lot of people watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Big hello to you. And right now, well, we're in Tiger Town, it seems like, at the moment. The Tigers, they are really pumped at the moment. They sense a chance for a big upset.
Absolutely, and they've got 2 very good batsmen up top in Imran and Sagor. So I'll have to do something special here, the Vinos boys, to get back into this game, because at the moment it's all the Tigers.
Yeah, look, they haven't bowled a couple of their draw cards yet. Sid Gowd's one I'd probably like to see. I think maybe we'll see him next over. And yeah, a wicket or 2 can change this game. That's the thing. They do have the runs on board. They have put triple digits up. They put exactly 100 up. But at the moment, they better do something soon. Otherwise, this game's going to get away from them.
Yeah, it's getting away from them right now. And it's Yash Patel, the new bowler. And Sagor hits it in the air. Player under it. It's Joe Cope. Doesn't look settled. Now he is. Oh, he's dropped it. Wow. Big cheer from the Tigers. And should have taken that, Cope, the big man. And Yash Patel not happy with his fielder.
Yeah, you're right. He just had the staggers under that, didn't he, Cope?
This one's just chopped down, and Butcher picks the ball up, the keeper.
Yeah, just remember that, because, yeah, I mean, Sahadat Hussain, he's been flying, and he gets dropped on 32. At the moment, he's 33 off 12.
It's outside off stump. Have to hurry. In fact, holds it back there to Sean Dalton. And
Yash Patel's a decent bowler. I just felt they might go with Gowd. The ball's still fairly new. Spin obviously not working particularly well for them that over. But they've gone for Yash. He started okay, created an opportunity. He'll be a bit upset. It wasn't held.
comes in again. It's over the top. Should be cut off quite easily there by Voitahasa. Just a single. He patrols that area very well, does Hassa. It's pretty quick and
excellent stop.
athletic.
Yeah, excellent stop. I was going to say good fielding, but his throw went over the keeper. He's maybe just showing how strong he is, Voita. And what he did well, he got across that one quickly and took it cleanly in the hands, preventing any chance of a second run.
Pretty good over so far from Yash Patel. Just one gets a bit of an edge, and it's gone past the fielder for 4. Well, just outside off stump, too far outside of stump. And got the toe end of the bat. And it beat the fielder down there. And they can smell it here, the Tigers.
They sure can. I mean, yeah, I was wondering about having a third man back. That probably would have been a wide, you know. But yeah, I think it's probably a bit too wide because, yeah, either would have been called wide. A little edge flew away. We know how fast that part of the field is towards that boundary. I mean, you can only have 5 outfielders, though. I've kind of got this field where there's nobody in the outfield behind the wicket. They're all in front. Last ball, the over from Patel. Still been okay. He's gone for just 7.
Oh. And that's going to go for 4. And I think it's going to be buys.
Yeah. This is real tough for the keeper. So maybe it's smart batting. But I don't know. It is really tough when the batter plays this kind of shot that the keeper, he lose sight of the ball and you just really kind of lose your bearings as a keeper. So you see Barcia behind. He kind of loses basically loses track of the ball, and that's why he's not down. He's standing up, goes straight through his legs. So creating a boundary, I think, with that shot indirectly. 67 for no loss off 5 overs. And right now, you have to feel they have to fall over to lose. I mean, just need 34 off the last half. But again, we know 1 or 2 wickets could change this game.
Absolutely, and this could be the man to change it. Arshad Hyatt, he's a specialist at bowling Yorkers, is Arshad Hyatt, very experienced.
Say hello to a few people in the chat. To Sundori, see that fangirl's in the chat saying Arshad Hyatt for 100-metre Olympic run, just because of his running in the first half, I think. Also hello to Mandrake. He's enjoyed the topsy-turvy game so far. And know that a few people saying the umpire's doing a good job. Yeah, there's Joe Foster out there, along with Pradeep Gangappa. So here we go with over number 6, and it is Hyatt.
It's another full toss.
That one at least isn't a hanger. Just driven in a fairly orthodox fashion for one.
Obviously the plan is to pitch the ball up, but it's just been repetitive. It's just been more and more full tosses. Comes Hyatt again, another low full toss, just a single.
I guess at the moment it's just about what sort of full tosses they're bowling. The first 2 weren't too bad from Hyatt because they were low. It can be a difficult ball to get under. But yeah, if you get it any fuller, you can kind of baseball it out of the ground.
Oh, just like that. And that is 6. Well, again, this is another Vino's bowler who's playing baseball and just pitching it in to the hitting arc of these Tigers. They need to find the pitch, the Vino's bowlers. This is not a great performance with the attack from Vino's. And have to bring it back somehow. And again, another full toss. This one's gone to Venki, who does well to come down and only to get down to it. It's only just a single. And yeah, Arun's saying Venki should bowl to break the partnership. He's a very good bowler, Venki, but he's the skipper today and he's got a lot of options. This is not a good performance here from the Vinarati bowling side. And well, he's hit the pitch as a positive.
That's something at least. And remember what Aaron Ashokan said before the toss at the start of the game, probably when Aaron commented in the chat that he thought Tigers, they were his favourites to top the group. It's a big call early for a team that hasn't played out of the 3rd division, but at the moment they're playing like winners, aren't they?
They are. I don't think they've really got the depth that a lot of the top division teams have, especially I think Spartans to me were probably the favourites for this half of the draw. Again, that's a better ball, but that has been thumped to the boundary. That's a lovely shot. That's a proper cricket shot there from Butt. And, well, can't get anything right here, Vinarati.
Yeah, that just hasn't happened for them really at all. And yeah, you're exactly right. We've only seen 2 of the Tigers batters, and they'll need to rely on more than 2 if they're going to go places in this series. But right now, they haven't needed anyone else in game 21. Hussain up to 46 off 17 balls. And Prague Tigers, 6 overs down. They're 81 without loss after 6. And yeah, just have a look at that. I mean, they were really not considered too much of a chance at the halfway point, but yeah, firing into contention on the back of that third over that went magical. That was Cope. And the third went for 22. Since then, we've had overs of 16, 11, and 14. So, I mean, when you need 10 and over, those double-digit overs, that's how you get it done. So,
It was Cope also who dropped that catch. So he's not having the best of debuts here for Vinarati on the European Cricket Series. So we're with that man, the skipper, Venki. He's a good bowler. And another one of the spin options, but I think it's all pretty much done and dusted. Only 20 of 24 balls. These two batsmen, they need them out, and they need them out in this over.
Seems done and dusted, but remember, you get a couple of wickets now. Keep it at run of ball. You know, you can still win from here. It's just hard to see it turning around. It is the captain, Margashayam, who's going to bowl over number 7.
It's not a bad start, and quite sure we're through that
no,
ball.
You're going to get it. Oh, look at this. This is terrible. This is some of the worst running I've ever seen. I mean, it's also one of the worst throws I've ever seen. That's one that Fletcher would have been proud of, and then it got kicked. Actually kicked. You just have a look at Hussain. See if we can get this in the replay. Because he takes one and immediately he goes down. I'll show you this in a second. First, swing and a miss. We'll see if we can show it again. He goes down and then he is not interested in where the ball's going, and he decides that's a great time to maybe show his good side to the camera and work on the Velcro on the pads.
Oh, this is massive. Hooked away behind square for 6. And they're just about home, are the Tigers. And these two are very good batsmen.
They are flying at the moment. Have a look at the Tigers. They look ready to pounce. I think we might have a Tiger attack if they hit these winning runs. Right now, I don't need too many more. Score up to 88, 13 required off the last 21 deliveries.
Oh. It's been pretty poor from Vinos, though, to be fair. There's Venki again, and it's been hit towards the leg side. It'll be cut off by Cope. Just a single. And Vinos, I think they'll have a bit of a chat after this game, this bowling performance. Comes in again. And, chance for stumping, and missed out, I think, did Bacha. Let's have another look at that from the side on, maybe. It's a bit of a... Let's have a look. And game down the pitch. And misses it. And Bacha just got big on him. He did get back pretty quickly. Couldn't quite hang on to it. Good, the keeper.
Yeah.
Maybe a little chance, but... Not sure, he might have been back anyway.
I called them the Tiger Cubs. They're a bit inexperienced. And certainly it's kind of young flavour to their team. But they've played like big Tigers, haven't they? Last ball for Margashayam. Hasn't been the worst over. Just 8 off it. Last ball coming up.
This is hit just over the top. Should be cut off. Just single there. Sid Goud picks up the ball and again throws a bit wild. But, yeah, slightly better over, apart from that big 6.
We'll see the Tigers later in the day against Barbarians in the third match of the day. That'll be another interesting test for them. I mean, I think both the teams will play today. Much higher kind of ranked, I suppose, in the system. 90 for no loss after 7. But the next game we'll be seeing will actually be Vinos again. Vinarati, they will be playing against the Prague Spartans. Spartans playing their first game in the tournament. You can see that the news from the toss, Vinarati won the toss, selected to bowl first, so they'll know exactly what they need to do. Goud missed out at the top of the order, didn't he, Vinarati? Let's see if he gets another go up there. Dalton and Heidenreich, he stuck around for a bit, but yeah, Dalton couldn't really get too much going. Heidenreich did come good. He's probably the main reason they got the 100 on the board, along with Hassa, Ashad Hyatt. He put together a nice little partnership at the end. Prague Spartans, though, there's some familiar names there. Looking forward to seeing Neeraj Tyagi. I know he's been watching the tournament pretty closely. They're led by Kranthi Venkataswamy. Okay, here we go back to live action.
It's a better start there from Ashad Hyatt. Get towards the boundary. Fred comes around. In fact, it's Cope who'll come around and just pick that up. They just need singles at the moment.
Tigers,
11 off 18.
I know that ECN was a big reason that they wanted to get into the organised cricket structure in the Czech Republic. That's what I heard a couple of years ago. And now they're certainly making the most of it. But though this is a chance, he's got some room to move, and he takes the catch. So finally a wicket, and it's Hyatt that breaks through. Nice catch by Venki Magashayam as well on the long on boundary. So with the target in sight, they lose Hussain. He ends up getting his half century in the end. He moves to 53, so a very good performance from him in his first match of the series. But he's going to have to go for that score. And the Tigers, with 10 required, they lose a wicket. 91 for 1.
It's too little too late here for Vinarati, but you never know. A couple of wickets like that, and they could be back into it, but they really only need just to run a ball to the Tigers.
Not even, really.
Not even.
Yeah, 10 off 16 as we do get a look at Hassanat, the general manager, coming out at number 3. And the Tigers, they are pretty excited. Well, I feel like they're almost fatigued from the amount of cheering they've done in this innings. But well, let's see. 10 to win.
Voice is in the air again. Hyatt's back, and he should take it, and he does, and it's 2 in 2. Well, Arshad Hyatt, he did take a hat-trick last year, and he's on a hat-trick again today.
Well, there you go. You can't believe it, can you? When you see 1, you see 2. And wow, is there a twist? It'd have to be a big one. But anything's possible in the European Cricket Series. And so suddenly, the general manager, well, he gets a sack first up, doesn't he? Tigers 91 for 2.
You know, he's a very good bowler, Arshad, when he does find the pitch. And he didn't in his previous over, but he's come up with 2 good deliveries that have been mishit by the Tigers. And he's on another hat-trick. Has there ever been a player to take 2 hat-tricks in the ECN, Vinny?
Yeah, I mean...
Not sure.
I can tell you how many hat-tricks we've had this year. We had a bit of a slow start, but you can see we've had 10 hat-tricks this year. The last one was Asif Khan that was in Stockholm in the first quarter final. So let's see if Hyatt can add his name to that list. Well, he's number 11. Can it be hat-trick number 11?
It's a good ball, and just pushed out into the gully, and well played there. It's a cool head there from Mia, their new batsman.
Still think they should be fine. You got Imran Butt. He was kind of second fiddle in this partnership with Hussain first up.
This one's hit straight. Could be out as well. Venki is coming around and takes it. Wow. The 2 set batsmen are out, and it's falling apart slightly for the Tigers.
Uh-oh. Looks like the Tiger Tamers have turned up because suddenly things are going a little bit quiet. 3 wickets in the over. So Hyatt, he's had a big contribution to this game with the bat already. He's almost bowled out, but he has taken 3 wickets in 4 balls. And so they just got the staggers here towards the end. 92 for 3. 3 wickets falling for just 1 run in the space of 4 balls.
I'll tell you what, that was a good catch from Venki. He had to make a lot of distance and took it pretty low, but you getting the tingle? I don't know about the tingle, but
imagine a golden ball first game. Look, they've got a pretty experienced guy in Amran Bhuyan who's coming to the crease now. But let's have a look. This is the 3 wickets that have fallen in the over, and you can see it's all about taking the chances. 3 pretty good catches taken. This is the second one. Hyatt getting the court and bowl to get GM Hassanat first ball. And then Imran Butt, who was set, didn't really look like getting out since the first ball of the innings. He mishits this one, and this was a good catch from Magashayam as he came in and took that, judging the height perfectly. The last ball of the over coming up.
This one's been cut away. Marshall will do well to get there, and he does pretty comfortably. Just a single, and what a fantastic over there from Arshad Hyatt. Brings him back. Bit of a sniff victory, the Vinarati side.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great over. You just think there's still 8 off 12. They're going to get home, but you need another really good over, and probably then another. The difference in that 10 runs, I think, if you made it 18 off 12, then I'd say it's probably in the balance. But I think 8 off 12. The only thing you think that could get in the Tigers' way is nerves. And like I mentioned, Amar Bhuyan does have experience. They are going to Sid Goud now, or are they? Maybe not. He's done a lot of talking to the bowler that's about to bowl. I think they are going to go back to Yash Patel in the ninth. So Yeah, it will be Yash to bowl it. He did bowl back in the 5th. He went for, I suppose, 7 plus there was a 4-leg buys, 4 buys, I should say, in there. Did that reverse. Anyway, 9th overtime. I think got to bring the field in a little bit now as well. Gamble for some dots.
They're playing with fire, though. There's a big gap on the leg side. And, oh, that's awful there from Yash Patel. Does well, Shobit Bhatia. Not sure what he's asking the umpire. It's a bit of rubbish.
Yeah, it was. So Swain in the chat asking who's strong second match of the day. I mean, Vinos versus the Prague Spartans. I imagine that's a pretty even contest, you'd think.
I think Spartans have got a lot to them.
Yeah. Isn't it cool?
Yash Patel again, better ball. Just dot ball there. That's where he needs to be. I think he should be attacking the stumps here, Yash Patel, because it's there's 2 new batsmen, and they're going to find it hard to get it away.
Yeah, if you can take a wicket, that's also a dot ball. So bowling out the stumps is probably increasing your chances of doing that.
Bit of a dodgy inside edge, no run again.
7 off 11. So let me think. I think 7 off 11, you need 6 dot balls out of the next 11. In my calculation, probably 5 or 6 dot balls. You need half of the next, or the final balls of the match to be dots. So you really got to gamble on them, I think. They've done well. They put the field in. Heinreich's come right in at mid-wicket.
Another good ball, and it's gone. Oh, missed field there. And, well, I think that's just about it. Just didn't get down to that, did Sid Gowd. And that's not what they needed. It's exactly what the Tigers needed, though.
They worked themselves kind of back into the conversation. That one really hurts. Cost them 3. Gowd, normally a pretty good fielder. Unfortunately for him, that one gets through. And now surely Tigers are home. They just need 3 more for their first victory in their first match. And they push and run. I think they're going to get away with it.
Oh, good effort from Sean Dalton. This could be close.
Yeah, I think they're going to have a look here. I mean, direct hits are always interesting, aren't they? And I think he just said, even though it might cost them an overthrow, it's worth going for it. This will be a very interesting read, but I don't think they seem too excited out there. So let's see what the camera says. Just home.
Whoa.
Just home. You'll see, once he's home now. And there is a spot just about here. Oh, it's actually pretty close.
Pretty close.
Closer than I think there. He's already home for me.
Yep.
So very good bit of fielding, but it does go down as a single. I suppose the stump's doing the backing up there. So 2 to required now. Any score ties the game.
Well, I think that's the game. And it's going to be 4 runs and Tigers win. Big victory there. First up for the 3rd division side, the Prague Tigers, and their first appearance in the ECN. And Vinarati, wheels fell off in that bowling innings, apart from that 1 over from Arshad Hyatt where he took 3 wickets. And congratulations to the Tigers.
Yeah,
big win, big upset.
They deserve every bit of credit for that victory. I mean, I don't know what they're serving at the Curry House, but give me some of it because they came out popping, didn't they, the Tigers? And they are the winners of match 21. And Vinarati, tough start for them. I mean, they played well, Vinarati, in fits and starts. They had kind of glimpses of the team they were, but I think a lot of it, the Tigers, the way they batted early in the innings and the way they bowled early in the innings. Both of the starts of innings, the Tigers had the advantage. And although Vinarati clawed their way back in both innings of the game, ultimately it wasn't enough. And look, Prague Tigers, you got to hand it to them. Aaron Ashokan, he said that they were his pick to top the table. And right now, they've certainly sent a strong message to some of the higher ranked teams here in Group B. It is the Tigers, 103 off 8.5, defeating Vinarati 100. The Tigers winning with 7 balls to spare.
Yeah, fantastic effort from the Tigers. And so those 2 up top in Imran Butt and especially Sago Hussain, who did all the heavy lifting. And really, it was just set up the whole innings for them. Got to say that the Vino's bowling performance was poor, but that takes away the credit to the batsmen, Sagor and Imran. And they did very, very well for their side. And they'll be very happy. You could hear them celebrating every run, every wide. And the Tigers have a bit of a rest. They might go to the Curry House. It's not too far from here.
Well, I might go with them because it sounds like it'll be a bit of a party, but you can't celebrate too long if you're the Tigers because they will be back later in the day to take on Barbarians in match 23. But congratulations to the Prague Tigers on debut. A memorable performance for them as they win this game. The kind of wobbles at the end, but still they got home. Never easy chasing down triple digits in any circumstances. To do it on debut, it showed that they are a team that's going to be a force to be reckoned with, I think, in Group B. Coming up next, we will see Vinos again. Vinarati, they won the toss in match 22. They've elected to bowl first, so we'll see Spartans with the bat. They've listed Gunasekaran and Prem Nandivada at the top of the order, and the captain, Kranthi Venkataswamy, at 3. Vishak Jagannathan as well. Satya Sen Gupta's a really good player. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they throw him up a bit higher. Also a very good bowler. Niraj Tyagi down there, pretty decent bowler. So, yes, Spartans, you mentioned for you, they were probably the strongest team on paper in Group B. I'm sure the Spartans will want to send a message. And Vinarati, your guys as well, they're going to be pretty keen to make up for that loss in the first game of the day. So it should be really exciting. Join us for that game in about 25 minutes. But right now, Danny, let's have some Tiger talk. And the way they went about this total showed me that they're really going to enjoy this T10 format. They had to be fearless, and they were 40 in the power play, setting up this successful chase.
Yeah, it's a fantastic start, and it's those two up top, Imran and Sagor, that do a great start. And see, getting the ball back from under the matting there, and Fedorati, they tried hard on the field. I think that catch that went down from Joe Cope cost them a lot. Could have just changed the momentum a bit. I think this might be it here. In fact, that was, yeah, there it is, Joe Cope. And I'm not going to blame him totally, even though his over was a bit ragged.
You couldn't blame one particular player at all for this. I mean, Venus collectively as a bowling unit, they probably bowled a few too many bad balls. A bit of a full toss epidemic at one point in the innings as well. This is an interesting one where the ball got kicked away, and the batter, he had his mind on other things. He said, yeah, well, I could score that run, but instead I'm going to sit here and get right. And it turned out to work from Hussain as he ended up making his half century in the end, 53 off 21 balls. They needed some wickets from somewhere, and then when Hussain did fall just after reaching his half century, they had 3 and 4 balls, and we thought maybe that's a turning point. But ultimately, the Tigers, they'd already done so much of the work that they were able to get home in the end. They did it with over and over to spare.
Yeah, that's right, Vinny. It's just a little too late there for Vinarati. By the time they started hitting the pitch, they were pretty much out of sight with the Tigers. They did well at the end, the final couple of batsmen to hit a couple of 4s to get over the line. And congratulations to the Tigers. We'll see them again a little bit later in the day. Vinarati will have a bit of a chat and hopefully come back stronger against a very strong Spartan side. That's not the way that Vinarati would like to start the day. Let's look at the scorecard.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll be doing Saturday night. Tonight, I might be Googling reservations at the Curry House based on that performance, because the Tigers, they were on the prowl and led by that half century from Hussain. 53 off 21 balls he scored in the end. 5 big maximos and 4 4s in there. Imran Butt, well, he was just steady, wasn't he? He scored 25 at pretty much a run of ball with 3 boundaries. And then they lost those 3 quick wickets. But well done to Mia and Armin Bhuyan, who just showed a bit of composure, finishing it off. 10 wides and 4 buys. Okay, that hurts you a little bit. Also, there were a fair few full tosses which won't show up in the extras, but they did create scoring opportunities for the Tigers. They certainly cashed in on most of them. And you look at the bowling figures, there were a couple that kind of dragged them back into the game. I think Yash Patel didn't bowl too badly. Hyatt, of course, 3 for 17, best of the bowlers. And Venki bowled a decent over, only went for 9. He probably would have come back, I imagine, in the last, but they never got there. And congratulations to the Tigers, who win this one with 7 balls to spare. They'll be back later in the day against Barbarians. Look, Barbarians, they'll be playing their first match of the series. The Tigers, they're already up and about. I think that'll be a big challenge for Prague Barbarians. We're going to take a quick break here, and in 20 minutes' time, we will be back with the next game of the day. Vinarati will be back on the rack, and they will be bowling first against the Prague Spartans. Our first chance to get a look at the Spartans here in Group B. Until then, hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching from around the world. It's great to have your company, as always. A super Saturday of action on ECN. We'll be back more after the break with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Prague in the Czech Republic. We're in the heart of Europe and we're loving our Saturday so far. One match down, still 3 matches to go in day 6. It's the first day of Group B action. That means we'll see new teams in the tournament. We've got another one coming up next because Prague Spartans, they are into the lineup. It's Vinarati versus Prague Spartans in match number 22. Let's go over to Charles Croucher, the tournament referee, who's with 2 captains for the coin toss.
Okay, your call. Tails. Tails is the call. And it's a head.
We're going to ball first.
Ball first.
So the news from the toss here in match 20. Vinarati have won the toss and they have decided to bowl first. So they had to get the score on the board in the first game. This time they'll have to chase. They had a very slow start with the bat last time, but I suppose this time they'll know if they can afford that depending on what the target is. And of course, Fred Heidenreich really set their innings light in the first half of the first game. Let's see if we can do that again. But he was a bit slow getting started. That was their issue in the innings. Still, they did manage to put the 100 on the board, I suppose, in the end. As far as the Prague Spartans are concerned, I don't think that'll bother their captain, Kranti Venkateswamy, too much that they will be batting first. They get the chance to get the score on the board and maybe defend, although, let's see if their bats have woken up. Of course, it's not always easy coming out first things, as Vino's found this morning, and having to bat first. I think Neeraj Chagi is a player to watch for them. I know that he's been watching the tournament very intently so far, and he'll really relish the chance to get out there in the middle and do the business. Let's get over to Danny Hudacek as we get ready for the second match of the day. Match 22, the news from out here in the middle is that Vinarati, well, your guys have won the toss, and this time they're going to bowl first. Let's get ready for the first ball of this match.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome to the FanCode European Cricket Series here from the Czech Republic. Welcome to everyone who's watching in the subcontinent on FanCode and also on YouTube. I know there's probably quite a few Vinos hoping that Vino supporters hoping that there'll be an improved performance by the boys because that was not very good last time out against the Tigers. So Vinarati, they made a change. Anil Saini has come in. Alex Sirisena has dropped out, but and their bowling was just not good enough against the Tigers. And the Spartans have good batting. They'll be opening with Gunasekaran and Prem and Nandivada, then Kranti Venkateswamy and Vishak, also very good bats, and then the all-rounder Satyajit Sengupta. So it's a very strong lineup. They've got very good bowling and also a strong batting lineup to the Prague Spartans. I'd say they're probably one of the favourites for this side of the draw. Interesting toss to win for VCC. I think they've got a lot to prove with their bowling. As I said, they have a very good bowling attack, very varied bowling attack, but just pretty awful in the last game. They want to prove a point. So it will be, looks like they're going to open with spin with the skipper, Venki, which is an interesting idea. Joe Cope, he didn't quite find his radar. The left armour looked good in patches and then bowled a lot of wides and full tosses. And that was the feature of the Vinarati innings, in the bowling innings. In the last, there's too many full tosses. Expected scores, you can see Vinarati 89, Prague Spartans 83. Average runs, that was last year, 101. Average runs for the Spartans, 74. I don't think it's going to be anything like that in this game. Spartans, they've only a relatively new club. They've been around for a few years, very well run. And they've got a lot of confidence in their side and a very talented lineup as well, as do Vinos. But I think it's up to Vinos to prove a point here. Vinarati side, and Venki, the skipper, will take the new ball. Bowling off spin. He's very tall, uses his height well. Let's see what the batting can do. It'll be Gunasekaran to face the first ball. This one's outside off. Hit to Sean Dalton there in the covers. No run. It's a good fielder in that position as Sean Dalton. In fact, some very good fielders for the Vinarati side. Votahasa and also Fred Heidenreich. Comes Venki again, and this one's on the leg side. Could be out, and he's gone. Well, that's a great start there for Vinos. And that took them a long time to get a wicket in the last game against Tigers, and they've got one second ball here already. And that's That's a good breakthrough. Well, the skipper leading by example, and it was straight, and it was missing leg, it was missing off, and it was smashing into middle. Great start here for Vinarati. And very disciplined so far from Venki. Brings out a new batsman. It's Vaishak. He's part of the Czech setup. I don't think he's been in the best of form. Has the number 3 batsman. They can put a bit of pressure on here, get a couple of quick wickets. Vinarati, I think they'll be difficult for the Spartans. The Spartans have a very, very good lineup, both with the bat and the ball, as I mentioned before, but an early wicket can rattle you. Here comes Venki, bowling to the new batsman, Vaishak. And good start, right on the money. Again, just poked down to that man, Sean Dalton, in the covers. Czech 7 is, as I said, a big hitter of the ball. Needs a bit of consistency though. Hasn't had the greatest form, but all it takes is one innings, and this one's, I think it might have been a catch. Sharp chance there. Shobat Bachi behind the stumps. It just comes so quickly, those. Bit of excitement. Comes Venki bowling again. New batsman, down leg side, put away. Wow, one loose ball in the over, and that changes things again. I think it's gone just for 4, bounced inside the boundary, and he did that last spell. Venki in the last game bowled 5 good deliveries and one loose one down leg side, and Vaishak was right onto that. Hammered it to the boundary for 4. See if he can come back here, Venki. Bit short, hit back to the bowler. They look for one, they won't get it. Knocked it down enough, did the bowler. Just to limit it to a dot ball. And apart from that one, as you can just see there, one loose delivery. Very good over up top from the skipper for Vinarati. It's going to be an interesting contest. I think there's not much between these teams in Group B. It's going to be a tussle all through this week. And Vinny, big start here for Vinarati.
Yeah, sure is. And yeah, they got the early wicket they wanted. You can see some of the batters, top batters. This is 2021 T10 stats, and Venkataswamy, leading run scorer, on display for the Spartans. Also watch out for Sachin Sengupta, not only with the bat but also with the ball. He was very good in the ECC as well for the Czech Republic national team. 18 wickets, that does include the ECC, so not just the ECS last year. And Jagan Everson, who you're seeing out there at the moment, he also features in the top 3 run scorers in 2021 in ECN T10s. Here is the start of a new over, and it's Yash Patel who gets a bit leg stumpish. There's no fine leg. This one's going to disappear. So 4 to start the second over. They double their score with that shot. Yeah, although it was a good start, I think that the return to pace hasn't worked well for Vinos, and the first ball disappears for 4.
Yeah, just down leg side. Nice shot, but again, poor bowling up top from Yash Patel. He'll want to bring that back. He's a good bowler, Yash Patel. Showed it in patches again in the last game. Comes in.
This one's driven away, and it's going to get through the field. Don't know if Dalton gets a little bit of a finger on that. It won't matter. It's going to be 4 anyway. It's a good effort from Hasa. He hurls himself at the ball, but yeah, nicely executed cover drive. Never left the carpet. In the end, it does get to the boundary for 4 more.
Yeah, nice shot that. And, just along the ground. And it's a pretty even start for these two teams. Big swing and a miss.
And it gets a bit carried away. As see, Prem Nandivada is out there. He's got a very interesting back of his shirt. I think we'll be able to see it at the moment, but he's got Prem 99 up the top. And he's got the number 7 underneath it. There is number 99 in this game. Aditya Rayaprolu. Here's Yash. Gets driven again. Nice looking shot. Well fielded by Goud. Oh, he's probably hoping that he was able to do that last game because things were tightening up between Vinos and the Tigers, weren't they? And it's just that misfield that gave away a boundary towards the end because the collapse was on. Tigers were cruising to victory, lost 3 for 1. That boundary just kind of made sure that they weren't going to stumble in the chase. A little bit short and pulled away, not right out of the middle, but I think this will be another boundary. So a third one for the over. And the Spartans getting away. I mean, you mentioned you thought that they were probably the favourites for this group, Danny. And at the moment, they've made a pretty positive start despite the loss of the early wicket.
Yeah, Czech is, as I mentioned before, has not been in the best form, but he's been very positive here. He's picked up a couple of boundaries, not really timing the ball as well as I've seen him, but encouraging signs. This one's going to be a wide.
Yeah, now it'll be interesting to see after this ball whether they go back to Venki in the third over. I mean, I probably would. I mean, he's bowled a good power play over. And I think even just the fact that the slightly quicker bowlers, I think the two batters out there enjoying the pace coming onto the bat, getting to a bit of a rhythm. Let's see what happens after this over, though. Just gone for 14, plus this. And, well, you can put probably 4 more to that. So this is another one which has actually gone all the way. And so Maximo, and a big bang to finish the over. This one went like a bullet, never went that high. And yet just carries the rope. So good eyes from the ump. Spotted that one went on the full. So 24 after 2 overs, 24 for 1. And that over went magical. Yash Patel concedes 20.
It wasn't a bad ball. It was outside off stump, just outside off stump, but he was onto it in a flash, was Jagannath, and it was a beautiful shot in the end, starting to get a bit of form.
Early days on the table. Vinarati, they won't want to stay on the bottom for long, and they'll be wanting to get some points out of the day. But again, Spartans are a quality outfit. You're seeing that already. Tigers, they'll be pretty happy to be on the top of the table after their first game in ECS cricket. But plenty of cricket still to play, of course, in Group B. We're just getting started. Moravian, they're going to join us on Monday for the first time in this series. Now, looks to me like they're going to go for Arshad Ali here in the third. So Makasham resisting the urge to bring himself back. They still are going for a slightly slower option. So Vinos will be wanting to snuff out this counter-attack. They can do that with the wicket. Nandavada will be facing up. He's on 9. It's in the air and hasn't really been middled. Gowd's after it and he won't be able to catch it. So once again, the over starts with the boundary. And that is actually 5 boundaries in the last 7 balls. It's 6 boundaries in the last 9 balls. So it does seem like Spartans making the most of this power play.
Yeah, it's chancing their luck, and it's been a pretty good power play. But that was a bit of a streaky shot. I think you'd find that in over 4 that would have probably been caught.
This one's full up and kind of angling towards the body of Nandavada, who just takes a single. I want to say hello to Helix in the chat. He set up the Tigers because he sees that they had a win. Well, he's a bit of a Glenelg Tigers fan. We worked out this is South Australian kind of local team in Australian football. So that's why I think he jumped on the Tigers. And, well, good time to jump on Helix. They were really impressive in the first game. They chased down triple digits against Vinarati, who were keen to turn things around. This is a full toss, which is just worked out to Heidenreich at deep mid wicket. He was the man that really got things moving for Vinos with the bat in the first innings of the day, as he ended up whacking a 43 after a slightly slow start. Yeah, I'll go back to that Tigers game in a second, but it was interesting how the innings played out. This is hit straight, and it's going to be 4 more. Well, once again, good power play batting, isn't it? Nandavada knows he just has to get it over the circle to get the value, and he gets 4 more. Moves to 18. And Spartans, after that early wicket, they are flying at the moment, Danny.
Yeah, they are, and it's been a good power play, and they're using the field restrictions very, very well, the Spartans. See if the bowler can reply.
It's to go again. This one's going to get past the keeper, and it's going to get past the backup man. It's going to be 4 byes, I think. Not an easy one because it was full and a bit wider. You'll see Bhatia doesn't quite get behind the line of the ball. Yeah, that's not easy. just end up going with your hands there. If you misjudge it, that's what can happen. So another 4 the total. I think he might go back after that as well, Shobit Bhatia.
Yeah, I think he's wise to do that. I know what he's trying to do, but can't afford these runs.
Yeah, it's a frustrating one. Last ball, the power plate coming up. Oh, it's a good one. The funny thing is, it might have been a stumping opportunity or potentially another 4 buys opportunity because it was a good delivery from Ali to finish the over. So at the end of the third, the score is 38-1. So yeah, here's the thing about that game. When I looked back at it, game 1, the game was kind of won and lost in the power play because the Tigers put on 40 with the bat in the power play. They only conceded 11. So you can see that even after a good start, only 4 off the first. The second went magical, 20 off Patel, then 14 off that over from Ashad Ali. Certainly setting the Spartans up for a good total. Let's see if they can go on with it though, because Vino's in each of the innings this morning, they worked their way back in after a bad first 3 overs.
They did, and he was the man who opened the bowling for them in the first game. This is Joe Cope. He's left armour.
Yes, they haven't bowled him in the power play, and it might have been about the fact that he was expensive in the first game when he bowled the 3rd over. So he has a bit more protection here, Cope, to get it right. Delivers a full toss. He has struggled with his length at times. He's just been kind of, what's the word? Inconsistent, I suppose, the word I'm looking for. He has bowled some good deliveries and does have the advantage of being a left arm. He can push it across the right-hander, potentially bring it back.
He's tall as well. She's got a bit of bounce out of this pitch and he's got a little bit of pace. I'd like to see him come off a slightly longer run.
Yeah, it's
Doesn't
well
really
bowled.
seem to be bowling with rhythm, but that was a good ball.
Yeah, you're right. Doesn't seem to have too much fluency when he gets to the crease. Shug's got a question about why do there seem to be more 4s than 6s here? Often it's the other way around. Yeah, I've got my theories about that. Danny, I'm sure I'll get your thoughts on that as well. First, let's watch Cope. Another full toss, and this one is probably going to be 4. No, that's a good stop out there. That's Voiter. Oh, he's so quick for a man. That's in his late 30s. Doesn't look it at the moment. He's got the energy of a youngster in the field. Does well to keep that to 1. Yeah, I think it's the fact that this field is probably as fast as we've ever seen it. You mentioned there hasn't been a lot of rain over the last couple of months. It's pretty hard underneath. I think it had a haircut before the start of the series as well. So they are getting value for shots along the ground. I think that's why we're seeing so many 4s. As this next one, we'll test the man at 3rd man. And we will make the stop with the boot. Would you say that's a fair assessment, Danny?
I'd say so. I think at the start of the week, last week, a lot of players were trying to hit over the top and trying to hit 6s. But then it was really apparent that any time it went along the carpet, it just would go to the boundary. And I think quite a few players adjusted to that. And just wanted to hit down the ground. It's got through Sid Gowd there. Arshad Hyatt has done well to come around from the long on position to cut that off. Good fielding in the end.
Yeah, I mean, that's really good backing up from Hyatt. And Gowd, well, let's just say, I think his heart was in his mouth when this one got past him. It was a repeat offence from Sid. Last ball, the over. It's cut away, and even Haas is not going to get to this one. So Jagan Everson finishes with a really nice back cut behind point. Absolutely cracked that one to the boundary. And it will take us to the end of the 4th over. Spartans, after a pretty quiet first over, the bats are swinging and swinging pretty hard. 46 for 1 after 4. And it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Danny Hudacek. Well, your guys, Vinarati, had a bit of a rough start to the day. And they've had a bit of a rough start to this match as well. But what they have shown in each of the innings so far is they can turn things around. And let's not forget Vinarati. They have been in the top 2 in the last 2 years in the ECS right here in the Czech Republic.
Okay, absolutely. And after a good start from Vinos with the wicket in the first over, these 2 in Prem and Vaishak have taken it away a little bit from Vinarati with some good batting. I don't think the bowling has been too bad this innings from Vinarati.
Yeah,
it's just been good batting, and they've taken full advantage of the field restrictions. It's going to change a little bit now. Arshad Hyatt is the new bowler.
He's the one that came on, took 3 wickets in 4 balls in the last game to really reverse the momentum. Let's see if he can do it here. First one dragged with a wicket, won't be a run here. And he well backed up as well in the throw. Yeah, I mean, I think you mentioned something there, which I didn't really touch on when talking about 4s and 6s, and that is the approach from the batters. I think they've seemed happy to go along the ground a bit more. So slightly different mindset from them. They don't try this time. This could be a chance, and it's Gowd, and he will catch it. But it's another fumble, but it's a good one this time. And they do say things come in threes. He does make a bit of a meal, this Sid, but luckily it pops up. And so Gowd is able to hold on to the catch. Look, he's normally a good fielder, and he does well to remove Nandavada from the equation. He goes for 20. The wicket, once again, goes to Arshad Hyatt, who's having a good morning with the ball. Prague Spartans are 46 for 2.
He's putting in the right areas, is Arshad, and he's very tricky, and probably the wrong shot from Prem. And let's see, with the field restrictions now, they can't quite afford to go over the top as much as what they did, and it'll bring a very good batsman out to the crease. Satyajit Sengupta. We'll see him with the ball as well, but on his day, he can really get a lot of runs. I'm surprised not to see Kranti Venkatasamy in yet. He's the destructive batsman in this Spartans lineup. I'm sure he'll be in soon.
Sport for choice a little bit, I think, and that's why they can afford to attack, I think, because they do bat reasonably deep. And I don't mind Sengupta at 4. He's a guy we've seen opening quite a lot as well. Just leans back and pushes this one away. Gets off the mark immediately. Once again, I want to say hello to a few people in the chat. A lot of people are enjoying Group B so far. Feels like there's some good energy about it. I think it makes sense because these teams have been raring to get into the action. I'm sure a lot of them have been watching the first 5 days intently. We go back to Hyatt. This is played back at no run. So hello to Jackson, to Phil G, who said, actually told me that lunch is on the way. Might have a cheesecake coming down here. So looking forward to that. Craig Hampson, hello to you. To Maiden Waters, to Stephen Roberts, and anyone I might have missed. Thanks for your input in the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. This one's pushed a bit too wide. Will be an extra. So yeah, if you have any questions or comments, keep putting them in the live chat. We love to hear them. Just like the one from Shrug, who was asking about the proportion of 4s to 6s. Why is it higher here? Grounds that are really slow. Sometimes it is easy to hit 6s than 4s. Swing and a miss.
That's in the past, I think that's been an issue here because it has been relatively slow, this ground, and it's only a fairly new ground actually, this one. It was developed a couple of years ago, and there's it's been a lot of work done on it. Comes Arshad again. That's going to be wide, and so it's been flattened. I know that there's been aerated as well, so some spikes going into the ground just to give the earth a bit of a breather.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, every time I come here, it just seems like things have leveled up a bit. I mean, even that second field's looking fantastic now as well. Similar sort of pitch. Anyway, we have the end of the 5th over now, halfway through the innings. Prague Spartans 49 for 2. Look, great over from Hyatt. He only concedes 1 and a wide in the over. So very, very tight stuff at the moment. The score 49. Double that, you get to 98. I do still think the Spartans will fancy themselves to get to 100 if they bat well. You see, listed Chargia next, but I think we'll see Kranti Venkatasamy next if they lose a wicket.
For sure, I can see him with the pads on there. Just a quick, I was going to answer Helix's question. Danny, is the pitch a concrete one or a hard-packed soil type? It's neither really, more the second. So Venky continues, and it's good fielding there from Joe Cope. It's actually, well, it's a matting and there's underlay, and under that is a clay surface, so it plays a bit like a turf pitch.
How thick is the clay?
I'm not sure. I can ask with it, because I know that there are. That's a nice stop. Chance for a run out, and he's got him, I think. Well, it's interesting to see. I think he had the ball there, Venky, but that's another big wicket. And he was looking in good form, was Vaishak, but. Top fielding there at short mid-wicket, and there's such a good position in this form of the game.
Well, the run just wasn't on, was it really? And, you know, even though I think Jangadeva tries to get going straight away, he labours during this run. And it was a smart throw to get it back to the bowler. You see, yeah, there was a bit of start-stop about it, actually.
Oh, interesting.
No, he always holds the ball there. I think he's always got it. And you can see that he grabs it, goes to the ground, and he's pretty happy with his work. Again, we'll look at it one more time, if there's time. But I don't think there's any issues here. So he grabs the ball pretty clean. He doesn't break the stumps first, does he? He grabs it. Yeah.
I think he threw it at the stumps.
Yeah, I thought he did, but he didn't. He actually held the ball the whole time. He just threw his arm so quickly.
Oof.
This next one, a bit of a loose shot, and it's going to get away. Don't know if there's a little inside edge on this or not from Sengupta. Probably was, I think. So squeezes out for a couple. So signs that the Spartans just maybe overdoing it a bit. I mean, that run out was pretty unnecessary. They have brought up the 50, but they lost the third wicket as well in the sixth over.
It was a pretty big wicket. He was done very nicely, was Fashak. And it's Venki making it happen again, the skipper.
Helix's question about the pitch is an interesting one. I'll touch on that in another second. First, Venki is going to get hit to cover, but there is a single this time. Yeah, so what this pitch offers, and it's one of my favourites in Europe, it replicates what a turf pitch does, I think, but without all the maintenance that goes into a turf pitch. So I guess it's a lot more economical, but again, it's not completely flat.
So it is a really nice surface. It's a brand new carpet from last year. It was just laid before the tournament last year, and there's stones, small stones underneath, and sand, and then clay, and it does vary depending on how much rain there's been around. Come back to that in a moment.
It's a bit pushed a bit too wide. Yeah, but it offers a bit of variable bounce, but not too much. Because too much isn't good either.
No.
Then you just got a bad pitch. You'd rather have it be concrete than that. And we've certainly seen pronounced seam movement as well with these brand new Kookaburra balls that get used in this series. This is in the air and it's hanging a long time. It's Goud. He's not going to make it this time. Clean pick up and throw, just a single. Yeah, so Terry in the chat has just kind of put that down in writing. Yeah, carpet underlay, 50 millimetres of clay, and a layer of larger rocks, a layer of small rocks. I think under that, you pretty much get the core of the earth. But it's a fantastic facility here and great cricket wicket. I really do enjoy it. We've gotten to the end of the sixth over, and so the score now is 55 for 3. And let's just see how things go in the last 4 overs. Looks like they're bringing back the tall left armer Joe Cope here in the 7th.
Yeah, I think if Joe Cope can get this right, he can be a very, very good bowler for Venerati. He's got good height, decent pace. He's just been struggling with his line and length a little bit, but he's a type of bowler I think that can, if he can get it all right, it's just going to trouble any of the batsmen in this this half of the draw. But just been a little bit inconsistent so far. It is the first game.
And nice to see some of the chat, which is continuing about the pitch. And Terry also saying the hardness about is a bit dependent on the weather, which is true as well. And Chris Pearce is piping in saying dug by machine, laid by hand. Well, yeah, there was a lot of manual labour element that goes into it as well. But I think that once that work's done, then you're kind of a bit more protected from the weather. I think it requires less maintenance day to day, which I think is really important. And I think that Europe in particular, the countries that obviously don't really have the resources to put into a turf wicket, I think they can look at their wickets that have worked like this one, and I just think it makes for a slightly more balanced contest. I really like it. And gone are the days that I've thought that artificial cricket isn't real cricket. See, this was a run out, which unfortunately cost Spartans the wicket of Jagan Everson. Just a slight technical delay at the moment.
Just going back to Chris Pearce, I know that he's done fantastic work with the Cricket Academy here with all the juniors in the Czech Republic. He and his wife Renata, but he's also instrumental in developing this ground. He's the one who was the brains behind where to put this this ground, because it was moved from further to the right. It was further right, and also just the whole mechanics of the field. And he's stepped aside with the maintenance, and it's actually the skipper here for Venerati, Venki and Shub, who you might see a little bit later on. Big fast bowler for Venerati, and Pete Vincent has done a lot, and I think Shobit, the keeper, does a lot here with the ground. So it's a good team effort.
Yeah, it looks brilliant. And yeah, keep the comments and questions coming in the chat. Apologies for the slight delay. And yeah, Chris, that's interesting. Yeah, I had heard that before, that the ground had been moved slightly. Do you know what was behind that? Is it just so we could fit a second ground in here? Is that what it was, or is it the particular topography of the area?
Well, what it is that there's a good area here. The Banks field was moved down slightly because it was going into the neighbouring golf course straight, and also the other field was just behind it, and you can still see netting over there where the ball was being hit into the what was the construction site. It was at the construction site for the golf course, and they weren't very happy about it. And also, I mean, with some of the big hitting you see, especially from players like the Beast, sure. It was quite often that you'd have to go into that area, and often it was locked as well.
Yeah.
So it's a much better positioning for the field here.
One of the nicest cricket facilities I've seen in continental Europe, I've got to say. The fact that you can have 2 games concurrently as well, it brings a bit of a sense of community as well when you just have more people at the facility, which I think is really good, and you will see that on league weekends here. And especially when you have these kind of tournaments as well. I mean, potentially, I know there's other cricket that goes on here during the year. If you have, for example, a local T10 tournament or maybe a softball tournament or something, you can just get more going on at once. And so I really think it's good. I know it's a little bit out of the city, but still it's not that far. I mean, it's not that inaccessible either. You're probably around about maybe a half an hour drive from the centre of Prague, and I know it probably takes us about 15-20 minutes in the morning. And, well, looks like we are ready to go again. So let's get back into the action. Apologies for that slight delay, but it will be Joe Cope who will start the 7th over. Starts with a decent ball, and it might bring him a wicket, or will it? Oh, it's just out of the grasp of the fielder there, Ashad Hyatt. He's been really good today. He's been using his legs a lot. And, well, just couldn't quite get that in his grasp. I think they scramble back for... In fact, they just get the one there in the end. So that's pretty good fielding by Gowd. Back him up. Here's the next delivery, and it is straight across the bat for a dot ball.
It's a good start in this over by Cope. That's just the right areas he wants to be bowling. And as I mentioned, I think he's going to play a big part in this Vino's side this week. Yeah, big left arm. This one's down leg side though, and that's, well, just when you big him up.
Yeah, well, that's a Gundy ball, as Rico would say. And the result is 4 runs. Doesn't have to do too much. It's outside his hip, so he just turns on it, and he does get a boundary. So after a decent start to the over, Cope, unfortunately, getting it wrong with no protection at fine leg. That one was always headed to the rope. Yeah, also, as mentioned by Czech Cricket in the chat, that now both fields are both big enough for T20 internationals. So that's another factor, isn't it? You'll get some more of these bigger tournaments. I know you have the CE Cup, the Central European Cup here, a little bit later in the year, which I always enjoy watching.
Oh, it's rubbish there from Cope, and after first couple of balls being right on the money, he's just lost his line. Yeah, the other limitation here, and it's surprising for something that we'll come back to it. Oh
dear, that'll be a no ball, I think. Yeah, this one certainly too high. Well, let's distract from that delivery and go back to what you were saying, Danny.
Yeah, one thing that might be surprising to listeners out there is that there's no water supply here. So we're a bit limited, and especially it's mainly with the pitch, because the pitch needs watering when there's long periods of dry weather.
Free hits, one missed that.
Then he gets it perfect.
That's right.
But it is an issue. I know there's a water tank here that with a bit of a supply, but yeah, you need a lot of water to water these fields.
Yeah, for sure. This time, this is a really good shot. Step hit, Maximo. Sengupta on the march. He's after Cope. And that's not easy to do to a bowler with the height of Cope. He does get good bounce, but Satya, wow, he just seems so balanced despite being on the move. And he goes Maximo. 6 runs, takes the score up to 70 with the ball remaining in the 7th.
Lovely shot that, used his feet beautifully.
Funny, this one missed it, the free hit, and he whacked that. But anyway, this one might be gone. Oh. No, doesn't quite carry. He was a little bit late on that. As it will be. It will be 71 for 3 at the end of 7 overs. Have a look at this. Here's the other thing about Cope. He's a pretty big unit. I think Sengupta saw where the ball went. Had to manoeuvre around the bowler. So Cope, yeah, bowled some good deliveries in there, but again, just couldn't quite do it consistently. 15 come off the 7th, 71 for 3. As we look ahead to where we will be over the next couple of months. We are into June, hard to believe. And from the middle of the month, we'll be in Hungary for a week, then Austria for a week. And by the end of June, we'll already be in Italy. And looking forward to 5 weeks there. In fact, there's 4 qualifying weeks in Milan, Brescia, Bologna and Rome. The best performers will go into the Super Series, which is also in Rome. It's week 5. The winner of that will go to the European Cricket League, which is the Champions League of European cricket. Only the best country and the best clubs in every country will go to that in February or March 2023. When we get to August, it'll be time to visit Germany for 4 weeks. And we start with 2 weeks in Dresden. I know it's not too far from here. And then we'll be in Krefeld at the National Performance Centre there for the second half of August. And speaking of Krefeld, we will be bringing you some T20 international cricket next week, actually. That's a pretty exciting development as well. I know that there's a tri-series between Germany, Austria and Sweden. Of course, we just spent a month in Sweden, so I'll see some of those players featuring. And yeah, looking forward to that series, which starts next Thursday, or this Thursday, I suppose now. And the final will be Sunday, a week tomorrow. All right, let's get back to the game at hand here. 71 for 3, as it looks like they can bring Yash Patel back into the attack. Yes, Spartans, after a good start, just being slowed down a little bit. And it's been the story of the day for Vino so far, trying to claw things back in every innings. This is going to be a chance for a run out, and half an appeal, but I think he gets there in the end. That's amazing. They got a run there. I think they probably go the wrong end, although I think maybe what happened is that there was a slight obstruction from the bowler. You see they just kind of come together and give it a fist bump. Let's see if we can get a look at what happens here. Yeah, he does get in his way, despite that he gets out. So he gets out of the way, I was going to say, in time for the batter to make his ground. So yeah, I mean, 3 overs to go. Spartans will want 100 plus. Vinarati will want the exact opposite. I think that's what we can expect.
We haven't seen it from Venkataswamy. He's a very explosive batsman. And his one's hit quite well. And that's 4 runs. He hits the ball very, very well on both sides of the ground. So I think it's ideal for him at the moment. Just got enough runs here with a 70 odd, and he's got a bit of free rein as well.
Yeah, that's just good placement there. A lot more cloud cover of late. I'm surprised we haven't seen Gowd with the ball yet either. For Vinarati. Goes after this, offside, but it could be trouble. Is straight down the throat of Hassa, and he drops the sitter. Well, you won't see that too often. He had almost too much time. Now there's almost an overthrow. I think they'll just be happy with the 2 in the end. Well, I would have put my house and probably your house on that, Danny. That Voida would have swallowed that. Instead, he regurgitates it, and it results as a lucky 2 runs for the Spartans.
He took it too easy and just popped out. He's not going to be happy with that, Voids.
Now, next ball is flat batted, and that's a really good bit of fielding. How he plucks that out of the sky on the bounce. Tell you what, Arshad Hyatt's having a brilliant day for Vinos.
He's a good guy, Arshad. He's a university lecturer, is Arshad, I think, in economics, and a fine cricketer.
I don't think he could believe that he stopped that either. And now he might have another opportunity. He has to do the same thing again, but this one tests him a bit too far. And same direction, different result. As Patel struck to the boundary again, and the Spartans are on the march here in the 8th over.
That's a nice shot there. 2 dangerous batsmen out there for Spartans. And Yash Patel is taking a bit of stick in this innings.
Question from Shrug in the chat. Once again, appreciate all the questions in the live chat. I'll wait for the end of this over because it's coming to a conclusion. It's a pretty good shot though. Once again, it is whacked, and I think this is okay from Voita Hassa.
I think he did very well.
Yeah, he grabs it and he makes sure to get rid of it just before the foot comes down on the rope or over. So I think they want to have a look at this, but yeah, my instinct, I think and yours as well, Danny, was that he is okay. We'll slow it down about here. So it's only that last foot.
Not sure if he was stepping on the line, on the rope actually.
Yeah, is this step here, is that on the rope or not? And here's the thing, you can't see the heel. So
I think it's okay.
I think
I had a good view of it here, right on that angle where he's running around.
it's a bit inconclusive because we can't see his foot. It's not made of glass. But
Vinny, were you in Hungary last year?
I was in Hungary last year. I think that's probably normally the benefit of those goes to the field. Just going back to that one, 'cause I know they're still trying to make a decision on it. In the end, let's see what they've scored it. I'd probably give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. And I still don't know what it is. We'll let you know shortly. It'll be either 85 or 87 off the 8 overs. They've given it as 2. I think that's probably a good decision in the end.
I think so. Yeah, you were in Hungary last year. It was a fantastic series. That was probably one of my favourite series to watch, apart from the Czech ones, which I've got an interest in here with knowing all the players.
Yeah, true. Let's just wait for this 9th over. And again, run a bit behind, so we'll get out of the way and we'll get back into the action. It's going to start with a decent bit of striking there, straight down the ground. Maximo time, 6 to start the 9th.
And Vinny Sandu there doing the fielding.
Well, my backpack was. Anyway, it was coming straight to me. That was a good bit of ball hitting, wasn't it? Yeah, that Hungarian series was amazing. It had, well, certainly 4 teams anyway that you felt were very, very even. And that's where we'll be in just over a week's time. So you had the Royal Tigers, who have kind of been the dominant force there, but they've been splintered a bit by some new sides over the last few years. United Chalard, UCB, we call them, as well as the Blinders and also Cobras. And very highly entertaining. Even the Blizzards, who were the 5th side, they were big underdogs. They were the Blinders' 2nd team, essentially. Pulled off one memorable victory. Here is another diving stop. It's going to be bowled in by Hyatt.
Oh, direct hit.
Accurate bowling. That's probably the longest bowled it'll ever do. And so I'm looking forward to being back there again. I had a question from Shrug about the commentary for next week in Germany. It won't be Charlie, although I'm sure you'll hear a bit more of Charlie before the end of the year. Ujwal Gadaraju, who has done some commentary for us last year, because he is in Germany. He is right there on the ground. So he is the man that will bring you the series. I think you'll enjoy listening to Ujwal. Okay, this is hit straight, hit pretty hard. And Goud, well, the more things change, the more they stay the same. And we're under attack at the moment in our commentary ice cube. That was just a good flat drive, hit hard. And Goud, unfortunately, he just arrived there a little bit late. And now, looks like the score just continues to climb with that one. It's up to 97. And this is hit pretty well, but it's hit straight to the fielder, and it's taken, really well taken. That's Fred Heidenreich out there, who had to take it low down, and this was motoring, Danny. But Venkateswamy, you mentioned, he's the man that could move the game along. He sure did with 24, but he has to go off his 11th delivery. The score now 97 for 4.
Yeah, good catch. That is safe as houses out there is Fred. And I think this game's really in the balance. Got a good bowling side, the Spartans as well, so Pinarati have to bat well to get there.
Yeah, they will. Here's Sago Reddy, who is coming in the number 6 position. And I think he will enjoy this situation with 8 balls to play with. He swings hard at the first one. He might not last too long. This one is close to the fielder, but it falls safely. And they'll grab a single in the end, off the mark, and Sengupta will get the chance to go after the last ball of the 9th.
He can hit the ball a long way, Ken Sagar. He's been a good player for in the Czech leagues, mainly with Prague Barbarians. And it's a very good addition to the Spartans team.
Oh, Sacha on the march again. Geez, he's played that shot so well, and he does get it over the fielder. Maximo! Sacha with some magic once again. He went walkabout. And the thing I like about it is at the moment of striking the ball, he's actually in a really good position and he's pretty composed. And that one brings up the 100 off the last ball of the 9th. The score is 104 for 4. Spartans building a pretty impressive total here in match 22.
Lovely shot that. And we saw it before as well. Uses his feet really well. Going back to Hungary, you know what my favourite things? I did some commentary down there a couple of years ago, for, which was great fun with meeting all the locals and getting to know people down there. And my favourite thing about it was the lunchtime goulash. We didn't get it very often, but it was absolutely delicious.
And actually, we ate a fair bit of Hungarian food when we were around where we were staying last year. And yeah, I've got to say, I was a big fan. Problem with the Hungarian series is our hotel, because there's no hotels really near the ground. It's about a 40-minute drive. But we were right in the centre of the action there. Wasn't getting a lot of sleep, if I'm completely honest with you. Here's the start of the last. And they have brought back Ashad Hyatt. They've waited quite a long time to bring him back. Bowled the 5th and only conceded 3. And then, yeah, I mean, things have kind of gone off the rails a bit lately. 48 runs off the last 3 overs. And once again, we see a batter advancing. This time it's ready. He'll just keep it to a single. And so we'll get to see Satcha out here now with 4 balls to play with. I think he's probably going to try the same kind of shot. It's been working for him. Here's Hyatt. Good contest. A bit of the Watusi there, as it was a bit of a fake step away. But in the end, Sengupta not able to get too much in the middle of the bat on it. Moves to 28, but he's batted well as well, hasn't he?
Yeah,
He's a guy I think maybe you can open with him, because in the power play I think he'd be really effective. And he was in that position before. He's pushed a bit too wide.
Did open for the Spartans last year to good effect, and yeah. Going back to Hungary just briefly, the year I was there was the year of the destroyer, Stefan Gooch.
Stefan Gooch, 6 for 2.
6 for 2.
Still the best bowling fix. It's going to take some beating. Oh. The day will come where somebody will take 7 wickets. We didn't see it last year. In fact, we've never seen it. There's a couple of times we had, I think, 3 or 4 6-fers last year, but of course to keep them to 2 as well is pretty impressive. We had a 6 for 3 last year. Ashok Bishnoi in Malta. There's a couple of balls remaining now. It's hit to wicket. I think they'll probably think about 2. Now they will, as an afterthought, and they're going to get away with it. Although almost willing to sacrifice Reddy there, weren't they? And just to get Sengupta back on strike. I think the throw goes to the wrong end, if I'm honest. He had a chance to gun Sengupta down. As it is, he moves to 30.
Shrug saying, is this Sagar ready from the chat? Maybe. I'll have to have a chat to Sagar between innings to see if it is.
I don't think so, because I just tagged him. As we see a swing and a miss. And so it does bring things to a conclusion. So they're going to end up with 110 on the board. Prague Spartans. That was a pretty good late charge by Sengupta, who got a bit more of the strike towards the end. He finishes on 30 and ready with 3 to his name, but really 4 batters getting amongst it. 4 batters reached 20 plus and showing a bit of the depth about their order, Prague Spartans. So I know you like as one of the favourites here in Group B. And it's your club, Vinarati. They've got the work to do, but let's be honest, we saw 100 plus chased down this morning. Could we see 110 chased down here in match 22? They are going to bat very well, but they do have some players to do it. I mean, you think about Heidenreich when he got going this morning. Also, Dalton's been in good form. Didn't quite show his best form this morning. But I think it'll be really interesting, so stay tuned. Right now, we're going to go back to some of the highlights. Spartans, they were asked to bat first, and they said yes, please, although Marcus Scheim with the LBW in the first over, we thought maybe it could be a decent power play for Vinos. Ultimately, we saw a bunch of boundaries in the second and third, as once again, they were expensive early on. Although they did pull it back somewhat, I think the Spartans, they'll be happier of the 2 teams at the halftime break.
Yeah, they will be. But, I don't think there was too much wrong with the bowling from Vinarati for the most part, compared to the game against the Tigers, where they were terrible. And but you just can see the difference in the quality with the batting with the Spartans. There's some top-line batsmen, and they've got a very strong bowling attack. They're very well balanced. So it's going to be a difficult task for Vinarati to get this total, but they're capable. They do have good batting lineup, but some very good contributions for the Spartans. Satyajit Sengupta doing excellent work. Bashak also getting a little bit of form, getting run out there, but and Prem at the top. Naveen missing out, and Kranti with a few runs as well. With a great little contribution. That was a beautiful shot there from Satyajit. Used his feet really well. So, Spartans, as I said, I think they're one of the favourites for this this side of the draw. It's not a sight you see very often. Drop catch from Puitahasa, and brilliant fielding there again from Ashad Hyatt. So, it's going to be a great run chase, I think. And if they can get going, Vinerati, I think they need a better power play than they did in the last game. It was only 11. They lost a big wicket in Sid Gowd. If Sid Gowd can get going, and they can keep hold of their wickets in the first 5 or 6 overs, I think Vinerati have got a pretty good chance of getting there. It's going to be a tight result, but there'll be some good bowling coming their way from the Spartans. You see here the scorecard. Gunasekharan didn't trouble the scorers. It was a good start for Vinerati, but then everyone else really getting into the runs. 20 from Prem, Vashak, 21, then Sengupta, nice 30 off 16, and Venkataswamy, 24 off 11. And a few extras, mainly buys, a couple of wides, but 110 for 5, 111 to win. It's the number that Voitahasa has on his back. Nelson, 111. So have a look at the bowling, and it's a good start up top from the captain Venki. Yash Patel expensive, as will most of the rest, except for that man Arshad Hyatt. He's had a fantastic day with the ball, taking 2 wickets just for the 9 runs. But Yash Patel, Arshad Ali, and Joe Cope getting hit pretty liberally by these Spartan batsmen. So we're going to be back shortly to this lovely ground here in Prague to see if Vinerati can make the 111 they need to win this game against a very good Spartan side who is seeing for the first time in this competition. So look around, I see Phil G's at the ground, so I'm sure he'll be on the YouTube chat as well. So we're back in a few minutes' time to see the second innings of this game between Prague Spartans and Vinerati, and I'll see you very soon. And welcome back to this FanCode European Cricket Series from the game from the Czech Republic between Spartans and Vinarati. Pretty good total for Spartans, 110. Will it be enough though? They've shuffled their pack a little bit, have Vinarati, Arshad Hyatt there on the non-strikers end. I think it's Fred Heidenreich will be opening the batting. They're going to look to pump up that score from the last power play they had, which is only 11 with the loss of 1 wicket. And it'll be Niraj Tyagi who'll be opening the bowling. Good solid bowler is Niraj, doesn't get much wrong. It'll be a good test for the batsman. Comes in and just swipe, it's called a wide. So they've changed the batting lineup a little bit here. In fact, it's Voita Hasa who's opening the batting with Arshad Hyatt. Niraj comes in again. Big swing and a miss. Gets a good bit of movement, does Niraj Tyagi. Clever bowler. Very consistent. As you probably tell, with Voita and Arshad in, they've just been put in by the skipper as pinch hitters. They want to hit some runs early over the top in this power play. Vinny, welcome back. And that's another wide.
Yeah, so you won't want to concede too many of those, no doubt. Tyagi, nice to see him with the ball again. He's one of the better bowlers, I think, that I've seen in this format of the game. Yeah, look, I quite like this decision to open with these two. They were the kind of busiest, is probably the word I'd say. They were busy, the way they went about their partnership. So they've just decided to put them out there from the start. Voita struck the ball really well in the first game of the day. And Hyatt, well, he ran himself off his feet. But I think that's the kind of urgency you need to put into the innings early. And you've still got those batters down the stretch in Heidenreich and Dalton, and a couple of others. So I do like this, because you can't really sit on your hands for 3 overs when you're chasing 111 for victory. So you know that these two have the same approach. I think they could see a few runs in the power play. Of course, if they were to get out, that hurts them as well, because they're the kind of things you need in the middle towards the end of the innings as well. But particularly the running, I know they didn't hit a lot of balls maybe in the first 3 overs of the day, Vinarati, but didn't seem to be that urgency there, which these two I think will have. Here's Tyagi. And this is nailed straight, and this is hit pretty well. It's straight, long, strong, maximal. Hyatt swung and missed at the first one. He wasn't going to miss the second one. He's off the mark in style. And there's a statement of intent from these Vinarati openers.
It's really his day, isn't it? Arshad, not much going wrong for him. And sometimes when you get those days, he's taken quite a few wickets, including 2 in this innings, only for going for a couple of runs. Great fielding, and now he's brought it with a bat.
Now pushed back and goes for a tight one. So we'll get there. Yeah, I mean, that's also good decision making. After a 6, he doesn't get carried away. Often you see batters kind of just getting more and more and more and more aggressive until something breaks. As it is, he went after that one, and now he's kind of happy just to score off the next one. They'll be looking at getting 11 and over. So with that single, they move up to 10. So they've almost got what they need here. And Hasa, he will face the last ball of Tyagi's first over now. It's a pretty good one, and just doesn't play down the right line. So a bit of a mixed bag in the first over for Tyagi. He concedes 10. It's 10 for no loss after 1.
Yeah, good start for both teams in a sense. It's only just that a couple of wides there from Tyagi, and the one that Hyatt smashed back over his head for 6. But Voita Hasa has missed a few. I think you're right. It's a really good move, bringing these two in, because they will have a big swing at the ball, and if they're kind of expendable, Vinny. Yeah. You know that that's the way they're going to bat, and if they get away with it and Vinos get off to a flyer, then that'll set up some of the other more correct batsmen in Sid Gowd, Sean Dalton, and Fred Heidenreich. So good move.
It's a brave move, I think, to make such a drastic change to replace both openers. But I think they're not dead; they're still there to use. And I think you're exactly right. A decent start. Let's see if they can continue it. Good bowler coming on, Satya Sengupta to bowl the second. Gets hit straight and does get past the stumps, allows a single. Yeah, so Satya is a guy that we saw mainly in the Czech national team for his bowling, and we saw him in the European Cricket Championship in September last year. I thought he did pretty well in that tournament. Took 10 wickets. Here he is. And he gets hit down the ground, and this one, well, it won't be stopped in the end. It was an awkward bounce for the fielder that was coming across from long off. And once again, a good straight hit brings the result. Another boundary in this power play.
Yeah, it's a nice shot, and Vaishakhi's a good fielder, but he copped her on the chest. It was very nice shot there from Voita. I like it. I think Sengupta is the type of bowler who'll bowl in his hitting zone. I think he'll pretty much. I think he'll like this. Voita.
Sengupta won't want to be too predictable. This is a decent ball, and it's in the air. Spoons for an easy catch, and it's taken. So Sengupta with the immediate reply as Hasa goes 4 and out. And Vinarati, he knew they were going to be attacking in this power play. And unfortunately for Hasa, he doesn't stick around as long as last time. He goes for 5, and the score is 15 for 1.
Yeah, that's when I bigged him up. But he is a good bowler, Sengupta. He was a late replacement in that Czech team, actually, for the ECC. Samira Madagranga, I think, pulling out at the last minute, and he came in, opened the bowling, and got a wicket with his first ball. And I think he did that in a couple of innings, getting a wicket first up. I think he was instrumental in the win against Italy.
Yeah,
very, very good bowler, and you saw him. He's handy with the bat as well.
Yeah, sure is.
Letting you know how strong the Czech national team is with their batting lineup. You saw Satya here getting some really good runs, using his feet really well. He's batting number 10 in Malta.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I said. He's in for his bowling, but he can hold it. He played some really nice shots. He's got the ball in his hand now. And first ball gets past Fred Heidenreich, who we did see in the number 3 position last time, but he was in early. And just swung and missed it. Plenty of balls early on, that's all. But once he found his feet, he was brilliant, scoring 43 in pretty quick time. Got to say as well, it was a good catch by Aditya Prolu at point, even though it was straight to him early in the over. Still got to hold on to them. This one off the inside half of the bat. Heidenreich gets off the mark. Again, they've lost a bit of momentum in this over that they had after the first, and even after that boundary early on. They'd want to be 22 over after this over. They're 16. Maybe Hyatt is thinking of a way they can get to 22 at the end of the second over. Again, he's got to go after a good bowler here. They've decided to put long off back and mid-wicket back to him. Oh, he tries and he misses, and he's a bit lucky to still be there. It is the end of the second over. Pretty good one from Sengupta. He grabs the wicket of Hasa. The score now is 16 for 1.
That's a good counter punch there from Spartans. That just got over the stumps.
Yeah, bit over, bit outside the off stump, I think. Or maybe it's straight over the off stump, but regardless, you see there's some good bounce in this pitch. Sengupta, he delivers for the Spartans in the second. Heading into the third over of the power play, let's have a look at the table. Spartans, this is their first game. Vinos, they certainly don't want to go 0-2 and be bottom of the table tonight. That won't be a good feeling. A team that we did see make the final in each of the last 2 ECS tournaments here in Prague in 2021, 2020. They were a bit disappointing in the ECN Czech Super Series, which was in mid-2020. They had both the Rossos and the Biancos playing in that, but failing to qualify. But yeah, so far, game I suppose in the balance, but 1 or 2 good more overs from the Spartans, and I think that run rate required will be pushed up. But they do have a man in Heidenreich who made some good runs earlier today. Here's Chagi again. Edged and dropped. It was a tough one behind for Varun Mehta. And significant deflection. He does react to it. I think it just comes off the end of the gloves. So Chagi induces the edge. But unfortunately for Mehta, he couldn't hold on behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's just that reaction. Didn't stick. Saved 4 runs though, 3 runs at least. But not bad effort from the keeper.
Oh, well, next ball's a wicket anyway, and Chagi knocks back the top of the off stump, and he gets a big wicket as Heidenreich, well, he just has to watch on, and unfortunately, he's lost a partner here. And so Vinarati now, they've lost 2 in the power play. They are 18 for 2. And once again, Chagi creating chances. And this one just goes straight through the batter.
Yeah, just not the right shot there. I don't know, sort of going back to a ball that probably should have just fended down, played forward to.
Now, Heinrich kind of missed a few of these balls today. Normally they're outside the off stump. You see with his footwork going away to leg that just stepping away and kind of leaving the stumps exposed, because he does play that a fair bit away from his body for a ball that hits the stump. So Chagi, I mentioned I like his work with the ball. He's been watching the start of the tournament. He's been in the YouTube chat a lot, I know, Niraj, and he's been itching to get out there. That was a nice one. Seaming back a bit off the wicket, I think, as well. So 18 for 2. And Sean Dalton comes to the crease. So he opened in the first game. Sean didn't have a lot of the strike. And in the end, he fell late-ish in the innings for 12 or 14. Let's see if he can get something going here. Been really good comeback in this power play from the Spartans. We mentioned Vinarati. Their first 3 overs in each innings today, they've struggled as it is. Power play not setting the world on fire, although they will move to 19 as Dalton gets off the mark. Spartans, they got a bit of pep about them, don't they? They've been raring to get out there. Vinos, they've got the task ahead of them here.
They're a very good side. They are wearing their KFC strip.
Yeah.
You can see.
I know that you said that reminds you of that particular brand. What I will say is a few people think they look like Power Rangers as well. In the big flying V's on the front. Good outswinger, but clipped away pretty firmly to deep mid wicket for 1.
They need a partnership here, I think. Vinarati, Sean Dalton, he's a good batsman, very correct. And if he can find gaps, he'll get lots of 4s on this ground. And he runs well between the wickets as well.
You know that Hyatt's going to run hard for you as well. He'll just keep doing that. He's a bit of a rabbit between the wickets.
Best runner in the village.
Nice for the power play. Chagi pulls another decent one. Just gets dragged to mid-on where Naveen Gunasekaran does the fielding. It's the end of the power play. Vinarati are 21 for 2. Well, 10 came off the first. And then just 6 and 5. So coming back well. And also 2 wickets falling. 1 in the second, 1 in the third. So far, Chagi's done the job. Sengupta, got a feeling they might keep him for the end. No, I think maybe he's going to bowl out here in the 4th. I suppose after that wicket, it was just 0-1-0 in the second. So they've decided they're going to try and grab another wicket or 2. An attacking move. You see the Spartans, they're well ahead now in their WPC. 83% chance of victory. But Dalton's one man. If he clicks, maybe they can get back into this game, Vino. And Hyatt, well, he's having a very good day. He's been the go-to man to turn things around for Vinarati. But yeah, already that run rate required just slowly been creeping up towards 13 and over now. Here's Satcher. Good start. Hyatt just works it away for 1.
Yeah, Sean Dalton, he's good down in that area. He does prod it down towards the gully area quite well. The man in this Vinos lineup who can really change the game is the former captain Sid Gowd. And he missed out, got a first bowler in the last game. So I think he'll want to correct things.
Yeah, true. He'll be disappointed about that. I'm sure he's itching to get out there and have another go as well. But I do understand why they went with the openers they did. Because they put together a really productive partnership in the first game. So sometimes in this T10 tournament format, I think just go with the guys that are hot at the top. Whether you think they're regular openers or not, as it is. I think now that's going to scramble through for a couple. Most of the work there was done by Dalton. He came back to the danger end. Yeah, so Hyatt's an interesting one because he does run hard, and I think of him as a bit of a scrambler. But when he launched one, he was able to clear the boundaries with ease as well. So it's just a matter of his decision-making here. You already saw him hit a really nice straight one early. And he's not going to hit anymore because he misses this one. And Setcha Sengupta, once again, he delivers. He's got a wicket in each over now. Hyatt, well, he went for the big shot. Unfortunately, this one sneaks between bat and pad. And so now a 3rd wicket for Vinarati. In a bit of strife here, it's 24 for 3.
Sneaks between bat and pad.
Oh, snuck in. Well, you don't think
I
that's a
don't know.
sneak?
Well, he plays one way, Arshad. He swings hard at the ball, and technically it was between bat and pad, but let's have another look at it maybe.
There was a fair bit of space. You'll see what I'm talking about here. Yeah, it was a moving bat. I'll give you that much. Nothing too defensive about that stroke from Hyatt. And, yeah, Sacha, they decided to bring him back. I thought maybe they would have kept him till the end, but it was an attacking move. And now you see that he's removed both openers and the score 24 for 3. And here's the man who we're talking about, Sid Gowd, who's coming out in the number 5 position. He's coming off a golden, so he's on a king pair at the moment. I'm sure that'll be in the back of his mind at least. Helix has called that a windy whoosh. It's probably exactly what it is. All right, Sengupta to Gowd. He will get a run here. He'll feel a lot better after that, Sid. He's had a bit of a rough morning, hasn't he? A couple of missed fields and a golden duck. Even the ball he caught, he actually dropped first.
Yeah.
But you know, he can turn a game. So again, all of that'll be forgiven if he can get Vino's back on track in this chase.
Well, this is the partnership now for Vino's with Heidenreich back in the sheds. He's the other key batsman for this lineup. Sean Dalton hits it down the ground. Just be a single.
Yeah, well fielded down there.
We talk about the big three of different teams, and the big three I think with the bat are definitely Sid Gowd, Sean Dalton, and Fred Heidenreich. Strobit Bacek can play nice shots as well. Pesky left-hander does change the angle a bit, but it's those three.
Well,
you
want to change the game, that's how to do it. I mean, Gowd has gone whack, and he wasn't afraid to go after this, and I suppose it's a little bit leg stumpish. I thought it was pretty straight, but Sacha, well, I don't think he was expecting that. He's on the march. It was a similar kind of shot that we saw Sengupta playing, actually, but that was absolutely whacked. So Gowd just needed a run, and after he got 1, he got 6, as it takes us to the end of the over. It's 4 overs down, 32 for 3. Once again, it's great to have your company on the European Cricket Network. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Danny Hudacek. Treated some nice weather as well, a bit of overnight rain, but things drying out. And right now, the action's hotting up in the middle, because if they can put a partnership together here, Vino's, they can chase this down. It's a big chase, but they'll want to take some points out of this first day of Group B.
Look, absolutely, and they're very experienced cricketers, these two. They've both mainstays of this club, and this is a vital partnership. And they can get Vinarati over the line because they are top batsmen. There's quite a bit to go in the lineup as well, but this partnership is key.
Importance of partnerships. We talk about it all the time. Start of a new over, and this is Gunasekharan, who is going to continue. And yeah, importance of partnerships on one hand, the importance of getting the key batters at the top of the order for the other team. So, pretty nice shot to finish the over from Gowd. He's on strikers end now, and he watches a wide, fly past his partner, Sean Dalton. So I think, you know, with these two there, you mentioned Sean is a bit more of a technical player. And so I think his role here will be just to kind of turn the strike over to Gowd, and Gowd can do the heavy lifting.
There is a gap, big gap behind point. He likes that area.
Very fine third
Sean
man.
Dalton.
Yeah, you're right. And that's exactly where he goes here. Well called by Danny Hudacek. And this one is going, and it's going along the rope. So Dalton gets his first boundary. And you just feel like a bit of a change in momentum since Gowd's arrived at the crease. This time it's Sean Dalton with a nice cut shot for 4.
Stephen Roberts. Robbo is a good mate of mine. He's just replied to Shrug about where Sean Dalton's from. It's not Timothy Dalton, Robbo. It's Sean Dalton. He's from South Africa.
I think he's got dual nationality.
Maybe.
That's my feeling. Just remember reading that about him. I'll just check before I say something wrong. He's South African / Irish. So maybe a dual passport holder. Anyway, I suppose both countries can claim him and both can disown him if he doesn't do well. It's right now, you mentioned that cut shot he likes. He does have that gap there. Still, Gunasekharan comes in. This time he goes leg side, hits it pretty well, and this will be 4-2. As the fielder can't get off his feet. He offers the feet Niraj, but this one flies past him. So Vinarati haven't had it their own way at all this morning. It seems that a lot of the time things have been going against him, but this partnership is very promising at the moment.
Yeah, it's a nice shot there from Sid Gowd. and he can hit big runs. And to all parts of the ground as well. He's strong pretty much everywhere.
16% on the win predictor. Let's keep an eye on that, because if these two stick around, I think you might see that heading north. Swing and a miss. In fact, it's not missed, it's edged, and unfortunately Gowd's going to have to go. He just got a bit carried away, didn't he? And so, unfortunately, he gets a little edge. He's playing all across this one. So Gunasekaran, after getting a bit of tap, he has a perfect reply as he removes Gowd for 11. The score is 42 for 4.
Yeah, definitely played the wrong line. That should have been played through the offside, and Sid Gowd just getting a bit carried away.
He's a long way away from his body, and it's a long way outside off stump to try and hit it to leg stump, to the leg side, isn't it? And you see, he must have been a little feather through to the keeper. This time, Mata, much more simple opportunity, which he pouches. And disappointment, just as we were talking about the importance of partnerships, this one ends. And although they seemed like they moved the game forward a little bit, they put on 18. I mean, it didn't last too long, just 8 balls between wickets ultimately. As we see the big man, Joe Cope, come to the crease. Well, he certainly looks like a guy that could clear boundaries. He's known a bit more as a left-arm pace bowler who had a bit of a rough time sometimes this morning anyway. But let's see if the man from Nottingham can turn things towards Vino's once again. Left-hander. 42 in the first half so far, which leaves 69 in the second. Less whatever they can grab this ball. So that run rate required is certainly pretty substantial. Swings at this one. Don't know if it's a wide or not. I think the umpire cannot see this ball. That's what I think. Because, I know we'll get a look at this. I think he's asking for help because Gunasekaran runs right into his eye line. So, I mean, can do this in this kind of situation. Look at the bowler. And so, I think it's probably just okay. But the bowler is run straight in front of him. And he's not made of glass. I think it will be okay in the end after clarifying that. It's good officiating, really, because you don't want the bowler to get away with one.
No.
Because he's in the way of the umpire doing his job. So it'll be the end of the over. The score is 42 for 4.
Likewise, Vinny, if he went up for an LBW appeal, I don't think that he could have given it.
Yeah, and I don't think the umpire would have been asking for help. I think he would have been saying pretty forcefully, get out my way.
Yep.
So especially the umpires are under the microscope as well. So, I mean, the bowler's responsibility is to get off the wicket, the same side that they bowl. As it is, only 3 wides in the first half, and they've been pretty good. They've survived a couple of little kind of mini rebellions from Vinarati of the Spartans. 10, 6, 5, 11, 10. So some decent productive overs in there, but none that have really gotten away from them so far. And now you're going to see a change of bowling. Sagar Reddy will be into the attack in the 6th. And a pretty good ball first up. What we have seen as well, and even looking back at Group A, and particularly United yesterday, is that when the bowlers have bowled with better control, they've got wickets, they've got results. Some of the bowling has been wayward. I know it hasn't always been easy conditions with the wind, but you know, when bowlers put them on the right spot, they typically have had a good time. And that first one from Reddy was right on the money. Next ball is just dragged out to long on for 1, where Sengupta does the fielding.
Yeah, Sergei Reddy's been around the traps here in the Czech Republic for quite a long time. A former barbarian as well, now playing for Spartans. He's was pretty quick back in the day. Now he's bowling, I think, better, to be honest, because he did kind of spray them a bit. But now he's just off a shorter run. This bowls a good line of length, and this one could have picked him up a wicket, and it has. And that's what I was saying. Good line and length, and quarter point there, and Cope, the left-hander's out.
Yeah, it's a disaster for Cope, really. He ends up going for a duck. And, well, he won't look back too fondly, I think, in his first day in ECS cricket, as he just kind of plays down the wrong line slightly. It's off the outside half of the bat. I think he knew he was in trouble. I think it was good bowling, because I think it does actually move off the pitch a little bit, maybe hitting the seam. It was a pretty simple catch, wasn't it? So it's a nice bit of bowling to get Cope for 0. The score now 43 for 5. And it was Prem Nandivada that took the catch. Again, a fairly simple one, but so far, the Spartans, maybe except for that tough one from Mata, they've held their catches, taken their chances, and that, of course, will win you a lot of cricket matches.
They're a good side, and they look pretty comfortable out there. Not, just quite relaxed and doing what they need to do to win this game. Vinarati, it's going to be a difficult way back for them now, losing 5 wickets.
Interesting stat, and probably pointless stat. In 3 of the last 4 overs, they've lost wickets on the 3rd ball of the over. And this was the 3rd ball of the over once again. They got Cope in the last over, the 5th. They lost a wicket off the 5th instead, but they have lost a wicket every over for the last 5 overs now. This one's sliding down the leg side. So Saini, who's into the side, he gets his opportunity at number 7. And the problem here is not only do they need to stop losing wickets, they need to score and score pretty quickly. That rate's gone over 15 now. Look, with the field the size it is this year, that's why I think it's important that the boundaries are where they are, because there is a road back for Vinarati. They're going to have to back out of their skins from here. Saini will get off the mark with a single to deep cover, or maybe 2. And well, this throw, I don't know where that's gone. That's gone to the other field. They do get 2. And a bit of a sorry from Gunasekaran.
It's a good arm.
It's a good arm.
Threw it a long way.
To try and get it straight up. That missed the mark by about 15 metres.
Didn't quite do a Ben Bolton-Smith, if you remember that from
Your
last year,
Ben Bolton-Smith. I've been waiting to see Ben. Not on the side today. I think we'll see him at some point during the series.
He managed to throw it from the deep sort of cover, mid-wicket area.
Deep mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Just wait for that because it's the end of the over. Score is 44 for 5, or 45 for 5 now, pardon me. What I will say is, yeah, he threw it from the boundary and it almost went over the boundary on the other side. It was a really powerful throw.
Got a good arm.
And I think he slipped as he threw it, but he still kind of went through with the throw. That's what I remember. Anyway, hello to you, BBS, if you are watching. He's a lovely guy off the field as well. All right, so 44, I was correct first time, 44 for 5 after 6 overs. There we go with a new over. And this looks like Raya Prolu, who's going to continue, and he continues with a big wire down the leg side. Yeah. Vinarati, I know they've got a few players that we haven't seen today that could move the needle a bit, in particular Kyle Gillam. I know that he's in the squad. Left armour.
Shubs as well.
Yeah, that's true. Run shoot Chowdhury, who, again, haven't seen today for Vinarati. And Bolton-Smith another, which we were just talking about. This one will be through for 4. Well, sometimes when you're trying to work your way back into the game, you need a bit of luck. Gunasekaran, he's had a bit of a rough couple of minutes out there. This time, pretty regulation stop, but he can't deal with it. And a boundary from nowhere for Vinos.
That's a nice shot there from Sean Dalton. That's what he can do. And this is, as I said, this ground really suits him because it's pretty short boundaries and pretty lightning quick. This one's
going to go for this
4
one
as well.
Yeah, well, in the end, it does get another 4. Well, the win predictor says there's no pulse for Vinarati, but tell that to the batters. Because back-to-back boundaries. Look, all you need at this stage is a magical over, something 20 plus, and you've got the rate back down to maybe about 2 a ball at this stage. Look, they are running out of time. That brings up the 50 now for them in the 7th over. But now we have seen them, and it is possible.
Well, it's up to this man, Sean Dalton, now. Just tuck that one around the corner for a single.
Yeah, recognised batter still there in Dalton. You mentioned he is strong on that offside. He's hit both those two really well. I know the first one should have been fielded, but still, it's good batting. And Saini's got his role to play as well. At a bare minimum, he needs to get a 1 and get out of the way. He won't be able to reach this one, so that all helps. Now we'll know. The win predictor comes back from 0. It's like when you have to do the CPR, you know. You're down to 0, but maybe you can breathe a bit of life back into this game with a few more boundaries.
Get the paddles out. Bowler again.
Get 1. Oh, okay, there's a fielder there. So that's probably a good reason not to. Blended into the house behind. I would have been run out there. Anyway, it's the next one from Saini. He's facing. And it gets dropped. It gets dropped straight to another fielder on the bounce and almost a run out. Well, there's action. This one was a pretty tough return chance. See, It was dropped, but then did go to the other fielder. And then this next one will be a simpler chance, and this time it will be taken. So if at first you don't succeed, try again. Raiprolu did get a simpler opportunity next ball, as Thiney couldn't really get going in this innings. He ends up as the 6th wicket to fall. It also finishes the 7th over. VCC look like they're going down, but they're going down swinging at the moment. The score is 55 for 6.
Just looking at the lineup for Vinarati, they still have a bit of batting to come, actually. Venki, the skipper, is I think coming in now. In fact, it won't be. It's Yash Patel.
Yeah, Yash Patel.
But Venki was batting high up the order last year, and as is Shobat Bhatia hit a 50 already in the league. So I'm puzzled why they're not in.
Yeah, well, they do bat deep. That is true. Let's talk about the next game. It's a bit of a Prague derby. Well, there's a few of those in this tournament. Barbarians Tigers. It's the first time we've seen the Barbarians in this tournament. They're coming up in match 23. Tivendra Singh, for me, is a big key for them. Probably will open the batting, and also he will be behind the stumps for Barbarians in that next match, which starts in just over half an hour's time. Look, and they're playing a Tigers team. They're going to be chock full of confidence in the next match. So they had their win over Vinarati this morning. Bit of a surprise, if you say, even though they've got some players that look pretty good, but they haven't played really at this level before, and they were ready for the contest. 8th overtime, and now we're seeing Naveen Gunasegaran again. Yeah, so Barbarians, what do you think we can expect for them in this tournament?
There was a bit of a schism last year with Barbarians, where the whole club, just an internal thing, sort of split. And you see a lot of the Barbarians like Sabun Divisi and Sagar Reddy, Sahil Grover, who moved away from Barbarians. It's going to be called a wide. And what it's done is that Devendra Singh, who's the main thrust now behind Barbarians, has really got them working as a unit. So what I think you'll see is a good team performance, and we've seen with United in in Group A how good a team performance and well, that's out. It's caught behind, and that's the end of Sean Dalton. So
Gunasegaran, he has bowled some good deliveries, and once again see Dalton trying to play that kind of favourite shot behind point, but he can't catch up with a bit of extra bounce, I think, from Gunasegaran there. And Mita, I think he's kept pretty well, despite had put down that tough one earlier. That one was a kind of awkward one because it was on the rise to him, but he kind of adjusts to it. So yeah, the wheels are well and truly off now, as Dalton, he was a bit of a mainstay in this innings. He nicks behind for 19 and the score 58 for 7.
Going back to Barbarians, that's what I think you'll see from Barbarians is good spirited performances. I think they've got a lot of talent as well, and it's mainly their leg spinner Murali, who has not been doing much with the ball, but he's been in sparkling form with a bat.
Yeah,
so
listed at 3, I think, in the lineup.
Yeah, I think they'll be very competitive with Barbarians.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing that against the Tigers, who brought a lot of belief to their clash this morning. Here is the captain, Venkatesh Margashayam now. He gets off the mark with 1. I'm sorry to say, but it seems at the moment they're just going to be playing for net run rate here, Vinarati, because this has gotten out of control now. So I know it's always so deflating, and you can feel a bit flat coming out of this situation, but they need to try and at least get something like 80 or so. With the batting they've got, they can probably do that. This one swung and missed at by Yash. And
we saw in Group A how Burma misfired throughout that week, and they came back with a good win in the end, and they're a good side. And I think it's a little bit the same with Vinarati. They've just misfired today. I don't think they've got their bowling right.
At least they've got time to turn things around. Still 6 matches, but it has been a disappointing start. So this one will be called wide. Also, yeah, mentioned some players to come back in. That might kind of spur players to do their most to get it available and get in the 11. I know in the European Cricket Series, you're not dealing with professional cricketers. There are competing interests of work and family issues and stuff like that. But you're a very, very proud club at Vinarati. Here's the last ball of the over. Big wild swing and a miss from Patel, as he won't score. Their score now on the board is 60 for 7 after 8.
Yeah, it's gone a bit flat here, this game.
Craig Hampson called it ages ago. He said it's all going a bit pear-shaped, using the pear emoji. I think he saw it coming, And the writing was on the wall, wasn't it? Sengupta was excellent, though, 2 for 17. Gunasekaran, 2 for 15. Also Chagi, 1 for 15. Look at those top three. And then the bowlers that have come on and bowled the follow-up overs haven't really let the game get away either. So a pretty good team performance so far from the Spartans with the ball. They're going to go back to Rayaprolu for a second over as he starts the 9th. Thick edge and fielded. So just a single, unless this is not backed up, which it isn't. Some extra yards having to be done. Eventually he'll get there. Yash Patel, he seemed to run through the crease a fair bit, so he had to make up that ground on the way back. Well, Helix in the chat saying there's not enough jacks to put the wheels back on. I did say the wheels are off, but I think the chassis is still pretty strong for Vinarati. Well, this is almost another opportunity for Meetup, but it's going to fly away for 4. Well, this would have been a real humdinger if he caught this. One thing I've noticed about Meetup, and every time there's been an edge, he seems to be moving to his left and has to change his momentum, even though he's held a cover. See how he moves that left foot to the left, his left, and he's just wrong-footed. If I was to give him a little bit of advice, that's my position, is I'd actually try and actually start a bit more left so that instead of fighting yourself, you can kind of go towards... Oh, he's given this, and so Magashayam is wondering what's going on. The umpire's heard something. Now I've got a feeling that's a bit of a rough one. If you're going to cop a rough one, this is probably a good time to get it. He's nowhere near that, but I think, and now it's been changed. So I think I might have just had second thoughts about that. I don't think it was a lot to do with the reaction. It seemed like a more genuine, what are you talking about, reaction than actual dissent. I think this will be a wide then, because it hasn't. If it's not out, it has to be a wide.
It must have clipped something for a sound. So it might have clipped a thigh pad or something, Vinny. I'm not quite sure, but
yeah. The thing is, I don't think it was close to the body at all. So I just think it's, to me, it either had to be out or a wide, because they might have decided it was off the body, which I think the pictures will tell a different story. It probably doesn't really matter at this stage, so it'll say 66 for 7. Now they'll get the wide anyway. Strange one.
Yeah, it was a really strange one. I don't know. Anyway, I don't think it's going to have any difference on the outcome of this game.
I don't think so. I was going to say, if you're going to get a bad decision, it's a good time to get one, because I think the game's probably gone. Pitched up this time, and we'll get a single. Yeah, those ones down leg side, it is one that can fool your judgment sometimes, because it seems like it can be bat, but more often than not, it flicks the body.
Just feeling a couple of drops of rain here, Vinny.
Yeah.
It's been hit out to the offside for a single.
Hopefully it doesn't stick around. Yeah, more often than not, seems to flick the body, or even that one seemed to hit nothing, but you can get noises when you're trying to clip off your pads. You can clip your own pad. There's just a lot of moving parts to that shot, so it can create noises. It can kind of fool people into thinking there's an edge. This is hit pretty well. Some work for deep mid wicket. Chagi out there. Can't prevent the 2. Interesting over with a few controversial moments.
Yeah.
It's the end of the 9th, and 71 for 7 as we head into the last over of this match.
It's pretty well run there. They went early, and said I'm not sure why Venki hasn't batted himself a bit higher up the order, and why Shobet Bhatia looks like he's might be coming in next.
I just want to be clear with that last decision that was reversed. There was no technology that was used in that. I think the umpire, sometimes this can happen. You can make it an impulsive decision as an umpire, and then you can kind of have a bit more of a think. And I think he comes across to his colleague to buy him a bit of time, and when he thinks about it, he comes back to a different decision. And this next one is almost catchable, and well, he ended up getting under that one. They're going to pull a really tight 2 out, and they're going to get there. Any advances? Just the 2. Yeah, so what I was going to say also is probably the lesson there is don't make decisions so quickly. But I also think it takes courage to reverse a decision if you've considered it more. So I don't actually think that's bad umpiring. Some people will say, okay, he's made a bad decision to start with, and so he should just stick to it. But I think that it takes courage to reflect and then come to a different decision that you think's more correct. So credit to the umpire there for the way he handled that one. He ultimately gets it right.
Just brought it down to that short mid wicket sort of area.
I'd be saying he could have been more correct if he called it wide. But yeah, so I mean, Vinos, they've got the day off to think about things, don't they? Before we see them embark on the rest of their campaign. They can probably use the time, I think. See Sangaredi bowling this over. And this is going to be a boundary. So nice shot. He did bat very low, Margasham, didn't he? Well, that one has gone quite a distance past the rope. And so a welcome consolation boundary as Vinarati move up to 78.
Yeah, they've experimented a bit with this batting lineup. Saw Fuidasha and also Arshad Hyatt at the top of the innings, which I think was a good move. And I think you agreed with that, Vinny. But then their big three just didn't get on with it. But Venki looking really good here. The skipper looking for two, won't get it.
He gets chased back to the bowler's then. Well, Vinarati, in fact, they've got Monday off as well. So that's their off day. So, yeah, it hasn't been a great start, to say the least, to their campaign. But they have basically 2 days off to kind of think about things. This is a wild throw off balance from close distance. I don't mind that. Reddy chasing the run out. And we'll give away an extra. And, yeah, always getting to the end of this game now. But the other thing is the other teams will have points by then and they'll feel maybe a bit more pressure having games in hand. But they will have to chase teams down into the 4 and beyond. They'll be hoping. So here's the last ball of the contest. It's not a bad shot. Probably just the one. And no thoughts for a second for the batters. So they will finish 82 for 7. Vinarati just not able to put a partnership together really in response to the total of 110 from the Prague Spartans. And the Spartans, well, you said that they look pretty strong and they were your pick maybe to top Group B. At the moment, they've sent a strong message to the competition. The final score here in match 22 is Prague Spartans 110, Vinarati 82, a 28-run victory to the Spartans. And Vinarati, like I said, they'll have to go away and try and work out where it all went wrong today. We will see them again on Tuesday.
Yeah, it's a disappointing day for Vinarati, but a good start to the tournament for Spartans. See how good they are. And, very strong with both the bat and the ball. Quite a good, energetic team in the field as well. That's a good start to their campaign. Vinarati, a couple of days to think about things. I think they'll come back strong. And we haven't seen the best of them for sure. But as you can see, the Spartans boys getting together, waiting for their 12th man to join in the group hug. Very good effort, both with the bat and the ball. I think they took vital wickets at the right times, did Spartans. And they couldn't really get going in the way they'd like to have. I think the early wicket of Fred Heidenreich, who could be destructive, played a big part of it as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think we have an interesting one coming up as well. Barbarians into the competition. They've got some pretty strong players. You mentioned they're playing as a unit. Vandrasi been making runs lately for them. We'll see his spin, but also probably see him number 3 position. Johanna Hoke and Devendra Singh listed to open, but they will be bowling first. So the Tigers will probably get to see Imran Butt and Zahida Hussain first up for them. They were brilliant in the chase against Vinos earlier today. So both these teams, I think they've got a point to prove, and the Tigers want to prove it's not a fluke that they were able to beat the top division side, Vinarati, in the first match this morning. That match is coming away in about 20 minutes, just the other side of our lunch. But before we get to lunch, we're going to get to some of the highlights of this chase. Vinarati, it wasn't an easy one at all. 111 they required. Although they made a pretty positive start, they decided to put Hasa and Hyatt out there first up. They had a bit of luck early. Certainly they took an attacking approach to the power play. That one was a really good one from Hyatt. Got absolutely nailed. Ultimately, the wickets would start to fall, and once they did, Vinos, they just couldn't put too much together. You saw that the keeper, Varun Mehta, was busy, but all in all, it was a pretty disciplined bowling performance from the Spartans. They seemed to put out these spot fires as they looked like they might kind of turn into something a bit more sinister. That big wicket of Heidenreich was a big moment as well. And Vinos, well, they'll be disappointed to have no wins out of their games today.
Yeah, absolutely, but all credit to the teams they played. Tigers this morning and then Spartans. They're both good outfits. And Vinarati, just I think a little bit of ill discipline with the ball in both games, and just not quite getting it right with the bat. Especially in the second game, the pressure was on straight away. chasing 110 for victory.
Tell you
Misfield
what,
there.
there are a couple of moments in this game, and I think, like that one from Gunasekara, and be pretty happy it didn't happen in a different situation. Just ask Sid Gowd about that. But you see, Mate, I think he actually kept really well for the Spartans. He couldn't quite gather that one. You mentioned that subtle positioning thing. I think he's probably starting a bit too far outside off stump and having to constantly move to his left. That was almost like a throwing the toys out of the cot type of throw, wasn't it, at the end? But it wasn't accurate. Ultimately, it was the Spartans that put the runs on the board and defended well, beating Vinorati by 28 runs in this one. And Vinorati, you mentioned they played with their batting order a little bit. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing as they're trying to find the right combination. I didn't mind them going with Hasa and Hyatt, who were hot in the first game. Ultimately, it didn't really work out. Dalton ends up top scoring with 19 off 14. And Margashayam, the captain, coming in at 9 and did look pretty low. And he, okay, the game was dead by then, but still hit the ball pretty well. 15 off 8. He scored as ultimately Vinorati would fall fairly short of the target. 8 wides in the innings, and so that's probably par for the course. I do think that's one area the Spartans may feel they can tighten up a little bit, give a few less. And looking at their bowling, I did mention it was a good team effort. You look at all the bowlers there. Okay, Ray probably the most expensive, but I mean a lot of those runs were when the game was already won. All the other bowlers in the teens off their 2 overs, and all 5 bowlers picking up wickets. 2 for Sengupta, 2 for Gunasekara. Really, Prague Spartans, they've sent a pretty strong message to the competition in match 22.
Yeah, they're a very good solid side. Our Prague Spartans, as I mentioned, I think will be really up the top of this this division. But I don't think there's too much between any of these teams so far that we've seen.
Yeah.
I think on their day, all the 3 teams we've seen could win. We see the Barbarians strolling in.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them, and they're not too far away, Danny. I'm going to get stuck into my pie, thanks to the Down Under. And when we return in about 15 minutes, we will have match 23 here on a breezy Saturday afternoon. Well, it's breezy, and the cricket is easy, and hopefully you're enjoying your day. We'll be back shortly with more cricket on ECN. It will be the Barbarians and the Tigers going toe-to-toe in the next fight. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Danny Hudacek. We'll see you shortly for more cricket from Prague. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Vinoj, just north of Prague in the Czech Republic. It's time for the second half of the day as we head into the afternoon session. It is time to say hello to the Prague Barbarians for the first time in this series, and they will have their first match here in match 23. They're taking on the Prague Tigers, who had a really good performance in their first match ever in ECS. That was the first match of the day where they upset Vinos. Vinorati, they were soul searching a bit after that. Let's see what happens here at the toss for match 23. I know that Charles Croucher is with two teams. Let's see. The coin toss is on the way.
Okay, your call.
Head.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
We will bowl first.
Bowl first.
So it is Prague Barbarians that win the toss, and they've sent in the Tigers. That doesn't surprise me at all because the Tigers openers were so good in that chase. At least they'll have to go out there and bat first, and hopefully the Barbarians, they'll be thinking they can maybe catch both the openers out early and restrict the score. But the Tigers were real surprise packets this morning, weren't they? Vinorati, a much higher ranked team playing in a higher division, and even though the Tigers are a Division 3 side, they didn't play like one. They didn't play scared at all. They actually set it up with a pretty good bowling and fielding effort early. So this time they will have to defend. Let's talk about the Barbarians though. And for me, Devendra Singh is always the key to their team. He can do a good job behind the stumps, also a key batter. Then depending on how good a series he has, I think he holds the key to their performance here in Group B. Danny Hudacek is in the commentary box, and I think he's had his lunch now, thanks to the Down Under, and we're ready to get into the afternoon session. Match 23, the toss has been done and won by the Barbarians. They will field first. Let's get ready for some more cricket, and let's enjoy this weather on a beautiful Saturday in Prague.
Thanks, Vinny. I have enjoyed my lunch. No pie today. A couple of delicious pork and fennel sausage rolls from the Down Under. Welcome back to everyone to the FanCode European Cricket Series here from the Czech Republic. Interesting game here between Prague Barbarians and Prague Tigers. Players are coming onto the field as we speak. And Tigers had a very, very good win first up against Vinorati. As we see the lineups here, and Italy, those two up top, Imran Butt and Sahadat Hossain, will be opening. Some good batting in the first innings, especially Sagar Hussain, very, very impressive. But for Barbarians, they've got a good lineup as well. Look at the third man there, Vandrasi. He'll be good with the bat and the ball, been in sparkling form with the bat, known as a leg spinner mainly. But, some good performance there for Barbarians. And Devendra Singh, the skipper, he's got them going as a good unit. And so there'll be a very competitive game between these two. We'll see how good Barbarians are in the first few overs, because these two up top, Imran Butt and Sagar Hussain for the Tigers, are vital for their innings. If they get one of these two early, then Barbarians might steamroll the Tigers. But it is going to be an interesting contest. I don't think there's too much difference between the four teams that we've seen today. A lot more to see from Vinorati as well. And we haven't seen Moravians yet, but I think Spartans probably the favourites for this group. But on the day, I think any team so far that we've seen could beat any other team. It will be Vamshi Matasetti to open the bowling. Interesting move. Coming off a short run. He'll be bowling to Imran Butt. Here we go with the third game of the day. And first ball is a big wide from Matasetti. Interesting field. Only two players on the leg side for Barbarians. They want to get this wrong. Comes in again. And it's another wide. See the plan for Barbarians, but at the moment it's not quite on target is the bowler. But if he gets it too straight, there's a certain 4 runs on the leg side. That's going to be wide again. And as we heard in the first game. Tigers applauding every run. They are a third division side. They do have 2 teams in the third division, but I don't think that really reflects the quality of this team. This one's a good ball. Gets it right that time, does Mataschetti. Just outside of stump and beats the bat. That's the line and length he wants to be bowling. It's going to be difficult to pierce that field as well, even though the ground is very quick and it's hardening up as well. The sun we've been getting. It's Mataschetti and, oh, good ball again. And Imran can't quite get to that one. It's been fantastic after those 3 early wides from Mataschetti. He needs to stick to that line and length. Another one, he's got it pretty well there. Got a half volley, did Imran, and that's how dangerous he is. I thought at one stage that it had got to the fielder. He pierced the field, and that's 4 runs. Lovely shot. It was in the air. There's a man at short cover. There's a man deep, and there's not much space between them, but he found it. How can the bowler reply? And again, really good ball. Bit of a grunt as well. What a good performance. First up, the Barbarians. They're a proud side. I was a Barbarian for many, many years, as was Phil G. And Terry O'Connor, who you might know. This one's charged, but no run. It's a very good side. Changed a lot over the years as Barbarians. Still proud to be next Barbarian though. It's bowler again. And this one's clipped well on the onside. Does well the fielder, just to limit it to 1. Only 2 fielders on the leg side. There's one straight. That's Vandrasi, who I mentioned before, who'll be key for this Barbarian side. And then another at square leg, but lots of gaps out there. As you can see, the top bowlers for Barbarians. Vandrasi there, 5 wickets. Pundia not in the team today, and Devendra Singh as well is the wicket keeper. Don't think he'll be bowling too much, but for the Tigers, the batting, it's Sagar Hussain who does a lot of the heavy lifting. Aman Bhuyan and Al Mahmood as well. Not listed there is Imran Butt, a new addition to the side. So very good up the top of the innings. We haven't seen much yet from Sagar, but he hit a beautiful 50 against the Vinarati side in the first game. Just shifting the field around as the bowler, and he's taken that man from deep fine leg to regulation third man. Again, no one on the leg side, only 2 players really. Lots of gaps. He'll have to get this right, and he doesn't. And that's chipped over the top, and that is 4 runs. Well, that's what I was saying. I know they're bowling to a plan, our Barbarians, but if you put it anywhere near the stumps, it's just going to be clipped away on the leg side. It was a safe shot in the air. Nice shot there from Imran, and he's looking in that area again, and they're not changing anything, the Barbarians. It's a dangerous ploy. No pace on the ball from the bowler. It's not a bad ball. Dragged it down a little bit, just a single. Keanu Nolan saying a lot of Prague derbies. Well, that's true. Helix, how many teams are there in Prague? Well, most of the teams that we'll see in this tournament are from Prague. Come back to that in a moment. But it's a wide. There have been a few regional teams come up recently. Brno, well-established team in Brno in the second city. Moravians are also from Brno. We saw Pilsen Guardians in Group A. But apart from Moravians, all the clubs here in Group B are from Prague. There is also Česká Budějovice, who's not in this tournament. They're from city down a little bit further south. This one's flicked over the top. That's 4 runs again. Nice shot there. Get a bit too straight. Imran just with a bit of a flick of the wrist. That's another 4 runs. And I think they've got to really change this. The Barbarians. Devendra Singh, I know he's bowling to a plan, but that's not what these bowlers are giving him. A little bit frustrating, I think, for Barbarians. Comes in again and uses his feet well. It's a good ball, no run. So yeah, that's I think probably answers your question, Helix. All the teams were based in Prague. Brno started a few years ago, then left the league for a little while and came back in. It's going to be 4 again. Uses his feet well there, Imran, and they're racing along are the Tigers. So there are a couple of other teams as well in Prague, and then some of these sides have multiple teams within the competition. Now 3 divisions in the Czech league, which is amazing considering that it hasn't been that well established. Not for a it's not a long history of cricket in the Czech Republic. As we see the standing so far, Prague Spartans in the lead there, a big win over Vinaradi, and also the Tigers with a win over Vinaradi. They top the table at the moment. We'll see a clash between those 2 teams. In fact, it'll be Barbarians and Spartans after this one. Comes bowler again, and that could be close. And it's got him. Not sure if that's bowler or LBW. I think it's LBW. Lost that a little bit. It's a bit of confusion, but I'm pretty sure he's given that LBW. I heard the noise of the stumps going down. I'll just have a look at the replay. But either way, it's out. Just kept a little bit low. And that's what I thought. I thought it might have been bowled, but absolutely 100% plumb. Did kick the ball away, hit him on the back foot. See the ball nearly hit the stumps and he kicked it away. And that's out. So first wicket down. It's a big one. It's Sagor. Scored most of their runs against Vinaradi. And brings in the general manager, Hasanat, who got a first bowler against Vinaradi. So he'll want to correct that. Not rest on the shoulders of Imran Butt now. He's been in good form. 23 after 2 and a bit overs. They have lost their first wicket. Fishing for that one outside off stump, the batsman. Madashedi is, when he gets it right, he's a good bowler. After those 3 early wides. Comes in again. And again, good shape going out. He's trying to find the ball outside off stump is the general manager. Persisting with this field, but nice and tight here from Madashedi at the moment. And as I speak, he bowls a wide. At least he's not getting it too straight. The one he did get straight was missed by the batsman. And it's lucky because it's probably heading towards the boundary if he'd got a bit of bat onto it. Comes again. Bit of an appeal. And not on. It's going to be a leg by. Which will bring Imran Butt back onto strike. Be a big wicket if they can get him. And Madashedi's bowling pretty well. It's a good appeal. Hit him outside the line of off stump. Comes again. Oh, good ball that. Rolled his wrist over it. Nice take from Devendra Singh behind the stumps. Devendra Singh made his Czech debut in Malta recently. Did very, very well behind the stumps. Good keeper, good leader as well. And a nice finish to that over by Madashedi, and a pretty good spell taking a big wicket, only 9 runs off his 2 overs. And after the power play, Prague Tigers 1 wicket down for 25. So, Vinny, welcome back. What do you make of the start from Prague Tigers?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what we expected. They were going to go out there and be pretty attacking. And difference is, I guess they have lost a wicket in the power play, which we didn't see before. The overs of 8, 15 and 2. So the wicket really slowing things down. We had the wide the leg by after that 4-dot ball. So Matachetti finishing his spell pretty well. His figures end up as 1 for 9. So, yeah, it's going to be a test. I think ultimately we're going to see the Tigers' middle order in this innings. You just feel like we will. So it'll be a good sense to see where they're at. They did lose 3 quick wickets towards the end, but that was so far towards the end of the innings that we didn't see too much of them. And, yeah, you can't just rely on 1 or 2 batters to get you through a whole tournament. And this one is going to be no ball. And it's going to go all the way for 4. It's going to be no ball and 4 byes. This one was pretty full. If it's past the stumps, even if it's off the pitch, it should just be a wide where it bounces. Let's have a look. As, yeah, it just really goes, doesn't it? I think that is a no ball. That's a good call. And that's pretty rough on the keeper and the slip because it hits that edge of the pitch area. It bounces pretty unpredictably. So free hit coming up. This is Rungta. This will be another extra, so the free hit will stay in play. He's just getting some good movement here, the left armour. He's one of those guys that swings it the opposite way than you'd expect. See how it just drifts right to left. And that one does the batter, the general manager. There's another big swing. And the 5th dot ball. A bit rough that no ball off the pitch goes down as a dot ball against Hazenut.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost a full toss. And there is a bit of protection out there. Don't think he'll stop it, and he won't. That's 4 runs. And Rahul Rungta, he is getting good swing out, but that one just a bit full and dragged from outside off stump.
Yeah, he seems like a difficult bowler to actually play this shot to because he is getting that kind of unexpected, if you like, swing. But now you should be expecting it. I'd be tempted to try and slash away behind point. I think even if you get an edge, I know there's a guy there for it, but good luck to him. If you go hard at it, it's going to fly away. We know that's a fast part of the ground. Oh, and I've absolutely done it. Like it in it. It's exactly what he's done. I said there's probably no chance of that fielder taking an edge, and he does. That is the mocker of all mockers, isn't it? And you've got to hand it to the fielder in that position. As it is, Rungta, he looked like he couldn't hit a barn door at the start of the over, but he's come up with a big wicket. The Tigers lose the second. It's 35 for 2.
It's well bowled. It's getting a lot of movement. I understand why he's got a slip in there, Devendra Singh, and a very good catch. So
that is typical, isn't it? I suppose that's why I'm not a batting coach. As it is, the Tigers, now we will see a bit more in the middle order, you feel, as this is Russell Mia coming out at number 4, 35 for 2. And one thing that I will say is any bowler that can move the ball off the straight, they're going to cause problems, and sometimes problems for themselves. Had a bit of trouble controlling the swing, but yeah, a couple of deliveries have been spot on.
Yes, when he gets it right, he's getting a lot of movement, is Rahul Rungta.
In my defence, the slip was a lot closer before the ball before. He was about 5 metres closer. Now you see a new batter struggling to deal with it now. Yeah, so when the slip was in a bit more of a traditional slip depth, I thought, well, he's never catching on. I will still own it though. The man in kind of pseudo slip did hold on to it. Jeez, it was a good catch, wasn't it? I mean, it was flying away to his right. It was Rohit Goyal that takes the catch.
He's got his line of length just right now, and it's tricky because normally you do see left armers. They'll put the ball back in towards the right-handers. This one's been hit in the air. Just be a single though out to the man at long off. So, been a pretty good over.
Yeah.
After a bit of a dodgy start from Rungta.
Yeah, 36 for 2. Pretty good over when it comes down to it. And, well, here's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. We're your commentators in the commentary ice cube. I'm here with Danny Hudacek. Well, I know I can put my hand up. I've had quite a few commentators' curses that I've created. That was very specific, though. That's why I think I got to hone that one on the general manager. Well, if he was my general manager, I think he'd be giving me the sack, GM Hazenut. But still, look, an opportunity for the Tigers here to test themselves against a fairly strong Barbarians lineup and a slightly new look Barbarians lineup. But I think it's going to be a really competitive match.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, as I said, I don't think there's much between these teams in this Group B. Probably Spartans have a little bit more about them, a bit of depth. Moravians possibly the weakest team, but we haven't seen them yet. So
yeah, you can't judge until you see them, and we know that they have T10 experience. That was a couple of years ago in the ECN Czech Super Series. So I'm sure that the players that did take part in that, they're all probably going back and analysing their performances. As we head into the next over, Brendra Kumar is the bowler.
It's a big appeal. He's asked for a replay, has the umpire.
Yeah, it's a bit close.
I think it will be. They're pretty confident, the Barbarians.
Interesting's a really good keeper. And
good look at this one.
Yeah, he was pretty confident, wasn't he? The foot, I think. Oh, it's super close. If we can get the exact moment of impact, next one more, I think. One more frame, maybe one more. I don't know if you can give it on that evidence. I've got my suspicions, but I don't know, we'll try and freeze frame it at the exact moment that I think the bail's come off, which is one more frame there. I think maybe you can give it. I mean, it's so close. You can't see the back of the line. This is honestly one, I think, that could go either way. And it just depends what kind of a mood that the off-field umpire is feeling. Give us your thoughts. And as a keeper, you have a better view than anyone about that. Because if you can see any of the line, you know that it's fine. And as it is, the benefit of the doubt goes to the batter. Probably fair enough.
I think that's a good decision because there's no way he could be 100%. And it's just whether he had his foot, because his foot was rolling back. So wasn't trying to plant it.
His foot wasn't made of glass, a bit like Haas's before on the boundary.
Well,
this one,
close.
He's not going to get another opportunity. So, well, maybe that is the universe realigning, because maybe he was slightly out, but he won't survive the next delivery. It was well bowled by Brendra Kumar, who straightens this one down the line. He takes his first wicket in the series, scoring out 36 for 3.
Yeah, good bowling, just right on line. And well, you asked the question about what the middle order is going to be like with the for the Tigers. They're crumbling a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Still have Imran, but
that's a tell your story walking job.
Yeah.
It's good movement though. Again, swinging the ball. I mentioned at the start of Group 8, you seem to have a batch of real swinging kookaburras. The bowlers have had a lot of sideways today. Again, this one pitches middle, hitting middle, and thank you very much. Mia couldn't get bat on it, and the umpire, he didn't have too much hesitation. It's one of those ones, even live, you could felt the batter was in a lot of trouble. I want to say a quick hello to Prakash Gowda, who's in the chat, who's saying hello to us. Hello to all of you guys that are in there. Please give us your comments, give us your thoughts, and any questions you've got, you can just tag me in the chat, Vinny Sandhu. And now I'm going to go back to the field, and 36 for 3. Imran Butt is still there though. That's something to think about. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment. And I feel like he's got another gear that we just haven't seen quite today. He's been going kind of run a ball pace or just better. Here's a new batter, Sakibul Tanim.
Stump leg side. And called a wide. Yeah, you'd have to think that Imran Butt really needs to stay for the majority of these innings for the Tigers to post a defendable total and have a bit of assistance from the other end.
It's good keeping by Devendra Singh down the leg side. That's one that'll catch a lot of keepers out. Just make sure he blocks it, prevents any further runs.
So, very well. Might have been a little edge on that,
yeah,
I think.
It's a fairly big edge, I think, actually. And this is what's going to happen. I talked about it earlier, because when you're up to the stumps, if there's a healthy edge, it's going to take it away from the middle of your gloves. And you can see that. It just hits him in that kind of webbing. And they can sometimes stick, and sometimes they can't. As a keeper, you can't do much about that. I don't even really call that a chance. So finally, Tanim gets off the mark.
It's been a dangerous over from Brendra Kumar, and so far he's taken 1 for 2, but few opportunities. There was that stumping that was very, very close, and tough chance dropped by the keeper as well as the LBW. And again, this one's going to be called a wide outside of stump, but he's handy, and I like the fact that Devendra Singh is keeping up to him, so it's keeping the batsmen honest in their crease, and
they can't get out to it as easily, and they take risks if they do. Some batters this kind of pace would like to bat a metre or even more outside their crease, just so they're not waiting as long for the ball. But yeah, I mentioned Devendra Singh. He is one of the best wicketkeepers that I've actually seen in Czech Republic. I just think he's got a lot. Fundamentals are good. His anticipation is good. He's got good hands. So even the way he went down leg side was kind of proactively doing that. The ball that swung down there for a wide earlier in the over, prevented extra runs. So Kumar doing the job so far in the 5th. A couple of balls to come.
Nice take. Again, right on line. It's been a good over. And going back to Devendra Singh, he's a classy batsman as well. I think, look at this ball.
See, this actually definitely moves off the seam a bit, but he adjusts to the sideways movement well, the keeper.
Yeah, go back to Devendra Singh. I think last series he's trying to hit the ball too hard because the outfield's a lot slower, a lot of rain in the series leading up to the series last week, so the last year, sorry. Comes the bowler again. And clipped away on the leg side, and good fielding. Just be the one. And so he's trying to hit the ball a little bit too hard last year, but I think we'll see the best of Devendra Singh with the bat as well as with the gloves in this series.
Yeah, so 5 overs down. It's 40 for 3. Yeah, I always look forward to seeing him. Probably didn't have the series he wanted last year. Barbarians didn't really show us his true potential. So let's see if he can put some runs together for his side as well here in 2022. Well, Jackson in the chat saying the keeper should be aware of that catch, but I'm telling you, any wicketkeeper in the world, if there's an edge that thick, typically they won't be holding that catch. You can put the best keeper you like there, but when you're that close to the bat, if there's a big deflection, it's going to be away from the centre of your hands. That's exactly what you could tell from the replay.
It's impossible to adjust, Vinny.
And I've actually had genuine questions when I've been coaching keepers, and they say, look, Vinny, should I start with my hands a bit outside where I think the ball is? And I said, well, no, because then you're going to drop ones they don't. Because this one is in the air, and it could be another catching opportunity. It's taken. So, once again, the left arm are doing the job. That's a nice catch that was taken out. That's Vamshi Madishetty who holds it. So, chance offered and chance taken. And I've got to say, that Rungta, he's been a bit of a revelation with the ball. They keep wanting to take him leg side, and he's getting that good movement right to left. That one just went straight down the throat of Madishetty. He holds on, and the score is 40 for 4.
Really good catch. It didn't look like he judged it at all well, and came forward and it ended up being comfortably taken. But let's have another look at it. Yeah, he took it pretty low, and then was worried about getting his cap back.
I kind of agree. Didn't judge it that well, but when it came to the point of impact, the hands were in a pretty good spot. So now a 4th wicket, 40 for 4. And I did predict we'd see the Tigers middle order. Well, we're seeing a lot of them pretty quickly at the moment. And this gives an opportunity to the new player, Alamin Hussain. He's going to come out at number 6. Wearing the famous 75 shirt, Saqib Ul Hassan. What is that for Bangladesh? I know that's a bit of a number that the Bangladeshi teams scramble for. So he's the one that's wearing it in this game. Yeah, so keepers have been asking me, should I put my hands for the edge? But the thing is, sometimes you get these little feather edges that basically don't deflect at all. So I think you need to be where you think the ball is.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Rungta with a big wide.
I'll tell you what, though, that they're going to struggle a bit here, the Tigers. I know that Owen Ashokan earlier on in the chat was talking about that they'd be topping the table, but let's see what they're made of, because now their big two are out in Imran Butt and Sago Hussain, and they need to show a bit. That 41 for 4. That's where Imran Butt lost his wicket. Let's see how many more they get in this innings. But with bowling like you've seen in the last couple of overs, it's going to be very difficult to pump up this score.
Imran Butt never found that next gear, did he? With 19 off 17. This is also why the keeper up to the stumps is really useful against this kind of a bowler. And he's slightly unusual left arm in that he takes it away from the right-hander, because you will get batters overbalancing and maybe falling out of the crease. For instance, something opportunity. Oh, wow. Almost a slips catch. Unbelievable. I think doesn't quite get to the fielder, Rohit Goyal, in that position. And I think this takes us Not quite to the end of the over yet. Wrongta will have one more chance to take a wicket. Geez, after a shaky start, he's bowled really well.
He has, very well. Still pushing a couple outside off stump. He needs to start it relatively straight, but he's getting a lot of movement away from the right-handed batsman. That's another one, and I think he's gone that time. Oh,
I reckon he's gone here.
It's called a wide.
Yeah, it's a wide. So maybe we'll get another opportunity to get a wicket. I reckon he's gone. Now, the only thing is, let's make sure Devendra Singh doesn't get in front of the stumps. 70 takes a little skip step there, you see. And I think, this is so close.
I think he's gone.
I think that if there's a shot in the middle here, now has that bat bounced yet?
I'm not sure.
Oh, this is super close. Let's try and get the exact moment that the bails come off. There. Oh, just a little bit back, I reckon.
I don't know if you can tell.
I think he's going to be okay here, I think, because that's the shot. And I don't think you can hang him on that shot because the bat seems to be down. Wow, you just had a feeling that he was never going to get the bat down, but I think he's done it in the nick of time.
Do you think it was taken in front of the stumps there, Vinny?
Well, let's have a look at this.
No, he's gone from behind. There you go, he's gone sideways. No, that's fine.
They've called that a no ball, and I think that's for being in front of the stump.
I think it was called a wide.
It was, but I think it just changed it to a no ball. I actually don't think that is, because it does take the stumps from in front, but I think he takes the ball behind. This one probably will be another no ball off the pitch. So Wrongta, he's got a sense of balance, doesn't he? A bit of symmetry about this. So now this will be another free hit. Here's the thing. I mean, apart from the free hit, which it would have been anyway, with the next ball being a no ball, I do think the right decision of not out is made. Anyway, free hit, a chance to go after it. And this will be another wide. And now they'll change the strike. So Sakibul Tanim will receive the free hit after all. Yeah, so sometimes people get confused with this rule. Once the ball has passed the stumps, as long as it's past the stumps, you can have your stumps, you have your hands wherever you like. So then he does sweep and take the ball, take the stumps from in front, but I still think he was behind at the point that he grabs the ball.
It's difficult to see in that angle though.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to be sure.
That one's in the air.
He won't remember this is a free hit if he catches this.
And he won't.
See? And luckily we are on the ball. So I don't know if they get one or two there in the end. It was such a good catch. I mean, it was a brilliant catch. And I just have a feeling, lucky he doesn't throw it away. You're exactly right. And Wrongta, when he got it right, he was dangerous. Yeah, they hustled through for one. I think they get two. They should have. Yeah, they did. So Tanim, he will get a couple of the last ball of the over. 47 for 4. We saw a bit of the good, the bad, the ugly from Tanim. And Wrongta as well, when he was able to get it right. He was pretty useful. End of 6 overs, it's 47 for 4.
Yeah, it's not what they would have liked to have been. Not near where they would like to have been. I think they're the Tigers, especially after such a good win this morning. Let's have a look at the win predictor.
The Tigers line is the gold line there. You can see that's been heading south ever since those wickets struck. And now they're giving about 28%. Now we're going to see Kushi Bhatnagar with the ball. Another player we've seen before on ECN. He's going to come into the attack for the 7th over.
Bowling around the wicket, which is interesting. This one's, well, he lined it up, he waited for it, and then completely missed it. The batsman.
I'm saying thinks he's on a free hit all the time, I think.
Look, wait, there it is. No.
He did get back in the crease. It never really arrived for him.
That's a better shot. Quick single and a wild high throw. And it's going to go to a replay. I thought he was safe, but
yeah,
it was a very high throw.
It was
good
a
take
good
from the
piece,
keeper.
Good piece of keeping from Devendra to get it down. Again, we'll have to try and find the moment. Oh, his bat's plugged here. I reckon he's in trouble. I reckon he's in big trouble. I didn't see that, and he's gone. Well, that's really aware stuff from Devendra Singh. I thought he was easy, and he would have been with a bat slide, but the bat, it stopped to ask for directions, and unfortunately, that's going to be a run out. And so Tigers, they are going to fall even further into the mire, and there's the decision. So we've seen this time and time again. I think it makes sense to try and run on the pitch because you're not going to get that kind of plugging in the grass in the surrounds. And so a wicket from nothing really, and the Tigers fall further into disarray. It's 47 for 5.
Here's a question for you, Vinny, because normally you can't run on the pitch, like on a turf pitch.
Yeah.
And I know that it's not the same because normally if there's a square, it's quite firm around.
Correct.
But should these players be running on the pitch?
Yes.
Yeah?
I think so, and I'm not... People have different opinions on this. At the very least, you should be running around the kind of outside areas of the pitch because it's just better to run on. You can be more sure of your footing. And as far as people running straight down the middle of the pitch, some people don't like that because they say it's not a good look and blah, 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 blah. I still think it's the safest place to run because sometimes, especially if there's been a bit of moisture around this, the grounds can be pretty slippery, so it's a safety issue. But what I will say is that depends on how good an artificial surface it is. If it's, for example, a concrete surface that isn't going to change at all in hundreds of years, I don't think it's a problem at all. I think Dean Jones told Corey and some of his players a bit of advice as well regarding running. He says you should run the shortest distance possible until you get told otherwise. So for me, and if you ask most cricketers in kind of high-level cricketers, they would say there is no such thing as a danger area for the batter on an artificial surface. Oh, dropped. And this could have easily been another wicket. And, well, we might have a run out in the end.
And there will be.
Oh, well, this is just... Tigers seem to be creating multiple chances every ball at the moment, don't they? And so I think everyone was expecting the catch to be taken. It wasn't. And it was the non-striker, I think, that gets himself into trouble. You see here, Alamin Hussain, well, he was probably the one person in the Tigers camp that wanted that catch to be held because he was in personal danger. And so Tigers finding things a little more difficult in their second appearance. Now they're 48 for 6.
Not sure what he was doing there, the batsman. The non-striker's end. He ran more than 3/4 of the way down the pitch, and it went directly to the fielder, who did drop the catch.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think he ran on the shot because it did stop very quickly when the fielder had it in his hands.
Everybody was just watching whether the catch was going to be taken or not. Unfortunately, Alamin Hussain, well, maybe you'll think it's funny eventually, but not straight away.
Well, that's something we haven't seen much from the Tigers. That's a big 6. Took it from outside off stump and finally got one right. The Tigers batsman will relieve the pressure a little bit. And there we go, right in the slot.
Yeah, we needed that. And that is the first one in a long time. First boundary since about halfway through the 4th over. And also ends the 7th and brings up the 50 for the Tigers. 54 for 6 after 7. One thing we're really looking forward to this year, as always, it's the European Cricket Championship. It's the international T10 Euros of cricket. And we have 21 countries competing this year, including a few for the first time. I know Ireland and Scotland are sending teams this year. Also Malta, France, Switzerland. I think that's all the new ones. And I can tell you they'll have 4 group weeks and then a championship week. So stay tuned for that. It's coming quicker than you think. Starting on the 12th of September in Cartamish, out of Malaga in Spain. I know you've been there, Danny, and enjoyed the cricket from there. It's a pretty special place as we start a new over. And this one was an absolute umpire killer. Joe is in great form to get out of the way of that. I tell you what, it's so fast it's going to get past 2 outfielders as well. Mahmood, he gets off the mark. Almost takes out a few humans along the way, but a nice straight hit.
Couldn't have been any straighter, and probably could have done a little bit better on the boundary there, the fielder. But that was a very, very nice shot to get another boundary. They need here, the Tigers. They need quite a few of them. More of them. This one's hit straight again. Fielder will get to that. You can hear 2-2 from the Tigers dugout. Never 2 in that. Yeah. When your teammates get optimistic and try to run you out.
Well, it's good that there's some urgency, but both those straight fielders are pretty straight, the long on, long off.
Someone's flighted and a good ball. He went forward, he went back, and then he just left it alone, did the batsman.
And this is Murali Vandrasi, and you talked about the fact that he's been pretty good batting form this year. I know he's a pretty dangerous spinner coming on here in the 8th to close the innings.
Good ball again. He's there or thereabouts for the selection for the national team. I think there's a decision for that team coming up very shortly. And it's difficult because I don't think he's been bowling as well as what he has been, but certainly too good at the moment for the Tigers batting. It's getting a lot of dip. And he's a very, very good bowler.
Changing his pace well at the moment. I think he knows his batters' eyes are probably going to light up with these balls tossed up. Always a chance of a stumping. Ajaralam is the man who's batting at the moment. We'll probably see him with the ball first up for the Tigers.
So difficult to get it right. Every ball is a leg spinner too. Oh, that's good work. Just push that one through a little bit more, and fantastic work there from Devendra Singh behind the stumps, and good wicket there for Murali.
I think they're just going to check that he's not in front of the stumps. That's why I think the signal is out. But yeah, you see, that's no problem. No problem at all. So it's that one that I thought maybe that's what he got called for in the innings, and that's why the wide was changed to a no ball. But it's a smart bit of work from the keeper, Devendra Singh. We talked about him a lot. So Madrasi as well. And I'm pretty sure this has been given out. And yep, decision is given. So it does take us to the end of the over, 59 for 7. And look, the story was the Tigers on debut today. Would they have the depth in their batting at the moment? They have struggled to deal through these middle overs after losing their openers. And now they've lost 7 wickets through the first 8 overs. Look, they could maybe have visions of kicking along to something like 80, but as they're running out of resources, that seems unlikely, Danny.
Yeah, I think Barbarians, as I mentioned, there's nothing apart from a few key figures in the team. I think they're just a good unit, and they're going to be difficult to beat, because if they play as a team, they might get blown away in games occasionally, maybe against the big boys on the other side of the draw. But they play very well as a team. I know they won their first 2 games in the division, in the T20, and they have been pretty solid ever since in the league. Have the Barbarians, but they've lost a lot of the big names.
Mahmood on strike now for the start of the 9th.
It should be caught, but maybe not.
That was a late mine from Harsha Chaganti, and I don't think it was very welcome, because I feel like Patnagar would have gotten there in the end. There's a breakdown in the social distancing, and really one that I think should have been taken. Goes down, does create a single.
Again, and nice ball again. It's an interesting bowling attack they have. Not very, a lot of slower bowlers, a lot of movement of the ball.
I think it's a good bowling attack for this level of cricket. And, well, case in point right there as Holder swings across the first ball. And this one swings right into the stumps. So another wicket for the Tigers. The Tigers being tamed here in match 23. It's 60 for 8.
Well, we now see what the Tigers have. And it's a pretty typical of teams in the lower divisions in this competition, where they rely on a few key batsmen. And especially Imran Butt and Sagar Hussain. Sagar Hussain not really troubling the scorers too much in this game, and that's what it causes when you have those 2 big players up top and they get out. As now they're going to struggle not to be bowled out here. The Tigers. I know there's some Tigers fans already after that good win against Vinarati, but they're struggling here against Barbarians.
Also, I know that Maiden Waters is watching from Australia. Thanks for your comments. See how long this innings has got to go, because at the moment they're falling quickly, and there's another one. Oh, put it with the rest. And one thing they have done pretty well is hold on to most of their chances. And you can see that one was straight down the throat of Matashetti. He's taken a couple of good ones in here. So at Naga, he finds himself on a hat trick, and he won't get a better chance of bowling at number 11, because the score now is 60 for 9.
Ujjal Hussain is a new batsman, and he's just waiting for the previous batsman who just got a golden duck come out, and he'll be feeling a bit of pressure. It's a very good bowling. Bowling around the wicket there.
Talked about it earlier. We have seen 10 hat tricks this year so far on ECN. I'm sure that Kushagra Bhatnagar would love to add himself to the list. As I think he'll have a good chance, although with 9 wickets down, they'll probably be a bit more careful.
You think?
Just trying to bat the 8 balls out. Well, they should be anyway. And so this is Ujjal Hussain. They should be more careful, but yeah, these slower balls kind of lure you out of the crease, I think, if you've been inexperienced.
Stumping, catch, which one do you think? Or a wide,
All the
Vinny?
above.
Whoa. It's well played in the end, just poked it out towards the gully. No run.
So, won't be the 11th hat-trick of the year. And Hussain probably blocks this out now, I'm guessing. He already blocked that one out.
Not sure what that really achieves. He goes for it and he'll be out. And that's a nice catch there from Murali. And that's the end of the innings. And 3 wickets for Blip for the bowler in this over. And, well, 60 runs. Not enough, I don't think, against a talented Barbarian side. And Tigers come crashing back down to earth after a good win this morning against Vinarati. But Barbarians looking pretty good so far for their opening win of the campaign.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Tigers, unfortunately, the house of cards fell down, didn't it, under those openers that were so impressive in the opening match against Vinarati. And we talked about whether they would have the kind of depth. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out for them. But what you would say is credit to the Barbarians. Like I said, I think they fielded pretty well. They held on to most of their chances they were offered. Not all, but most. I also think that the slower bowling undoes some of the confidence of the batters who were kind of itchy to get after it. And you see Devendra Singh, you back it up with a really good wicket keeper, and I think you make yourself really quite useful in this form of the game. And I still think even the top teams, they would rather face faster bowling than slower bowling, and some of the top batters. But right now, all out for 60 in 9 overs. They didn't even need to go to the 10th. And in fact, they lost 3 wickets in the last 4 balls. They lost 4 wickets in the last 7. And from a position of no wickets down in the first 2 to lose all 10 wickets in 7 overs, it certainly wasn't on the planning sheet for the Tigers. And well, if they do defend this, what I will say is it will be the lowest defence ever in ECN cricket. But I think Barbarians, with some of their batting, they'll fancy knocking off these runs as quick as possible. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. And the Tigers, they were chock full of confidence after match 21. Beautiful day here on a Saturday as summer just around the corner. And we saw Barbarians for the first time. It might be some more of the same with 4 boundaries in the first 2 overs. The openers, Imran Butt, along with Shahzada Hussain, looking like they might be able to survive and prosper. Ultimately, when the wickets started falling, and they weren't going to hold up, even after that one was kicked away from hitting the stumps, it was the one thing I said couldn't happen. A little edge taken at slip by Rohit Goyal, and that started the beginning of the end for the Tigers innings.
That's another RBW there. Some very good bowling, I think, from Barbarians. And a little bit unorthodox, the bowling attack. So with Rahul Rungta did a lot of the damage with those pesky little outswing deliveries to the right-handers. And it's I think Vinny will hit the right point that they'll trouble any of the batting attacks from these teams in the competition, because they have a lot of variation, a lot of good spin bowlers, and it's very impressive so far from Barbarians. As I said, they've had to rebuild a little bit. They built a team around Devendra Singh, who's really got them up for this tournament. And for Prague Tigers, I don't think it's enough runs. 60. Never know though. Barbarians, we haven't seen them bat yet, but up top with Jahanu Hoke and Devendra Singh, and then Vandrasi, who's been in good form with the bat. They should be able to get this total quite comfortably, but all you need is a little bit of pressure up the top, a good power play, and it'll still be a competitive game. But we're going to have a look at the scorecard at the moment. Don't think it's going to look pretty though for the Tigers. And Barbarians will be pretty happy with their first hit out. They've got a big game after this against the Spartans. So the scorecard, I think we'll have a little quick look at it here. Imran Butt, 19 off 17, but the big wicket there, the LBW of Sagar Hussain, only 1, and the rest looks like a phone number, 4136. 0.066, and then 3 ducks at the end. And I guess we've found the answer to the question: do they have a middle order? The Tigers, and on that evidence, not really. Extras, 20 extras out of the score of 40. So 19 for Butt, 20 for extras, and 21 for the rest of the team. 3 no balls, 12 wides. They want to improve that. The Barbarians, let's have a look at the bowling figures, look pretty good. Piyush Kumar, the only one who took a bit of stick. Apart from that, quite a few wides for Madashetty, but when he got it right, he was very good. 1 for 9. Rungta also, a lot of wides, but very unorthodox bowler. 2 for 14. And then just the one over there for Virender Kumar. And right at the end with the bowler there, 3 wickets in the last over of Bhatnagar. Win probability, 91% for Barbarians. I think it's pretty accurate. We'll have to bowl very, very well the Prague Tigers to keep this Barbarian side to under 60. And not sure if they've got that attack. Their opening bowlers are pretty good. Again, a little bit like their batting. I think they don't have as much to back it up, and you'd expect that with a Division 3 team. Anyway, we're back in a few minutes' time to see who wins this contest between Prague Tigers and Prague Barbarians. We'll see you back in a few minutes' time. to lovely Prague for this FanCode European Cricket Series match here between the Prague Barbarians and the Tigers. So after a bright start for the Tigers with the bat, unfortunately losing too many wickets and only 60 on the board. Difficult to defend. Be the opening bowler, so impressive last game. Anja Alam be opening the bowling. Here's the first ball, and it's hit in the air. Don't think the man will get there. He'll be able to stop the four, but couldn't get under the catch. And a bit risky there from Devendra Singh. They've only got 3 men on the leg side. I think he was looking for that shot, but risky to play that first up and bring Andrassi onto strike. And just poked away on the offside. It's a good shot, just for a single. It was very impressive. Anja Alam. In fact, the first two bowlers for the Tigers were very good against Vinarati and kept the runs down. The power play was only 11 for Vinarati. And he took an early wicket as well. It's a good ball. Beats him outside of stump. But where I have a bit of concern for the Tigers is the depth of their bowling attack. You never know. A couple of early wickets put a bit of pressure on the Barbarians. And they've got a shot of defending this, but they have to bowl very, very well and hold the catches. Oh, what a ball that was. Alam, he's a very, very tidy bowler. That's unplayable. Just he was angling in on off stump and then cut away. Devendra Singh is no slouch with a bat. So, here we go again. See what he produces this time. It's a bit wide outside of stump. There's a man out there. He'll cut it off. Just a single. These two up top. And Devendra Singh and Murali Vandrasi. They're the key to this Barbarian batting lineup. Vandrasi, saw him bowling a bit of leg spin before. He's noted as a leg spinner, but he's been in sparkling form with the bat this season. Bowler again, and right on line. I think they've seen what he can do, Alam, and they're just seeing him off. Because they don't need to do anything drastic here. They need just over a runner ball to the Barbarians. I don't think they want to take too many risks with the bowling of Alam. If any, what did you think of that first over?
I tell you what, particularly that one he played to miss that second last ball. You are in amazing form if you're nicking that. It pitches on middle, it seems away. And unfortunately for the batter, he survives it. And, yeah, you need to bowl good balls to get out good players. And that's what I would say about the openers for the Tigers with the ball. I mean, they are bowling balls that are good enough to get out good players, which is what you have to do, I think, against some of these top teams. So I've been impressed with the Tigers all up. I know their batting fell away quite dramatically in that first innings of this match, but you know, they've shown no lack of confidence. And there are certain games where it just won't work for you. This has been one of them so far with the bat at least. What I would like to do, say a quick hello to Maiden Waters. I know that she's watching from Australia and she's also watching with her wonderful kids, James, Anne and Kate. I hope you're well. And I want to say that your mum is a very valued member of this community. I always love her contributions. Great that you guys are watching. Another play and a miss to start the second over. This is Sanjit Holder, who bowled pretty well this morning. Prague Tigers, though, what we did find was their openers were able to keep things quiet, but then the bowlers that replaced them weren't quite as effective.
It's a little bit the same as their batting, is that they've got some effective players in both of the bat and the ball, but just the depth isn't quite there for the Tigers at the moment. This one's being hit straight to the man. I didn't even notice him there. He was hiding behind the non-striker. And it's a good position. He's right on the batsman's eye line. He's very straight mid-wicket.
He's well placed. He's in a very attacking position there. I don't know if Alamin Hussain does much hiding. But, yeah, nice hands. Pity it was a bump ball.
Comes Holder again. A big swing and a miss. And in fact, it wasn't a miss, it was an edge. And that's the end of Devendra Singh. Good ball that, and a big wicket early up for the Tigers. And it's just been very good bowling from both the openers. And that's a big wicket. Devendra Singh, the skipper, is gone.
Well, the Tigers today, they've been masters of the improbable. And no one's ever defended a score as low as 60 successfully. But to do it, they're going to have to get through these top order batters. And this, once again, it's a pretty good ball. Probably not a great shot from Devendra, to be honest. As he just tries to swing this way away on the leg side, doesn't cover the line, he walks, and it was a good catch once again. Tanzir Hassan, he's really impressed me with his wicket keeping today. He's held quite a few chances, which, okay, yeah, you should take them, but we do see them go down a lot in ECS cricket. Devendra has to take the helmet off, and he'll be a bit disappointed that he couldn't start the tournament with some runs. He goes for 2. The score is 3 for 1.
Yeah, it was a nice take by the keeper. It was a sharp chance. And Tigers, I think they're starting to believe, need quite a few more wickets to limit the Barbarians, but this one's poked down to the gully area, just a single. So their new batsman is Jahanu Hook. And it'll bring Murali Vandrasi back on strike. But there've been some very good deliveries bowled so far by the Tigers.
Yeah, wicket-taking deliveries. This is Hoke. He's coming in at 3.
Just played down the pitch, and the Tigers are geeing each other up.
Yeah, originally I had Jahana Hoke out to open, but they preferred Vandrasi at the top of the order. He hasn't had too much to do yet. He's going to get through this tricky little period. The Barbarians. Tigers not taking a backward step at the moment.
Been good, the Tigers. That's a little bit shorter. That's cut through that area between the gully and that widish slip, and that's 4 runs. Lovely shot there from Murali.
Yeah, smart shot as well, because nobody back at third man. You don't have to try and hit this one too hard. Often when you do try and hit it too hard, it's when you miss it, because you just take a bit too long to kind of get the bat through the ball. As it is, Vandrasi, you mentioned he's been in good batting form. Well, that's the first boundary of the innings. It's also the end of the second over. And yeah, the score is 8 for 1. So it's been a pretty good first over, I have to say. Right now, we're looking at the table, which shows the Tigers and the Spartans with a win apiece. And I think that we may have Barbarians joining the way things are going at the moment, but still a lot of cricket to play.
Yeah, and if they can get another couple of wickets here, get these 2 out especially, I'll start to believe Al Mahmood is the new bowler. I'm surprised they didn't continue with Anja Alam. Comes Mahmood. That's a big appeal. I think it's going down leg. Should be just a leg by. Called by the umpire.
I was surprised, though, that they didn't go back to the opener, Ajar Alam. I know they might be a bit worried about what comes next, but there has to be a next first. This is going miles down the leg side. It just puts a lot of importance on this over from Al Mahmood that he gets it right. Still in the power play. They don't want the Barbarians getting away.
There's a bowler again. Oh, it's got him! Straight through him, and he looks down the pitch, does the batsman. It's not going to help him much, and that was very good ball there from Al Mahmood, and the second wicket goes down for Barbarians, and it's a big wicket of Murali Vandrasi. Well, the Tigers, I don't think they've read the script, and fantastic.
I mean, if they could defend 60, I mean, we haven't seen 60 defended in over 2,000 matches. So if they could do that, that would be pretty amazing. This one just flicks the leg stump, doesn't it? Plays all around it. I talked about the importance of Mahmood getting it right. This one seems back a little bit, I think. And it's a very good ball that gets rid of Vandrasi for just 5. 9 for 2. The Barbarians, surely, we're not going to see them stumble in this chase of 61. But certainly the Tigers making things interesting.
Yeah, the Tigers, they've got a lot of spirit. And a bit of comment there from Maiden Waters. Tigers never do, Danny. Well, They won't give up. They'll keep on believing.
The Tigers have kind of won over the neutrals, I think, with their passion they showed this morning. But, I mentioned Tigers never take a backward step. I've never seen a tiger walk backwards. I don't know if they can. That's something to Google.
Kangaroos and emus can't wear backwards, but I'm not sure about tigers.
All right, here we go. Again, new batter out there. There's Vic Humsey.
Big random appeal. I think he might have brushed the pitch there, the bowler, but they're going to go up for anything that's vaguely close. That one, good ball.
Good areas. Yeah, you got to keep asking questions. Turned out to be a masterstroke to bring on Al Mahmood in the third.
Then again, and that's got to be out. That's got, I might have got an inside edge.
So I thought it was high-ish. Let's have a look on the replay. The replay will tell the story. Once again, you liked it, Danny. You're getting pretty excited, though.
For good reason. And that, yeah, he might, don't know. Might have been a bit high, but let's have another look. And
he's actually out of his crease. I know what you're saying. Touch and go with the height. We don't know if there's an inside edge.
Looked pretty good to me.
Better getting the benefit.
Another great ball. And just be squeezed out by the batsman for a single. But it may have got over the stumps. He was out of his crease.
We have seen some balls. If you think about balls on that length, we have seen that kind of length, sometimes just missing the bails, you know, when the batter's body hasn't been in the way. That was just my feeling live because of where it hit him, and it seemed the ball took off a little bit off the surface. But still, you're right. It's a borderline call. Last ball of the power play coming up.
And that's got to be gone that time. And not out again from the umpire. Well, it might have been going down leg, but
I'm excited by the appeal. They don't do half appeals, the Tigers. And this time, we'll see what we think.
That.
Oh, dear me.
Hello.
I know that's coming in, but I think he's super lucky. Well, I mean, I'm going to try and make a case. And I feel like a quarter-pointed lawyer is pushing up against it. This one, I mean, it is tailing it a bit. Hits him in line with middle. I can see the leg stump. I have to say, I think that's smashing him. I know he's on the front foot. That maybe puts a bit of doubt into the umpire's mind, but I'd say the first one, I could probably sympathise a bit more with the umpire than the second one. As it is top of the power play.
I don't think we need to put it to the chat. I think they've decided they're all umpires out on the chat.
Now, to use Rico's favourite quote, seen him given, seen him not given. End of 3, 11 for 2. Right now, it's quite amazing to think that it's almost a 50-50 game, considering we have never, ever seen 60 successfully defended.
Well, look at the Barbarians, the power play. It's exactly the same score as the Vinarati side, except they've lost 2 wickets. So it's a better power play here for the Tigers.
That's a good point.
They did get up to 100, though, Vinarati.
Yeah.
But geez, they're up for this, the Tigers. I'm getting excited, Vinny.
Hey, that's all I'm going to say about that. As we're going to get Holder, who is coming back for over number 4. He kept things pretty quiet in over number 2. Did pick up a wicket as well.
Comes in a good ball, and he's gone that time. That's an edge, and he'll have to walk. Well, umpire's not saving him that time. And the Tigers are on fire.
Oh, this is unbelievable. The Tigers dreaming to do the unprecedented at the moment. And once again, Holder's come back, and he was spot on, wasn't he? Excellent ball. And the batter only able to get a little feather. Well held behind the stumps as well. And another catch for Tanzir Hassan. He's been one of the busiest men in Prague today. And he's asking the wrong umpire. It didn't matter because Joe Foster, he certainly was in the right position to see that little edge. And so right now, a third wicket falling, 11 for 3. And now it's the Barbarians middle order that's being put to the test.
They're under a ton of pressure here, the Barbarians. And they're 3 wickets down for 11. And they're starting to believe more and more, the Tigers.
It's the top 3 that are gone as well.
That's it.
Vikamsi and Rohit Goyal are out there now. Goyal going to face up. Not a comfortable situation. I like they've kept the field fairly up as far as the short mid-wicket, short cover. They've got a couple more boundary riders though.
Oh, good start to the new batsman. He squeezed it out towards third man. Just a single.
That came back viciously off the surface from Holder. In fact, I think Adegoya was lucky to get some bat on it. Just watch this. See, it comes back so well. It might have even crashed into off stump, you know, but he watches it well, plays it quite late so he can adjust for the movement.
I tell you what they're doing well is that I know that over over this whole week, a lot of teams are trying to bowl towards that sort of the edge of that tram line, and these Tigers bowlers they're just outside off stump, and they're getting enough movement to really trouble these batsmen.
They're getting them playing a bit more, and rather than just throwing their hands at the ball, and they're endangering the stumps. You saw that second last ball that probably would have hit the stumps. That was cut late by Goyal, but that's what you can do then if you get that movement.
Is it that every other team so far in this competition has missed a trick, and that Tigers have worked it out?
Tigers have done it consistently early, but let's see if they can hold on this time, because they did kind of fall away in their fielding earlier today.
Oh, dodgy shot there, right across the line.
It was. And I think no fine leg, so it's just in the batter's head. Right now they've packed that offside field. And yeah, it's pretty exciting stuff, I've got to say, at the moment. 6 on the offside, 3 on the leg. A couple of balls to go for Holder. Can he grab a third wicket?
Comes in, a bit of rubbish down leg side. Unfortunate. Just lost that one a bit.
It's lucky to only get a wide there, because if the batter swings that, gets anything on it, it's going to the boundary. Nobody at all in that fine leg region.
Not sure why he didn't have a little go at that, the batsman. But must be a lot of things going through his head at the moment.
Feel the tension at the moment around the ground.
This one's been mishit slightly. Just to the covers for a single. And becomes get into the non-striker's end. It's Rohit Goyal, who's just 1 off 1 so far. It's very slow going for the Barbarians, but it's just come from the back of some very, very good bowling here from the Tigers.
For sure.
Last ball of the 4th over. And again, right on line, and good fielding there. That's Imran Butt. And 4 overs down, 14 on the board, Vinny.
Very exciting stuff. Holder. He will be a big shot down at the Curry House tonight, no doubt about that. It's 4 overs down, 14 for 3. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, and this is what we love about ECN cricket. You never know what you're going to see. Look, lowest defences ever. It was 63 for a long time, and that was done by Men in Blue in Barcelona at the start of last year. It was also done by Decathlon in Corfu in Greece later in the year. We finally had that record broken just in Stockholm recently in the last series, where the Stockholm Tigers defended 62 against the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. But right here, could we see 60 defended? Well, you need almost everything to go right for you if you're going to do that. What I would say is, especially with the captain Al Mahmood bowling well in the 3rd, that's 6 overs. You feel that they can really keep this pressure up. But the question will be, can the 4th and the 5th bowlers do the same thing and maybe pull off a miracle victory for the Tigers?
Well, the main thing is for the Tigers, I think they still have another over left of Alam.
Yeah.
And he's been superb at the top of the innings, opening the bowling.
Exactly right. So here is... Doesn't play a shot at this. I think it's going down the leg side, though.
Yeah, it's definitely going down leg side, that one.
I think he kicks a wide, basically, here. Because if he gets the pad out the way, and I think it's heading down. See? It's already drifting down. So he basically creates a dot. Yeah, so that's true. They didn't bowl Alam out.
Diraj Thakur in the chat. LBW is on a weekend holiday.
Uh-oh. Well, that popped up, didn't it? And, well, surely Barbarians going to get back on track at some point. I feel like they need a bit of luck to go their way. Yeah, the bowling so far has been really quite tight. Yeah, so now I think you probably might bring Alam back in the 6th. I think you just got to try and keep the brakes on for as long as you can.
Good bowling. No, I probably wouldn't actually, Vinny.
Yeah, okay.
I'd keep him back just in case the Barbarians start a little partnership, because he is capable of breaking a partnership. What I'd do is I'd put my bowlers on who probably not as strong as the ones we've seen, and it's been fantastic bowling. Don't get me wrong, from the Tigers. I think they're going to run out of the quality a little bit. This one's been clamped down on, and just a single. Good fielding out there. Down.
I tell you what, they're really passionate. Alan Mood, the captain here, he was pleading for that edge to carry down to the third man. It was never going to. Just look at his reaction here when he sees the edge. He's saying, "Please, oh, what do I have to do?" Oh, the humanity. Yeah, I take your point there as well. I suppose I just worry that if the bowler do get blown away, it'll be too tough for them to come back.
Well,
That's a big
close,
trouble.
and he's gone. LBW back from the weekend, and that's another big wicket. And the Tigers are absolutely crushing the Barbarians at the moment. 4 down for 16. We're almost
He's
halfway
exhausted.
through the innings.
He's still got one ball to bowl as well. Oh, he's been great, Mahmood. He hasn't allowed anything but singles. There's plenty of dots in there. This one, it's just a matter of impact. And I do think it hits him in front of off stump. Certainly was crashing into them. See here, gets a decent stride in.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's out. Yeah, I think
plum.
you couldn't say that really hit outside. And Mahmood saying, "Thank you very much." He's taking a rest now. Yeah, so it's a calculated gamble if you were to bring the opener Agile Alum back on the 6th or not. Potentially, if he bowls a good one, then the 4th or 5th bowlers have to be attacked a bit more, which might create a few more mistakes for the Tigers to cash in on. I do kind of like what you're saying though. Keep Alam in your back pocket and trust your 4th and 5th bowlers to get. To at least keep things tight. At the moment, the run rate required is 8.7, so that's like 87 pace. Think about that. It's kind of a normal kind of a pace, but what isn't normal is 4 wickets for the Barbarians in the first half of the innings. And the last ball coming up from Mahmood.
That's a good one. Just pushed out towards point for a single. Good pick up and throw. And look, I think what you need to do also as a captain is to back your bowlers. And even if you know that your bowlers may not be as strong as your frontline bowlers, you have to use 5 in this, at least in this form of the game. They've only got to bowl 2 overs, and if you trust your bowlers and the batting team is under pressure, you can continue with that pressure just with straight bowling.
Yeah, it's true. And look, they already kind of showed they're not afraid to change it by not bringing Alam back in the 3rd and going to Mahmood, who bowled really well.
Yep.
And that worked out well. I suppose the other thing, the reason my instinct was, look at that scorecard, top score of 5. What I would say is that sometimes if you bring the opener back too late and the batter's already away, you feel the game, the mojo of the game has changed. You know, the batters have a bit of confidence that they're hitting him with. If you were to bowl him now, they're already feeling really under the pump. And so that's why I think my instinct would be to bring him back. But I think, you can look at it 2 ways, and they are going to make a change. And look, here's a guy, he bowled some pretty good balls earlier today. Russell Mia is bowling. I don't think their 4th or 5th bowls particularly weak. I just think they haven't been quite as kind of heroic as the top 2 or 3 today, Tigers. So it's a big moment in the game. 17 for 4 at the halfway point. The overs so far 2, 5, 3, 3, 3. Wow. And so rate required up to 8.8 and over. Mahmood delivering, the captain. Only concedes 3 off each over.
So Shrug,
one was a leg by.
Shrug doesn't agree with me.
We've both got a fair point. We'll judge it based on the performance of Mia, who comes in to bowl the 6th. No, but I think there's an argument each way for it. And sometimes when it's toss-up like that, you weigh up all the costs and benefits and you just kind of go with your gut as a captain. And on Mahmood, if he can still think, he looked like he was exhausted after taking that wicket, but he's still got to keep his thinking cap on. There's plenty of cricket left here in match number 23.
Here comes Mia again, and just outside of stump. And see, Vinny, attacking the stumps is where they've had their success here against the Barbarians, with some very good bowling, just in and about off stump. And there's been the LBW there, and there was a bowled, and the caught behind, just cramping the batsman up, not really giving them much.
It's attacking the stumps, but in particular attacking the off stump and maybe that 4th, 5th stump line because they don't have the fine leg, so they can't get 2-leg stumpish. Here's Mia.
That's a bit straight, hit down the ground, just be a single. And that's where I think they should be at, around, you're right, around the stumps, around the just outside off stump.
Yeah.
And the problem is with the Barbarians is they have to be brave, but then if they take a risk and get a wicket, then it puts more pressure on the, or they lose a wicket, then it puts more pressure on the rest of the batting lineup.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
Good ball. That's about the area.
Yeah, that's where you want to be. Have been disciplined, Tigers. Surely they're not defending 60. Surely, I mean.
Looking pretty good at the moment.
Oh, it's so difficult to defend 60. We almost saw it done, in fact, in Portugal. In the end, the batting team, normally there's a moment where it turns and they get a bit of a partnership, maybe a bit of luck, a little edge for 4, something like that. We haven't seen that really happen for them yet. They do have the 1 boundary at the end of the 2nd over, which you thought might steady things, but then wicket fell 2 balls later. And another one 5 after that.
It's a caller wide. It's playing with good paces. Mia just, this one's outside of stump. Not really relieving pressure, but it's not building it either.
And we haven't even seen a 2 in the innings. We've seen that 1 boundary, apart from that just singles and a whole load of dots. Mia, again, hasn't quite been as on target, but still he's only gone for 3 in 3 balls. So it's not a disastrous start to the over. He'd be happy to get out of this over with 6 or 7 off it, but really would love a wicket.
Comes again. It's a good line. Dug out. They'll look for 2. I don't think they'll get there. They won't. And, oh, they might get an overthrow.
It's great work by the keeper to anticipate that, because they had 2 people at the stumps and no backers up. So the keeper, Tanzir Hassan, I've really liked his work today and the way he read the play. Because the risk is, as a keeper, if you go to back up that throw too early, and if the throw comes to the keeper's end, you look really stupid because there's nobody there. It's going to go for a bunch of overthrows.
I think he's done very well there, the keeper. And they're just, everything's clicking for the Tigers today. Comes again. Bowler just outside of stump, called a wide again. Everything's clicking except those few little wides from Mia. But it's almost difficult to see where the Barbarians are going to get their runs. They've still got 4 overs left after this.
Thing is, it's often windy at this ground, but right now it is so calm. You could hear a pin drop, and I just think there's a lot of tension. There's a lot of tension, I think, particularly in the Barbarians dugout at the moment, as that rate reaches 9 now.
Again, and again, it's outside off stump. Got a bit of a bat on that, and it's no run.
So he hit it wide here. I'm assuming just because how far away from his body plays this, that this probably would have been called a wide. So again, going to be another break for the Tigers.
Yeah, it was a wide.
He does, and he gets the end of the bat on it.
If he got a bit more of it, he might have squeezed it down between the man.
Exactly, that's a little bit of luck they haven't had. You haven't seen an edge fly away for 4, and the edges are typically just flown through to the keeper. And so, wow, tell you what, this is a really, really impressive display so far. Sustained display, which is almost 6 overs old from the Prague Tigers with the ball. Now the Barbarians need a hero.
It's a Polar again. Good ball, right.
See what I'm talking about? I mean, everything. I mean, that one has broken probably 2 or 3 bones in Alamin Hussein's feet, and he doesn't even know about it. I don't know if the camera would catch it. It was so quick. And take that. And he acts like it's exactly what he meant to do. He just walks it off. That's the end of the 6th over. It's 22 for 4.
I completely forgot he was there again. I just didn't see him. There's the non-striker just there, and I was waiting for the ball to go heading towards the boundary, and then he put out the big size 10.
Oh, look at him now. The Tigers 83%. No way. That's got to be too high. I mean, how about that fielding, though, from Hussein? That's crash test dummy style as he took the bullet. All right, so here we go. It's Sahadat Hussein, our opening batter, who's going to be the 5th bowler.
They need about 10 and over now.
Yeah, I know.
And you can't see where it's going to come from.
That's why the win predictor is picking a new record here. But, well, let's see how it pans out. Over number 7, an important one.
Good ball. It looked like it was going wide, and Hussain, not a bad start in hindsight.
We didn't see him bowling earlier. But yeah, he gets this one right.
I can't see the Barbarians getting this total.
They used Aman Bhuyan as the other bowler in the first game, and he went for 22. Not playing this game.
Just poked down into Gully, and Gully just a single.
This is why ECN is unlike any other cricket in the world, because you just never, ever would have predicted Tigers to have a prayer in this game.
Well, especially after the after only scoring 60 with the bat.
Yeah, at that point I'm talking about.
That's a good ball. Hoik down to the leg side. They'll look for two. I don't think they'll get it. Good pick up and throw. And that's fantastic fielding. The Tigers just doing everything right today.
Helix saying it's little things that are just going right for the Tigers. Yeah, couldn't agree more. Helix, that ball that found the boot of the fielder. He wasn't really reacting, except when he got hit. He's just saying.
It's called a wide. Bit of a wild throw at the stumps from the keeper.
Yeah, Alamin Hussain also acts as a kind of backup to that wild, crazy back stumping attempt. It's a touch and go one.
Tried to throw it with both hands.
Free throw style. All right, back to live action.
Oh, that's a good shot. They might get a boundary out of this, but there's a man out there and it'll come back for two. And it's well backed up there.
It's the first two of the innings. And remember, we still only had the one boundary. It's been incredible stuff so far.
It's been a good over so far. Just a little bit wider here from Hussain, but it's been pretty good. Only 5 so far from the over.
Yeah, don't count out the Barbarians, though. That rate's not out of hand if you look at it in isolation.
Oh, got him! Inside edge. And that's another wicket. That's 5 down now for Barbarians. And the Tigers are having the best day of their lives.
This is unbelievable, really. And the Tigers, they were hibernating, weren't they, in the first half of this game? The bats were asleep. They only scored 60. Right now, they're odds on to do this. 27 for 5. And there's only 19 balls left in this game. And surely we're going to see a record. Still, Barbarians, and they find a little something. I mentioned the rate isn't really out of hand. It's well below 2 a ball, but every time they try and attack, they find a way to get out, and eventually you see this one just dragged onto the stumps. Goyal goes for 6 off 10, and the score 27 for 5.
Tell you what, the place to be tonight, if Tigers win this, will be at the Curry House in Palmovka. So if you're around that area, I know there's going to be a big party there tonight.
This would be incredible. I mean, Men in Blue defended 63 in February 2021. That's a record that wasn't beaten for, what's that, a year and 3 months. So they held on to that for 15 months, that record. And Stockholm Tigers, who beat it just 2 weeks ago, looks like they're going to lose it pretty quickly. Here's Hussain.
Good start to the new batsman again. And, well, just poked out to the man at short cover. And they've kept the field in. They've got those 2 players in a short cover and that sort of straight, short mid-wicket.
It's kind of an in-out field, we call it, because the men that are in are quite in, and then the rest are out on the boundary. So it's all about trying to stop that single and create that dot ball pressure. So Sahana Hussain, in the end, that over just goes for 5. The score is 27 for 5. 3 overs remaining, and then we'll see the Barbarians. Where's their head going to be at? Because in the last game, they're taking on the Spartans. And the Prague Barbarians, they elected to bowl first. Probably felt like they did a pretty good job, and they did with the ball. Right now, they haven't chased it down. They'll be chasing again in match 24. Spartans coming off a good win over Vinarati in their earlier game today. That match will be coming your way in about half an hour's time, right here on the European Cricket Network. Still can't quite believe what I'm seeing. They're going to go back to Russell Meir. And so really, all the bowlers have done what we talked about. They've kept it tight.
It's a good ball. Again, that area is perfect.
And what's so amazing about this defence so far is that no over has gone for more than 5. Right, so it's been...
Well, there's no way they're getting 11 runs and over
crazy.
then.
Well, to be fair, the second one did go for 6. So 2, 6, 3, 3, 3, 5, 5. Amazing work.
it's all more remarkable because Barbarians bowled out the Tigers, so they'd be on a high getting out into out there to defend the total and get the total quickly. The Tigers just not reading the script. And that's been poked out towards point, and again, just picked up, nice throw.
It's the other thing, they've barely fumbled in the field.
Yeah.
I mean, these balls that you think, oh, is that going to be fumbled for 4? They haven't. And even that one there, you thought maybe it's going to be knocked away. It was a clean pickup. Not just that, not just the low defence record, but they'll also be, I think, only the 6th team to ever be bowled out before the 10 overs and win.
Yep.
So, Tigers making history on their first ever day in ECS cricket. It is something quite remarkable and unprecedented that we're watching right now. That's what's so special about the European Cricket Network, making dreams come true.
Oh, he's lost that one a bit, and that's 4 runs. In fact, is it? It's been cut off.
What?
They can't take
Where
a
did
trick.
he come from?
It's the fastest part of the ground.
What happened there? I didn't even look back because I thought that's flying for 4. He smacked that. Oh, tell you what, the batters can't take a trip. It's a terrible delivery. Leg stump full toss. Haven't seen too many of those.
Look, there he is.
There he is. Just popped up out of nowhere. That's Al Mahmood. Well, he's having a pretty good time. At least the power nap worked for him because he's got all his energy back. Quarter innings remaining. They need to double their score, Barbarians.
Vances down the wicket, and again, they're celebrating every ball, the Tigers.
This is as pumped as they were when they started batting this morning in the chase. And they were just cheering absolutely everything. I mean, the Barbarians, what do they be thinking? I mean, I'll say it again. The run rate required isn't out of control. If you look at it in isolation, it's 12.4. But you just can't see it happening.
They haven't scored more than 6 and over, Vinny.
Yeah.
There's no way they're getting 12. I think they're pretty much home. I'm going to say that
as
they're
soon
home.
as you called it, I feel like we're going to see a resurgence from the Barbarians. Anyway,
I can't see it.
Here we go, 2 to come for Mia.
It's a wide.
Tight call. Really tight call.
I think it was a good one.
Yeah, see if it grabs a bit of the line on the way past the crease. Yeah, I mean, that's one that I honestly think can go either way. If there's even the outer coat of lacquer of the ball over the wide line, they'll call it. So, mini break for the Barbarians who'll get that ball again and get the run, of course.
It's a bowler again, and that's, good ball.
Good arm.
Just bounced over the stumps.
I do love the overarm ping with the gloves on from Tanzir Hassan. They probably know another wicket or 2, and then maybe they can start celebrating. Misses them all. 2 fielders there to back it up.
At least he used one hand this time.
It's quite exciting, isn't it? Nothing sleepy about this Saturday afternoon at the moment in Prague. Tigers on the verge of history. Last ball of the over.
Good ball again. It could be out. Man's coming around and takes it. Another 1 down for Barbarians. 6 wickets down for 31. Only 2 overs left. They've got to be home now, Vinny.
I feel like I'm about to wake up and that this was all a dream. The Tigers might be thinking the same thing, but I've just pinched myself and I'm here. I'm here at Vinoj, just north of Prague in the Czech Republic. And it will be the best defence surely that we've ever seen in over 2,000 matches. The Tigers coming in and turning the ECN world upside down on their first ever day in the league. And, well, you just can't believe your eyes. And I want to say hello to Sue Odlin, who's in the chat, as well as Lily Panda. Well, they can't believe it either. They've been lurking, but now they felt compelled to comment. And why not? That's a 6 wicket now. And the score 31 for 6 after 8 overs. Now they're up to needing 15 and over with 2 batters at the crease, and one's brand new, the other one, Brendan Kumar, is 4 off 8, so hasn't been able to get anything going so far. And everyone was talking about the Tigers and how their batting is their strength. Their batting's much stronger than their bowling. I have to respectfully disagree. This has been an outstanding team performance with the ball and in the field at the moment.
Look, absolutely, Vinny, and it's been great with the ball from the Tigers. This one's a big swing and a miss.
Well, here's the other thing, and I should have thought of this because Shog has just mentioned that it looks like the Tigers will be taking the record from the Tigers. Because it was the Stockholm Tigers, and they also have a bit of a greenish tinge to their uniforms. The Stockholm Tigers set the record just 2 weeks ago, and it looks like it's going to go down. It's actually 2 weeks to the day, I think.
Beats him outside off, and this is the perfect time to bring back Alam And they're home.
Oh, they've been unbelievable. It's not even going to be close. Oh, I cannot believe this. Tell me the Barbarians would have 31 after 8.2 overs. I would have said you're absolutely crazy.
Another good ball. And
look at the quality at the top of the Barbarians order. Yendra Singh continues his run of outs in ECS cricket. He could never really get his bat talking last year. Oh, I still can't believe it. And of the games that not many totals they've been defended in the 60s, this will be the lowest score, almost certainly.
Oh, well, they would have almost defended 40, Vinny.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, I mean, I think the Stockholm Mumbai Indians were held to 48 in defence. I remember that the decathlon defence of 63 was just by a handful of runs, maybe 4 or 5, so that was high 50s. I remember that the men in blue defended their 63. It was 11 stars scoring 52. Right now, they're going to struggle to get out of the 30s.
Look, you know, he deserves a wicket, does Alam. But, no, they won't. Well, they will scramble one. Can't quite pick up the soap.
That'll be a bye. There were about 3 men that fancy themselves to stop that. I think the signal will come.
It's getting scrappy from the Tigers.
Yeah, it has to be a bite. Yeah, I mean, there's probably no need to throw, but I can understand why he was excited. Tanzir Hassan.
It's just that nothing's happened for the Barbarians. They've been searching for most of the searching for the ball for most of this innings, but it's been fantastic bowling from the Tigers. And Aaron Ashokan, who predicted the Tigers to be the top of this Group B, this is another good ball. He is the captain of the Czech Republic side.
They're loving it, and they probably think that's the end of the game, but actually there's an over to go. I know that they only batted 9 overs, but the other team has to bat the whole 10. So it's a little bit silly if 5 6s come off this over. As it is 32 for 6. What a great over that was. Ajar Alam. Well, in the end, there was only that bye off the over, I think. So effectively, he bowls a maiden in the 9th. Score moves from 31 to 32.
How's that? Going for an economy rate of 1.5. No wicket. That's disappointing.
It's just ridiculous cricket right now. And the Tigers are on the prowl. Last over of a record game.
It's gone. Another wicket.
Well, everything has turned to gold, hasn't it, for the Tigers in this game? And you got to say that it just shows you that anything is possible if you believe. And there was a sense of belief from the Tigers even in the beginning where you felt no way they could do this. But they've taken the key players and they've just continued this momentum. It's been a fantastic even performance. Still, the top score is 6 in the innings. And that one taken in that kind of fly slip region. So 32 for 7. Yeah, good point in the chat. It was raised that perhaps Diraj Thakur saying 20 extras in the first innings. Of their 60 they were bowled out, there were 20 extras. Only one was a leg by, so the others are what I call the avoidables. See this catch just taken fairly comfortably. Yeah, so maybe they should have only made something in the 40s if you take out some of those wides. And I think with 3 no balls in the innings as well. It's still, I'm not often speechless, Danny, you know that. But this has been the sort of performance that'll make your jaw drop no matter how much cricket you've watched.
Comes the bowler again, and nice and full. A bit uppish, and I'll look for 2. I don't think they'll get there.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a moot point anyway. They're not going to get near this total.
Our parents have got to be shell-shocked going into the next game against the Spartans, because their batting has been, it's been worst-case scenario stuff, if I'm honest. It's not even close.
Not even close.
I mean, the Tigers, we're going to get some great shots in about 3 balls, because I mean, they're going to be pinching themselves, probably pinching each other. Now there's no corona restrictions. You can probably get away with that, but it's been a fairy tale finish to their opening day on ECN.
It's a bit of a leg by, but very optimistic LBW appeal.
Might as well give that out. Everything else has gone for the Tigers, hasn't it, this innings? But, you know, they've set it up because of their fantastic bowling, accurate bowling and good fielding.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. It's going to finish up here in a couple of balls.
Yeah. What a moment this will be when this over's done. 2 to come.
Ah, good bowling again. It's that line that just outside off stump, and they just can't get it away. Can the Barbarians?
It's been metronomic, is what I'll say. And we talked about this pitch that does a bit for bowlers if you get in the right spot. That's exactly what they've done with their 5 paces in this innings. And the Tigers are 1 ball away from history. It's the Stockholm Tigers. They had their 2 weeks in the sun, but now it will be the Prague Tigers setting a new record after this ball.
Oh, good ball. Slow ball, leg spin, end of the game. Big win for the Tigers. Look at them go bananas. That's a fantastic win for the Tigers. 2 from 2. Top of the table at the moment.
Well, that is an incredible win. In fact, I know I've done something like 1,400 games or something like that on the European Cricket Network. That is one of the most memorable. It just shows you that if you believe anything's possible, okay, they needed a bit of luck, but to be honest, they made their own luck with their bowling and their application. They never took a backward step. I said that Tigers can't walk backwards. I don't know if that's actually true, but these Tigers certainly didn't. And the Stockholm Tigers, their record of 62 defended goes down here on day 6 in the Czech Republic. The final score is Prague Tigers 60, the Prague Barbarians 34. A 26-run victory. And look, that is also by far the biggest margin of any team that's defended a score in the 60s. And the Tigers, aren't they happy? They've got every reason to be. What a performance.
Oh, what a performance indeed, Vinny. That's fantastic. Remember, they're a Division 3 team. They're probably not a Division 3 team on paper, but in actuality they are. It's a fantastic result. It's a Division 1 team they've beaten, and they've beaten them convincingly. Probably 60 is not the greatest total they'll score in this tournament, but really keeping a team of the Barbarians ilk down to 34 is pretty amazing.
Yeah, and look, to be honest, they'll now feel that they can defend anything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, their batting couldn't have been worse, if I'm honest. They're only the 6th team to get bowled out within the 10 overs and still win the game. They're the first team to ever defend a score of 60. I suppose the next frontier is a team defending in the 50s, and we've never seen that as yet. But, yeah, just throw some stats at you. There was only the 1 boundary in the innings. And there's only the 2 twos. So apart from that, it was binary stuff, just 1s and 0s, and also plenty of wickets along the way as the Barbarians could never build a partnership. 17 wickets falling in the game. And history in the making. Prague Tigers are 2-0 after their first day in ECS cricket. Barbarians, well, they didn't have too much time to dwell on that result because they are bowling first. Probably not a bad thing, I think, to get them out there again. They did bowl well, take nothing away from them. And they were able to bowl the team out for 60. The Spartans, I don't think it'll be that easy. That's the issue, because I know that they batted pretty well despite a few wobbles in their innings. They put 110 on the board against Minarati earlier in the day. So stay tuned, because we're going to have to quickly maybe have a cold shower, because that was tense stuff. And in 15 minutes, we'll be back with match 24. It's the last game of the week, so stick around for more cricket action. Looking back at this innings, and it was a fantastic bowling and fielding performance. I think they held the chances that came their way. They fielded really well on the ground. Okay, that's one that did get away, but there weren't any more, really. Got to say, the keeping has been great from Tanzir Hassan. I think he set the tone behind the stumps. And the Barbarians, well, they just couldn't even believe what was happening to them out there.
No, absolutely not. And, well, that's the couple of LBWs that were very close shouts as well. They that were given not out. That one was, though. Bit of a celebration there. And the Tigers, well, they're a surprise packet. And the wickets kept on going down as well. They just couldn't build any momentum at all, the Barbarians. And I think after they lost their big 3 in Hoke, Devendra Singh and Vandrasi, that really wasn't much.
Even they had fielders popping up out of the ground at one point, didn't they? And it was Al Mahmood who made that stop, and also bowled a very good couple of overs. I think what he did very well is handle his bowlers. Mm-hmm. And, when it came time to trust other bowlers to keep up the pressure, he did that very well. And in the end, you see the Tigers, they couldn't believe what they'd done. They've set a new record, lowest total ever defended successfully. Just 60 holding up in match 23. 26 runs the margin. And Sahadat Hussain, he was brilliant as the 5th bowler as well. We didn't see him this morning, showing they got even more depth with no Aman Bhuyan in the lineup, and the Tigers, and I thought they were tamed, but they were out of the cage in the second half of the game. The Stockholm Tigers, they hold on to the best defence record for just 2 weeks, the 62 that they defended in Stockholm. Going down here, 60-34, the final score in match number 23. And it's a scorecard that the Barbarians will not want to look at, because in the end, despite not even seeing any ducks, just a bunch of single-digit numbers, 252, 364, 201. Well, if you dial that, you might get worldrecords.com. And yet an extra, the extras being a bit of a difference in the game as well. There were only 7 wides, or seven including wides and buys, compared to the 19 in the first half. So I think that the avoidables certainly making a bit of a difference. And yeah, the thing was, when they weren't taking wickets, they were keeping it really tight. There were lots of swings and misses. They put the ball in the right spot. I just don't know what you could say, except that was pretty much a perfectly executed defence, if ever I saw one.
Yeah, look, absolutely. And they did fantastically well in the field as well. They held their catches. They just, as you said, fielders were popping out of nowhere to stop boundaries. And have a look at these bowling figures.
Nobody went double digits with the ball. All ball in their 2 overs.
No one went over
5, 9, 6. Yeah, if you look at just the runs column, nobody went for 10 or more. And despite Alam not taking a wicket, he did take a maiden, which nobody else was able to do. But there were just no big overs at all. That 6 was the highest in the second over. And the last 2 overs, they're only able to get 3 runs. And just when they needed to take off, they found themselves 6 feet under. Barbarians, well, the good thing for them is they won't finish their week on that note. They'll get a chance to bounce back against the Spartans. When we return in just over 10 minutes' time, it will be match 24. Barbarians fielding first again. We'll be hoping to replicate half of that game. Certainly not the other half. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Danny Hudacek on a record-breaking day in Prague. The sun's out. We're ready to party. Last game of the week coming up just around the corner. See you soon for more FanCode European Cricket Series, Czech Republic.
Hello and welcome back to Prague, and it's been a great week of cricket, the first week coming to its conclusion with match 24, the last match of day 6. Been a wonderful Saturday. Hopefully the action continues, and I'm sure it will, with two teams that have shown they're pretty competitive today already. They're going to go head to head here in the last match of the day, and it is the Barbarians versus the Spartans. I know Charles Croucher, well, he's a man, he likes to get it right, and he's right in the middle right now with the two captains as we get ready for the coin toss for match number 24.
Your call. Yep. Tails is the call. And it's ahead. We'll ball first. Ball first.
So the news from the toss is that Barbarians, they have won the toss and elected to field first. Look, why not, after they picked apart the Tigers, who've had a very mixed first day on their first day in the European Cricket Series. They bowled them out for just 60. They'll be hoping to do something similar in this game and then chase the runs down in the last innings of the day. But it won't be so easy, I can tell you that, against a Spartans side that certainly showed a very deep batting lineup in their earlier win over Vinaradi. And so I'm sure that their captain, Kranthi Venkateswamy, will be pretty keen to put some runs on the board. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him bat a little bit higher as well. Satyasen Gupta, well, he always brings something to the table, doesn't he? I think his batting and his bowling very useful for the Spartans. So it should be a fantastic finish to the week. Looking forward to this match. 24, Danny Hudacek is in the commentary box. He's going to take you through the first stages of this one. The news from the toss, Prague Barbarians have won their fielding. Let's get ready for the last game of the week.
Thanks, Vinny. And we're a little bit shell-shocked here at the demise of the Barbarians against a very, very competitive Tigers side who have come to play here in this Group B of the FanCode European Cricket Series from the Czech Republic. The Prague Tigers have had two big wins against Division 1 teams in Vinaradi earlier in the day, showing it wasn't a fluke. They demolished the Barbarians with some fantastic bowling and fielding. And this is a different game. Barbarians will have to pick themselves up. They made a couple of changes. Andrew Sims come in, Vishal Mane has come in, Robin Thakral has come in as well to this team. But it's up to those top three of Hoke, Singh and Vandrasi to get some runs. But they'll be fielding first. And they bowled pretty well. They bowled the Tigers out for 60, but this is a different animal with the Prague Spartans. With some players launching an attack. Gunasekar and Nandivada will, I think, be opening the batting. In fact, it is an unchanged opening combination for them. But Satyasen Gupta score some good runs. Kranthi as well, and Vaishak. Looks pretty even on paper. In fact, the Prague Barbarians, 85 expected score. Prague Spartans, 83. Average runs, 93 for the Barbarians and 83 for the Spartans. But we just saw a devastating result for the Barbarians, where they were chasing 60 and only managed 34. And they'll have to pick themselves up. As I said, a couple of changes in the team might just change the momentum. And it will be Madashetty, who, apart from a few wides, bowled pretty well in the last game. And he'll be bowling to Naveen Gunasekharan. Just waiting on a start. Very much, again, like in the last game, very much an offside field. But these batsmen from Spartans, as we saw against Vinaradi earlier, when they scored 110, are I think a level above what the Tigers have, definitely in depth. They bat pretty much all the way down, with Niraj Taigi listed at being number 11, and he's a good bat. So here we go with the final game of the day. First of Group B, and it's a big appeal, and he's given him. Well, that's a great start, and the batsman pointing at his bat, but I don't know about that. It took him a long time to make the decision, the umpire, and he does roll his wrist over it. It does straighten up. Normally for the bowler, he comes wide of the crease, and oh, that's absolutely plumb for me. If he hasn't got an edge, And I think the batsman did claim an edge, but it's one of those disappointing little things that some batsmen do. And what a start here for Barbarians. And a great start there for Matachetti. Brings out the very talented Vashak Janavisan. And the perfect start for Barbarians, and it'll pick them up a little bit from their disappointing performance against the Tigers. And Spartans, they are a very, very solid team. As I said, I'm tipping them to be the top of this Group B. But Barbarians, that's not the script for them. So, let's see if he can continue with this deceptive bowling. Matachetti, he came very wide of the crease then. Does get a bit of movement away from the batsman. No great pace, but just clamps down and goes to the man at a deepish gully. And no run. They'll be stinging the Barbarians after that loss. Come in again. And this one's wide. He had an issue with that in the last game, just controlling it outside off stump. But you saw how the Tigers attacked the stumps, and that's exactly what he did in the very first ball, Matachetti. And good decision for the LBW. Comes in again. This one's got an edge just out of the reach of the fielder. They'll come through for a single. Bit of luck there for Vashak. It'll bring Prem Nandivada on strike. It'll batted very well in the last game, did Prem. Good attacking option up the top for the Spartans in the batting lineup. As I said, they've only got 2 on the leg side. He'll want to keep it outside off. Will Matachetti. And this one's in the air. It should be out. Caught and bowled, and easy dismissal. Both the openers get golden ducks. And Barbarians now, they're 2 for 2, the Spartans. And this not in the script either. Remarkable day's cricket. And it'll bring Satyajit Sengupta to the crease. Saw him again in sparkling form against Vinarati earlier, but just went across the line and got a leading edge. An easy catch there for the bowler, Matachetti. And what a fantastic start to the Barbarians. Well, I don't know what else this day can throw up to us. This is really amazing. And Matachetti has taken 2 wickets already in this first over. Coming to bowl to Sengupta. He's under a bit of pressure now. Both quality batsmen. They need a partnership here. Do the Spartans just to settle things a bit. And just out of the reach of the fielder. It'll be 4. Full toss. Just whipped it away on the onside. Just lost his length then a bit. It was the bowler. He was right on line. But will relieve the pressure a little bit for Spartans, and especially for the new batsman Sengupta. Matachetti will continue. And this one's down leg, called a wide. Unusual action does Matachetti. Sometimes that does throw batsmen off, but normally it's what comes out of the hand, and it's pretty good from Matachetti. Coming again. And just outside off, got him dangling there, Sengupta. And very, very good over. 7 from it, but 2 big wickets. And the headlines here for Barbarians: 7 for 2 are the Spartans. It's a long way to go in this game. And in the first over, but gotta say, Barbarians, fantastic start. Just that couple of wides and one loose delivery that got spanked for 4. The new bowler will be Piyush Kumar. Vinny, good start here for the Barbarians.
Yeah, you could say that. What I've noticed is a few more wickets up front in the first over in particular. You see that's jumped from kind of 7 centre wickets to closer to 9. As we start a new over, yeah, something is going on. Remember all that talk? Oh, these boundaries are so short here. You're going to see a bunch of runs and it's going to see records broken. Well, tell that to these teams today. I mean, we've seen wickets falling and the bowlers have certainly had the best of it here this afternoon.
There's such a difference between Group A and Group B as well. And we're seeing 4 new teams today. We'll see Moravians on Monday. That's an inside edge for 4. Relieve the pressure a little bit. But it's such a different dynamic. I did mention, we got a bit lucky with that, did Singh Gupta. I mentioned that probably the best 3 teams in this competition were in Group A. It's just a matter of the draw and how things worked out. This one's short and just it's almost a double bouncer, but no run. But we see a very different dynamic to the players, to the teams in this side of the draw. I'm not saying that they're any better or worse than the others, but it's a loose ball, full toss, and it's been hit for 6. Well, pressure being relieved here, but I'm not saying it's any better or worse. Just a different dynamic. I don't think they haven't got the big name players like the Beast or Riddick Tomar and these Sabawundavisi in this part of the draw. But we've got good cricketers who are passionate about what they do, and some talent as well. And there's a lot of talent out here for the Spartans. They're were put under a bit of pressure early by the Barbarians, but a couple of loose deliveries here from Piyush Kumar, and it's actually been called a no ball. It's a free hit.
Wow, okay.
And he called a wide. It's going to go down towards the boundary, and it will be 4-leg buys, I think.
No, it's going to be 5 wide, so it doesn't get anything on the way through. So that's even worse than a free hit. It's like a super free hit coming up now, because they've definitely got 5 off it. And then whatever comes next, because the free hit will still be in play.
Well, they got 7 the ball before. That's 12 so far off this ball, Vinny, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And, there's more runs coming, you feel. Bit of work for the fielder to do down here. Just 1. And this is what we haven't really seen. A counterpunch in an innings so far this afternoon.
Yeah. No, it's been good so far. Bringing Vaishak onto strike. He needs some runs, Vaishak. We saw glimmers of it this morning. He's a very good batsman. And just having a chat. I'm not sure what he's pointing out. Maybe a bit of chatter out there from the Barbarians. So it'll be re-bowled. Just a dead ball. Ooh, almost took out the bowler there. Just whizzed past his ear. So it's been a bit of a loose over here from Piyush Kumar. Comes in again. And not a bad ball. Dragged down onto the onside. Straight for just a single. There's no one. Wow. Looking at the Barbarians field, there's a man straight at long on. There's another one about maybe 10 metres away from him at cow corner, very close together. But there's no one else on the leg side. So anything tucked around the corner is going to be 4 or 5 all run. Because it's a long chase, probably for the keeper. Anywhere down near there, it's a very, very interesting field set by Devendra Singh. Anyway, that's the end of the over. An expensive one for Kumar and for Barbarians. Let's let the pressure off a bit. And 19 from it. Look at the table. Prague Tigers at the top.
What is going on? I mean, they've turned things upside down. There's no way you should be able to defend 60. They did. Now we head into the 3rd over of this game. And this one slashed away, and it's going to be a wicket. So Well, ball just has been dominating bat this afternoon. The bats looked like they were perhaps going to swing and get Spartans out of trouble, but a wicket to start the third over. And Barbarians, I think that the best thing for them is they're back out there, and once more, they're letting their bowlers do the talking.
Yeah, Czech just cutting that away, and it's a better start to this over. Last one, just let the pressure off, but Marshak not being in the runs again. He needs to get a bit of form for his team Spartans if they have any chance later on in the week. So I do think that they're good enough to get into that top 4 and then to trouble some of the teams in the Group A we saw previously this week. Anyway, we'll bring new batsman out. It's Varun Mehta, the wicketkeeper. I'm surprised not to see Kranti Venkataswamy batting for
Surprises
the
me as
Spartans
well.
teams. He's
Looked
probably
good this morning, batting really low.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's continue. And this one swings a bit too far for a wide. I've got to say that early LBW, I agreed with it. I think Joe Foster took a long time to make his decision because he would have seen how wide the ball was delivered from, and that would have been on his mind. But I think it hit him a long way back and hit him in line with off stump. I don't think there's any way that was missing. This one, I think, is. And will be a leg by, squeezed away.
Yeah, he's just not quite got his line here now. Just a little bit down leg side, got away with it. As I said, there's absolutely no one in that area. It just takes a little tickle on it, and it's 4 runs down on leg side, so he can't afford to be anywhere near the pads of these batsmen. Comes the bowler again. Madashedi, it's in the air, and it'll be caught by Devendra Singh, and another wicket. And that is the end of the Spartans batsman. That's Varun Mehta, and in fact it's Singh Gupta, which is a big wicket. So it's
hard to believe how much ball has dominated bat this afternoon, and the Spartans, I mean, they were able to kind of wrangle the way out of trouble earlier, weren't they, against Finnerati? But there would be some concerns for their batting at the moment. And with that wicket, it's now 4 wickets for Madashedi. He's got 4 for 8. We've only seen 1 5-wicket haul this year in something like about 400 matches on ECN. So could he be just the second person? And the first actually in ECS cricket, because the other one was in the ECL by Fazid Chowdhury of Albi Zalmi. Right now he's got 4 for 8. He's got 3 balls to play with, and the Spartans in a bit of trouble. 28 for 4.
Junior Penalette, the new batsman, and it's been quite weird this innings so far, because Madashedi's got 4 wickets for 8 runs, and then 19 off the second over. Comes in, and this one's been poked out towards point for no run. It's well, we'll see what the rest of the bowling for Barbarians brings. I know they do have some good bowling. They did bowl the Tigers out for 60 in the previous game. It was the batting that let them down. Comes Madashedi again. Dangles that bat outside off stump as the new batsman. In fact, they're both new batsmen, really.
Yeah, go with the, looking pretty lonely on the Hall of Fame board, the 5-wicket hauls. Normally you see quite a few of them. Fazid Chowdhury, 5 for 30 as well of 2 overs. That was Group D for Albi Zalmi.
Left outside off stump, and it's the end of the over, and a fantastic spell there from Vamshi Madashedi, taking 4 wickets for 8 runs. That's a great opening spell for Madashedi. Unusual bowler, gets a bit of movement, and when he bowls in those areas just outside off stump, he's super dangerous. And look at this, the power play.
Yeah, so second over, we thought the counter attack was on, and it was, wasn't it? And the 3 power play overs going for 7, 19 and 2. Got to say Madashedi, all 4 wickets to him. He's going to need some help. If you look at what the Tigers were able to do, they had 5 bowlers all contributing. And yeah, Madashedi at the moment, he's done all the work, but there's still time for other bowlers to impact. And it looks like they're going back to Piyush Kumar, despite getting a bit of stick in the last over and getting it wrong.
Well, I'll tell you what, the only thing I in defence of the captain. The only thing I can say is that he's had confidence in his bowler, and he knows him better than what we do. Comes in, and it's a good ball in the air, could be out, and it is! Well, that's a 5th wicket down, and as I mentioned, a bit of confidence there from the skipper to give Kumar another over after a pretty shabby first over, to be fair. And that's another batsman down for the Spartans. And I don't understand this game at the moment, Vinny. This is the weirdest couple of games of cricket. I just don't get it.
I've done over 1,400 games of cricket, and I feel like I know nothing. Because you bring a guy back that got taken to the cleaners. Okay, some of it was self-inflicted, to be fair, in the second. He went for 19 in that over, including like 12 in one ball. And you bring the guy back on, and he takes another wicket. So now Manichetti does get some help, and the Spartans fall further into the hole that they've dug for themselves. It's 28 for 5.
The current run rate's not too bad. They're looking at scoring about 90, but they've lost 5 wickets already, Vinny.
Well, they'll be all out in 6.2 overs at this rate. So maybe we'll have to order our taxis into town a bit earlier because Spartans right now, maybe they think they only need 60, or maybe they think they only need 50 after watching the Barbarians bat against the Tigers. Here's the next delivery. Kumar pushes the batter back. It's Saka Reddy who's out there. Nice start for him as he gets off the mark.
Saka Reddy can hit big runs and very quickly. He's a big hitter of the ball. So, but they're putting the pressure on. They're continuing with this this 7-2 field, Barbarians. And this is, it could be out. Going down leg, I think. Might have got an inside edge. We'll have to have another look at that.
Just felt there might be a bottom edge on that. The way he plays it makes me think it might be a bit high as well. But I think for me, my instinct was that there is an edge. Have a look at it.
Yeah, a bit high.
And there was a definite deflection I picked up there. And holding the bat up, which works some of the time.
Whoa, what a ball that was.
Good delivery. Really good delivery. I love this pitch, I've got to say it. I think that it's testing batters out, and you just know that kind of the dangerous ball might only be one ball away because it does move significantly. That one's a bit of extra bounce. His next one from Kumar, big swing and a miss. From Panellet, he essentially has played out a maiden now. 0 off 6, with 1 ball to go. It's been ball dominating bat, maybe with the exception of the second over that went for 19. But all the other overs only going for 10 combined.
It's a great comeback over from Piyush Kumar after being slammed for 19. It was bad bowling, to be fair, from Kumar, and he's 1 for 1 off this one, and this one will just be pushed out to be a single. So 1 for 2 off this over for Kumar, and a good comeback for him. He's gone for 21 off his 2 overs, and they're 30 for 5 at over number 4. Vinny.
Yeah, hard to believe, isn't it? Well, hopefully you're enjoying the action as much as we are here in Prague. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Danny Hudacek. And look, what I would say is that this is why you don't want to turn away from ECN for a second, because history could be just around the corner. What I want to do is put a call out for the lurkers, because I haven't done it yet today, and so I'm leaving it a bit late. But if you are lurking in the background, I want you to get in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, because I want to say hello to you. I want to say thanks for supporting European cricket. And I'm sure there's a few lurkers out there that's will be as amazed as I am that we saw 60 defended for the first time ever in over 2,000 matches.
Yeah, that was absolutely nuts, and it was a great moment in the history, the very short history of the Prague Tigers.
Yeah, very short history. They got 2 big scalps now.
Now,
I don't know if a team's ever gone straight from Division 3 to Division 1, but if that's ever allowed to happen, they've certainly thrown the gauntlet down. New over's about to begin, and Murali Vandrasi is going to bowl some of his leg spin in over number 5.
This will be interesting. And just poked out just for a single up to the deep cover area, and it's a good bowler, Murali. It's just started off with a single, brings Saka Reddy back on strike. Former Barbarian, also a lot of air there, a lot of flight, and just got through the 2 fielders converging, the bowler and the short cover. Just another single, and they need a partnership here, do the Spartans, to get up to a defendable total. But what is a defendable total? They're almost to what Barbarians got in the last game. It's full toss, been hit well, and that's 4 runs for Reddy. In fact, it wasn't Reddy, it was Panelet. And good shot. But it was a bit of a full toss there. Pretty easy pickings. Only 2 players out there, and he bisected them. In fact, they do have a man at deep backward square leg now, but he's got a lot of space to cover. That one is called a wide. Bowls leg spin, does Murley. Normally bowls with a lot of control, just lost a couple then. Want to bring that back. It's a better ball, just left alone by Panelet. Not quite halfway through this inning, so they're looking at a score at the moment around about 80. That's a wide again, but they have lost 5 big wickets. They do have a lot of batting, do the Spartans, and I think we might get to see quite a bit of it. Comes in again, a lot of flight, and this is hit over the top, and just a fielder there by Virender Kumar. Brings Sagar Reddy on strike. As I said, he can hit the long ball, can Reddy. It's a nice shot out on the offside. There's a player out there who does well. They look for 2, but they won't get it. Just a single. So, bit of it's an okay over from Vandrasi. 10 from it. A couple of loose deliveries, a couple of wides, and that boundary. Not up to his usual high standards, but he's been struggling a little bit with the ball, as the leg spinner so far this season, the domestic season. New bowler coming on to check who that is. So win probability, it's 59% to the Spartans at the moment, 41% to the Barbarians. I don't know about that. Pretty good runs on the board for the Spartans at this stage. Well, going at 8 and over, they lost 5 wickets. There's a new bowler bowling to Sagar Reddy. Gets a bit of a gift outside off stump. Just be a single, didn't quite put it away. Being Panelet back on strike. And oh, that's pretty close. The umpire not interested, going down leg, I think.
Yes, I think that's just trying to put something together. As I just said, a mystery visitor that pulled me out of the box for a second. Taranjeet Singh is out of the chat, and he's over there with his wonderful family. They're on holiday currently. Came down to watch. So nice to get some spectators, pretty high profile spectators. This one is called a wide.
Yeah, it's I've never met Taranjeet, I don't think. I've been to Romania a couple of times for cricket. Might have met him along the way.
I'm a bit worried because his son Prabjeet, he loves to commentate, so I think you might be out of the job before you know it. Oh, this one keeps a bit low, but well, just manoeuvred away by Reddy. And the thing is, in Romania, often I was by myself, so he'd sit in the second seat. But the problem is Prabjeet, for someone so young, he's very, very quick, and he learnt all the buttons, and he didn't mind turning the microphone on and giving his perspective on the game as well. Anyway, it's great to see Taranjeet here. Just congratulating on him on his performance in the Valletta Cup recently. This one will swing a bit too much and be called a wide.
Yeah, he was really good in that tournament. And the game against the Czechs, he was the difference, because he did, I think he hammered a century or close. Maybe just missed out, but took the game away from the Czechs. And the Czech team, I think, are improving a lot. This one's turned around the corner. That'll be 4. Yeah, the Czech team is improving a lot. Got a lot of depth now, and I don't think that any of the teams would have liked to have played them as Malta, that would have played them in the the final if
for sure.
Yeah, so... But
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with only just the top two structure. You know, it's just unfortunate that Czech team didn't get a chance, I suppose. But, I mean, with T20 cricket, because it takes so long, you can't get as many matches in. So, I mean, I'm sure... for sure, I think the Czech Republic were capable of winning that tournament. And ultimately, a couple of performances along the way meant that they didn't finish in the top two. This is Thakral, who is continuing.
They'll have another international tournament soon with the Central European Cup here in Prague. Austria, Luxembourg are coming. Not sure if there was someone else. Switzerland, I think, as well.
Yeah, well, Switzerland back in the fold now in ICC cricket, which is really exciting for them. Last ball the over, then I'm going to go back to the lurkers as we see the 50 come up, I think, for the Spartans. And we'll still have 6 overs to play with. So not in a terrible position run rate wise. I think we said it a couple of times during the innings, just those 5 wickets. So I mean, from here, if you can get 10 and over, you get 90. I think, judging by how the Barbarians batted in the first game, where they could only make 34, not to say they're not capable of scoring a big score with the Barbarians. It just depends, I think, on their top order significantly. I do want to say hello to Egan, who's watching from Spain. Egan Daniels, always great to see you in the chat. I know that we've got people watching from all over the world. So hello also to Lily Panda, who said she's happy with the ball dominating bat in T10 cricket. She's a bowler. She's not unhappy to see that. So yeah, we do see the full spectrum. Start of a new over. And this is Van der Assi to continue. Just cut away for a single first ball. And yeah, keep them coming in. If there's any more lurkers, you can just leave us a message. Let us know exactly where you're watching from. I know Lily's watching from New Zealand. I think New Zealand supporters had a bit of a roller coaster today in the test match the first day. Well, this is a little edge. It will be handled by the short third man and a single. So, yeah, let's just say, for argument's sake, the Spartans put 80 on the board here. Who do you favour in the game? Do you fancy the Barbarians to chase 80 or not? Do you think one team would be ahead?
The only thing I can say is that the Spartans have got a very good bowling lineup, but they're a bit more orthodox than what the Tigers are. And if the top 3 of Hoke, Devendra Singh, and this is hit straight, could possibility to catch there. Just ended up just saving 3 runs. Did the fielder there? That's Birendra Kumar. But I would say that if those 3 get going, or any one of those 3 get going, and there's a wicket. That's beautifully bowled there by the leg spinner Van der Assi. And that's the end of Sagar Reddy. It was a good little partnership between those two. Just steadied the ship a little bit. And that's a very nice wicket.
You mentioned Van der Assi's batting being good this season. I like the way he's bowling as well, because he is changing his pace. And you see the batter just misjudging that and getting carried away. I think you take the pace off, you can actually see the edge there. It's a good reaction. Devendra Singh behind the stumps. He's, in fact, yeah, that is Devendra Singh behind the stumps. The way that he has a bit of a chance to react to the deflection because the batter had come forward and had come out of his crease. So you do have a bit of a chance to make the subtle adjustment, which he did very well. He's got a good set of hands on him. And as it is, that is another wicket has fallen. The score is 53 for 6, and it breaks a bit of a partnership because those two came together at a time when they were needing a bit of a partnership. They came together at 28 for 5, so they do put on 25, but they still need, I think, 1 or 2 more partnerships to get them back in this game. This is hit into the gap, and this will be 4. So this is a good start from the new batter out there, and it's Parth Baladia who starts with 4, and he picks up the length pretty quickly. Doesn't go forward to this. It is a little bit short, to be fair, from Van der Assi, but a nice start to his innings.
It's a big unit, Parth, and he got plenty of that one. Good 4 runs. Just shout out to Damien Tillett in the chat. I'm watching from Belize.
Yeah.
I'm watching before my cricket match today. Didn't know there was any cricket in Belize, but obviously there's cricket all around the world.
There's cricket in so many places you wouldn't realise. Obviously, we're pretty focused on what's going on here in Europe. And speaking of here, we've got the day off to rest and recuperate tomorrow, but we will be back on Monday with more Group B action, starting with match 25 between the Barbarians and the Spartans. So these two teams will essentially play consecutive matches, although they will be 2 days apart. Then Moravian, we'll see them for the first time on Monday. And then the Tigers in the afternoon. Well, clear your schedule, because it's going to be interesting to see if they can keep going. They take on the Spartans first up. That'll be a real test for them. Then Moravian last game of the day. 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 p.m. in India. It's 1 p.m. in Bangladesh as well. If you're interested, join us for more ECS cricket as we see a Gundy ball first up over number 8. And it was just way too short. It's Harsha Changanti, the captain, who comes in and just gets that one wrong. It was too short. It was at the body. And Panelet, who had a really slow start to his innings, finally getting some runs, and that one takes him to 18.
Yeah, it's in fact it's not Harsha.
Are you sure?
Oh, it is Harsha. Sorry, my
has been a long day. We've seen some fantastical things, so you can be forgiven for not trusting your eyes.
It's a nice shot by Panelet though.
Yeah, and so cricket in Belize. I know there's cricket. Talk to people who play cricket in Argentina, all kinds of places. Japan. Yeah, it could be another catch. It's not. It just didn't pick that up. Had to hustle in a little bit there. That is Rohit Goyal, who's taken some good catches today. That kind of quarter of the field. That time, he kind of sat on his heels when he needed to take a couple of steps forward. And just sneaks through for 2 runs.
Yeah, unfortunate. And don't know if it really deserved a wicket, but it was there to be taken. And Panelet now 20 off 21.
Here's the next delivery. This is played away in the point region. This will be 1. Yeah, Steve Cook is in the chat as well. Hello to you, Steve. Hope you're well. A lot of people watching the current test match. And England, New Zealand. I saw a bit of an article about some of the low crowds there on day 1. And it was kind of discussing how expensive it was to go watch the test cricket. Get your thoughts on that in a second, Danny. Of course, we're pretty lucky to offer the cricket live and free here on ECN. Obviously, slightly different, but it's funny, isn't it? It seems to be getting more and more unaffordable to go to some of the big matches. I know that, and I had some friends try to go to the SCG test, and for this, I think 2 or 3 of them, it was getting up in the hundreds when you factor in eating and things like that. Here's the next ball, which will be hit to the mid-wicket. Has to turn around. This would have been out if it was a direct hit. Had to be a direct hit. And now we'll see a second attempt. And ends up being able to clean that one up. Yeah, it's funny. It's a far cry from the days where you could just bring 24 beers in the 1970s.
Pay a couple of dollars, yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I know these things cost a lot of money to put on, but I still think you can't do both. You can't complain about low crowds and set the price sky high. Anyway, 64 for 6 after 8. I still think they're on target for that 80 or so. Once again, pretty good team bowling effort. I mean, Kumar's second over was a shocker. It went for 19, but his second over just went for 2. Apart from that, I think the other bowlers have been pretty good.
Yeah, they have been. It's they've got 6 wickets already. They got the majority of this, the top line of this Spartans batting very cheaply, but it's Panelet who's really just stuck in there, hitting loose balls, batting well, and they're just pumping the score up to something defendable. A couple of overs left.
Here's Brendra Kumar, who's going to bowl at the 9th. It all happens in the 9th. Prague Spartans will be hoping it all happens on the run side of the scoreboard, and it might, because the first one is pulled into the gap. It's 4 to Panelet. He did start with a maiden, but he's been really important in getting this innings back on track, and that shot takes him to 25.
He's been impressive, and they needed this sort of innings somewhere, do the Spartans, and it's Johnny Panelet who's providing what they need. It's been backed up a little bit by Baladitya. This one, it's a quick single.
Oh, that's very quick, and this would have been amazing because he's gone through the legs here. Have a look at the bowler. I will say, I like the idea, but you got to get a bit more on it than this. As, he tried something fairly improvisational. Have a look at this for an attempt. And that's where you actually think you could do that if you got a bit more pace on it and had to throw it a bit lower. Oh, great bowling, really good bowling. And this swings a long way. And Baladia, he takes the bait, doesn't he? It's good keeping again. Devendra Singh has been brilliant behind the stumps for Barbarians. And we'll slow this down for you as it goes past the bat. You can see it does go on the march, doesn't he? And yeah, Devendra Singh, easy work from him. Fantastic. And look, I think he got called earlier for being marginally in front of the stumps or to the side of the stumps. Looks like he's made a subtle adjustment, taken half a step back, which I think is good because he still can reach for the ball and he wasn't in any danger of encroaching there. So a good bit of bowling from Virendra Kumar creates another wicket. The score now 69 for 7.
Yeah, it's been a strange innings this, but they're going got a defendable total, especially considering what happened to the Barbarians in the previous game. But they have lost 7 wickets, and they've been rescued by Panalet in these middle overs. We hate to think what would happen if that partnership or these mini partnerships hadn't happened.
We might have had a tennis game 40-30 at the end of the day. As it is, it will be a wide. Going to Saker in the new batter. 8 balls, or 9 balls I should say, left. That one will be re-bowled. Very, very interesting day's cricket if ever I saw one here on day 6. Look at outswinger. You know what's good is, even though the ball is older, it's still pretty new because we only use it for 10 overs.
Yeah.
So if you're a swing bowler, you should back yourself to be able to swing the ball at any point. I think it probably goes a bit less from the hand towards the end, but I think that bowlers that have moved off the straight have had good success today if they've been able to control that movement.
The second one's gone off the toe end in a row. The other thing is that these balls are very hard, and so they'll stay hard for those 10 overs.
Yeah.
And so the bounce, when you get an older ball, sometimes the bounce is not quite as good, and it doesn't come off the bat as nicely. But it's the same in the first over as it is in the 10th over, pretty much, with these balls.
This one on the length, go with the hit, thinks of throwing, and then for no particular reason throws it slowly. But anyway, that will be the end of the over. Kumar, pretty good one from him in the circumstances. Ends up going for 9. The score with an over to go is 73 for 7.
Is that enough runs, do you think, Vinny?
Well, that was my question, was if they get to 80, which I think is about where they'll end up here, do you back the Barbarians to chase them down or not? And I guess my answer is I don't know. What are your thoughts? I mean, a team just made 34, but, I mean, you know it can change really quickly if your top order fires. I mean, Prague Tigers, they scored 100 or chased down 100 in the first game. That was because their top order fired. In the next game, the Tigers got bundled out for 60.
Yep.
So if you just look at their batting in isolation, it shows you how one innings can differ wildly from the next. And normally it is about that top order. If they can get in and stay in. Going to see Harsha Giganti in the last over. His first one went for just 7. Came back well after a boundary first ball. See if they get to that 80. That's for that kind of what I would expect. Could be a few more, a few less. Here's Harsha. Goes straight down the ground. This is a catching opportunity, I feel. And it gets dropped. That's Matachetti. Well, maybe he's got a bit of jealousy there because he took a bunch of wickets. He doesn't want anyone else taking them. That was one that really should have taken. He got there in good time, and then it just bounces out of his hands.
Yeah, it never looked like he was going to take that. And Steve Cook, hi Vinny, looks a bit chilly in Prague. Well, if chilly means 25 degrees, then yeah, I guess it's chilly.
Okay, fake news. As this one is a little bit short, and it's going to be another catching opportunity. Well, he jumps, and he takes this one. Drassi. Oh, what a feeling, as he goes 2-footed. And I think in the end, and he probably didn't need to, but it made it look better. What he does do is hold on to it. So 1 dropped, 1 taken. Last over, it's all happening now. It's 74 for 8.
Yeah, they've lost 8 wickets, the Spartans. But it's that man Panalet who's stayed in there. He's been the constant through this innings. And if they do win this, the Spartans, I think they'll be very pleased with the innings of Panalet. They'll be congratulating him. Hasn't scored big, but he's just been around, and other players have been scoring a couple of boundaries around him as well.
He's been the glue that's held it together. Otherwise, you feel it would have fallen apart for the Spartans. So he can be pretty proud of his contribution of 27. So 4 balls left. New batter will be on strike. It could be Niraj Chowki that's coming out at number 10. But yeah, I think very interesting end of the day coming up. Michael Daub saying field a B. I'll show you how to take catches. That was pretty good. He was on the move and jumping, held it well. Giganti, I think so wide, grabbed some of the line on the way through. So 75. Yeah, Steve Cook, I think what he's talking about is the fact it looks like it's a bit overcast. And that is true, but it's kind of holding in the heat. And we got up to about 24, 25. I've got 23 currently, but it's been really pleasant. The other thing is we haven't had too much of the breeze, just the right amount. I think it's been a wonderful day. I think you get a sense of the surroundings. Here's a beautiful landscape to the ground here in Vinoj. I like that. It gets inventive, but it will be a wide.
Okay.
He's probably wondering, oh, hold on, has he not... yeah, I know what you're going to say. He's moved a lot. But does he move? Yeah.
Oh, that's a rough call.
Damn, I've got to say it probably is a bit rough. Well, this is why I think, okay, he's called it, and it's probably a bad call. But I don't know if he's wiped that one off or not. I'll have to wait in a second. Yeah, they've said it's not a wide now. So I'll come back to that in a second, even though I'm running out of time. So I think eventually they get that one right. Well, this is the top edge, and who wants it? Bowler's going for it. Giganti is going to drop the undroppable. He had that for about 4 attempts, and the 5th one, he's found a way to slip out. So that'll be a 1. We're up to walking to 677. Okay, just quickly, because I know I'm going to run out of time here. That's why I quite like making the line in this cricket, not in all cricket.
Yeah.
Because, okay, then it takes out the grey area. Because if you have to move the line, you have to work out how far. And look, if he wants to take that risk, he's taking a risk. He's leaving his stumps open. Not everyone will agree with me, but that's just my feeling. Just for consistency.
Bit of it.
I know what you're saying. Well, wait for this ball, not give you a follow-up explanation. There's this one. There's a bit of a Tortuga. They're going to go for 2, and I think they're going to get it. Yeah, the point is, it's similar to the leg side line, where we have the leg stump as the line. And you know, if it misses the leg stump, you know it's going to be wide. No one complains. There's none of this grey area about it.
But Benny, like, if you move away from the stumps to the leg side, and it goes between the stumps and the batsman.
Yeah.
Right?
That's not a wide, yeah.
It's not a wide, but if you play exactly the same shot by moving 1.5 meters or 1 meter to the other side, how can that be a wide if it passes right next to the pads?
I know. My answer would be that it hasn't gone between your body and the stumps. That'd be my short answer. But my longer answer, I'll tell you at the break, because it's going to take more time than we've got. But I can tell you right here, there's going to be 1 and a wicket off the last ball, because there's a run out, and that wouldn't have cost them a run at least anyway. So now it's going to be exactly the chase that I said. See if the Park Barbarians can chase 80, because they're going to finish 79 for 9 off their 10 overs. So Spartans, look, the difference between this innings and the Barbarians' last innings is, look, they did just kind of get a few mini rebellions, is kind of what I've been calling it today, where they were able to put together a couple of partnerships, including that little partnership which got things moving for the 6th wicket. They went from 28 to 5 to 53 for 6. Ultimately, I think it's a toss-up as the Barbarians. It'll be a matter of if their bats can fire as we head into a very interesting last innings of the day. Group B was bringing it so far, Danny. These 4 teams have shown that anything can happen. And this one early, it took a long time to think about it, Joe Foster. I think he gets it right. And yeah, it was the early strikes which really made it happen. The first 4 wickets went down, and it was Matachetti doing the damage. Yeah,
he bowled very well, took 4 wickets. And I think Barbarians, they've bowled the Tigers out for 60, and they've taken 9 wickets here for the Spartans. But I don't know if you got any confidence in their batting. But as I see, Devinder Singh taking a catch. They kept on getting wickets all through this innings, except for that partnership, or the partnerships, with Panalet, who guided them, the Spartans, to a reasonable total. And that second over as well went for 19. And it's a little bit unusual innings, but got to a decent score here. The Spartans, as you see the inventive fielding there between the legs. But in the end, pretty good total here for the Spartans, considering that they lost the majority of their top order for very little. Some nice stumping there from Devinder Singh, and a good piece of bowling from Birender Kumar. So the Spartans, as I said, I think they're probably my favourites to win this group. But Barbarians, they're stinging after their shock loss to the Tigers, especially in the manner that it happened. I think that Harsha taking 5 attempts to drop that one. It's a very, very interesting final game of the day. Barbarians, they'll need to bat well, but it'll be the top 3 that need to go with the heavy lifting. As you can see, both openers going first ball. It's Krunty and Prem. And Vishak missing out again. Satyajit Sengupta, nice little 15 off 8 before falling to a pretty bad shot. Varun Mehta not troubling the scorers. There's that man, Jinu Panilet, 27 off 26. Doesn't look great on paper, but in the context of this game, got them right up there. And 17 extras for the Barbarians, including 14 wides. So it's helped the score a lot as well. And for the bowling figures, you'll see that Madashetty, 4 wickets for 8 runs, brilliant opening spell. Piyush Kumar came back well in his second over, went for 19 in his first, which really hurt the Barbarians. And wickets for Madrasi, for Harsha, and also Virendra Kumar with just that one. But very interesting. I think scores around about 80 always tend to be tight games. 80 to win here, 8 and over for the Barbarians. They're very capable, and they'll want to improve on the loss against the Tigers earlier. The win probability 40 for the Barbarians, 60 for the Spartans. They've brought a few players in, the Barbarians, so their middle order, I think they've strengthened. But I think it'll be up to that top 3 of Hoke, Vendra Singh and Murali Vandrasi to see if they can get near this total. Let's look at it again. I think the hero so far for Spartans has been Jinu Panilet, but fantastic bowling figures and great bowling from Vamshi Madashetty. Take 4 big wickets for 8 runs, including the entire top order of the Spartans. And we'll be back very shortly with this FanCode ECS match between the Prague Spartans and the Prague Barbarians shortly, and hope to see you then for the final innings of today. And we're back for the final innings of this Saturday game. First day of Group B action in the FanCode European Cricket Series from the Czech Republic. Between the Prague Barbarians and Prague Spartans. 80 to win for the Barbarians. We saw they couldn't get to 60 against the very good Tigers side in the previous game, but they've got every chance of getting the 80 required against what is a very good Prague Spartans outfit. Got some handy bowlers, and just have a guest in the commentary box. Come back to that in a moment. And, good start there from Niraj Tagi, right on line. Just clamped down on that one down leg side. He's the opening batsman. It's Jahanu Hook. No change up the top. Devendra Singh is the batsman who'll face up the second delivery. The skipper for Barbarians. He needs runs. Missed out a bit in the previous innings. It's a wide. The offside, just lost his line there. Did Niraj Taigi bring that one back? It is Taranjit Singh who just popped into the commentary box. I'm not sure if we'll have a bit of a chat to him. But
I was going to say, maybe Danny, get Tara on just for a few overs.
Absolutely.
We put in a marathon stint today. Well, this one, I've got a feeling this was a catch, you know. Had to look like it might be a bump ball, but just the way that ball travelled, I felt like it was a pretty spicy chance. We'll get a look at it here on the replay. Yeah, it was. And so Devendra Singh, maybe that's a bit of luck that he needs if he's going to click with the bat. We know he's such a good player, and he demonstrates it here as he whips it away off his pads and he gets off the mark in style. Barbarians, well, looked like they were batting with one hand tied behind their back in the first game they played, but this time, if these two can click, I think they can chase these runs down. Should be a really exciting one, and a good boundary to start things off from Devendra.
Absolutely. As I said before, I think even though Spartans have a good bowling attack, they're a bit more orthodox than what the Tigers are. There were some weird angles coming from all sorts of directions with the Tigers. They're just a bit more up and down are the Spartans bowlers. Comes Taigi again. It's outside off stump. He's beaten the first fielder, but there's a man out there, just a single.
Yeah, Devendra looked like he was running in treacle there, as he never looked like coming back for a second, but he'll be happy enough to bat through this innings. If he can do that, I think they're chasing the runs down. I just think he's a very, very good batter. That seems a bit out of luck in the T10 format since we've seen him on ECN. Right now, it's over to Jahanu Hoke, who's on just the single at the moment, and he feels for this, plays and misses. And this has been the story of the day. When the bowlers have got it right in that channel, the batters have struggled, and that was a nice one from Chagi. Absolutely,
and I think there's a bit of cloud cover and there was a bit of moisture in the ground earlier on, and so there's been a lot of movement with the ball, both off the pitch. As we know, it's a clay surface and it will move a little bit off the seam. And nice shot there again to that man, covering deep on the offside. So there's been a lot of movement in the air, and it's been tricky for the batsmen. I think the bowling teams, especially the Tigers before, kept it nice and tight, close to the stumps, and it's the Barbarians also. They took 19 wickets in 2 games.
Yeah, just shows you it's not necessarily just a batter's game, right? These dynamics, they also favour bowlers because batters, they're going for more, and it creates opportunities. If you field well, you'll take them. Well, Danny, thank you so much, and I will have you back in the second half of this innings, but I think that with this man here, just by chance as well, because he's on holiday at the moment, it's a very warm welcome to Taranjit Singh, the Romanian superstar. Let's wait for the next ball, which is from Sengupta, who's coming on in the second. Sajid Sengupta is a man that has played a lot for the Czech national team. We saw him last year in the ECC. Taran, welcome. How's it feeling to be in Prague? You just started your vacation, is that right?
Yeah. Thanks, Vinny. Thanks. Always good to be here in the com box with you. And yeah, just happened to be in the area, let's say in Prague. So yeah, always good to catch up.
This is not a good ball. This is Gundy, and I think that's gone all the way. Got a feeling. And Hark, he gets a bit of a gift, and I think that this is going to be a Maximo, just eyeballing it. Although my eyes, haven't always been able to trust him. What do you think here?
Yeah, I think it's a 6. Yeah, it made to the boundary.
Yeah.
Outside the leg stump, just put it there. Yeah, I think this is a 6.
Yeah, comfortably 6. So that'll help. And Sengupta just getting it wrong. Second ball. Yeah, and look, I got to say, I watched your performances in the Valletta Cup. Thought you played really, really well. How's that experience for you playing in Malta recently?
Yeah, it was nice, Winnie. I mean, always good to be in Malta, and the facilities and the ground is also always good. Yeah, just played down the ground for just a single. Yeah, I mean, it's always good to be there, and it was really good tournament for Romanian team. And yeah, we were down and out after the first 2 games, but the team really, gathered themselves and kicked, and we just happened to won the tournament.
Yeah, and of course we missed you in the recent ECS in Romania. I know that now your work has relocated you to Poland, but under the rules you still can play for Romania, and you have been, which is great. Sengupta again, as this one will be a bit too wide. And yeah, so this is the first time you've been to Prague. I was asking you if you played here. I assumed you had in T20 international cricket, but the Romanian team hasn't played here as yet.
No, still not. So the Czech team is mostly coming into Romania and playing the Continental Cup. So they have been there the last 2 years, and this year they're also coming. So we still not have the privilege to play here.
Here we go. Sengupta. Oh, close. What do you think?
Close.
It's high or not?
Out.
Yeah, and it is gone. I thought that probably was out, just eyeballing it. It certainly looked fine for line, Taran. It's just a matter of if it was going to climb over. And there is a bit of bounce in this pitch, but it doesn't bounce as much as the batter thinks. I think here...
I just hit him on the back leg, and I'm probably hitting middle and leg.
Yeah, we'll see this one again. We'll slow it down a bit for you so you can get a good look from that side on camera. And yeah, it just seemed to, I wouldn't say shoot through, but I just don't think it bounces as much as the batter thinks. To me, it looks like it's smacking him. And I think we'll get it.
I don't think there was any question of height with him.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
yeah, and it was definitely hitting the stump. So Devendra Singh's going to have to go, and it's a good decision. Now, I think there's sometimes when you see height, see this kind of shot played, then sometimes you assume height because it was going for the pull shot. Look, I'm Vinny Sandhu here, and I'm here with Taranjit Singh. Can you believe it? And did mention that he was going to make an appearance here, and it's really nice that you decided to drop by. Taran, I know you're here with your family, and Prabjit, he was pretty keen to say hello as well. Sengupta comes in. Next ball, not a good one. This is probably going to be 4-leg buys, I think. Maybe off the bat. We'll have to wait. And it is off the bat, so it will be 4 runs.
Yeah, good shot. Just drifting on the leg side and just tickled away to the fine leg for 4 runs. Good shot.
Yeah, so it's nice that James Stewart has said hi, said Taran, g'day. It's unbelievably fantastic to have you in the commentary cube. Yeah, welcome. And this is probably your first time in the cube, I'm guessing.
Yeah, this is the first time. Because last year there was no cube, so it was a separate tent.
Yeah, next one is right from Sengupta.
So we need, after 2 overs, 20 runs, they are on track probably.
Yeah, they are. But I'm just a bit worried if they lose another wicket or two, because the Barbarians, they were just completely wiped off the park with the bat in the last game, where they only made 34 when they lost their top order quickly. Devendra is a big wicket to get, but still these two, I think that, I know Vandrassi's been batting well domestically, and along with Hoke, I think they'll be hoping to get them pretty much close to, if not all the way to the target. Anyway, so yeah, tell us more about the Valletta Cup experience. I know that's pretty good to have a 6-team tournament, isn't it? I mean,
yes.
it gives you exposes you to a lot of different players. I'll just wait for this ball from Chargi. He's coming back for the 3rd.
Quick run.
Yeah, so I mean, must be nice playing against 5 different teams.
No, it was. I mean, you don't really get too many tournaments with 6 teams, and since the teams who are playing were all lower than the ranking of Romania, so it was always interesting because they also want to have a chance to prove.
Because you get more points, right, for beating a higher ranked team than for beating a lower ranked team.
Exactly. So they were always like, we have to beat Romania. So we were the team to beat there, and yeah, it was a fantastic there. Cut well, and 4 runs to the point.
Nice shot by Vandrassi, who mentioned his batting well. I mean, you wouldn't believe the scorecard if you saw it in the last game for the Barbarians. But Vandrassi, he only made 5. Devendra made 2. Hock made 2. They were some of the better scores in that innings, but that was a nice cut shot. And yeah, I think you'd really like this cricket wicket. I know you mentioned you haven't played here as yet, but there's something in it for the bowlers. There's a little bit of variable bounce, but not too much, and a bit of sideways, but not too much. I think it plays a lot more like a traditional turf cricket wicket. Targi gets this one pretty right, just knocked away for one into the leg side.
So they're pretty going well, considering the last game they played 32 all out. Vinny, they are 26 for 1 in 2.3 overs. So I mean they're on track on Test.
Yeah, I mean I think they are at the moment. It's a matter if they can keep it up. Here is Chuggy. He's another guy. He likes to be in the chat, a bit like you. I know you like your time in the YouTube chat. Here he's bowling again to Hock.
No, it's always good to be in the chat, Vinny. You know, I always, because I know these names. I mean, I haven't met all of them. I just met guys Phil G here today for the first time. I always see him in the chat. You know, we have Steve, we have Lily Panda, we have Keanu, we have Maya. We have lots of people who are daily coming as administrators or just regular lurkers. I myself is a lurker.
I know you're a lurker.
Yeah,
I could see it a mile away. Pretty good ball from Chuggy. Pushed away, but no run this time.
So I sit in the morning, 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
So I will open my laptop to start to work, and aside, I just put on the ECS series, whatever is going on.
Yeah, and that's great. I actually hear that so often as well. So we get a few lurkers who kind of listen, and then they'll kind of maybe watch if they hear me yelling or Rico yelling, which is quite often. As we get to the end of the over, decent power play for the Barbarians. They do lose Javendra Singh. The score 27 for 1 after 3. Yeah, so we have some lurkers that will listen but not really be able to watch. We have some people that will watch but with the sound down.
Yes.
So I call them reverse lurkers. We have some people that, of course, during the day.
This happens all the time, Vinny, because sometimes you're in the meetings and you really cannot listen to it. So you have on one screen, you have the ECS match going, and on the other screen, sometimes you're taking meetings, and that's where, you manage and you watch cricket.
Yeah, well, this is something that's fairly new. WPC, the win probability chart. If you follow the gold worm, it's basically saying Spartans are playing their way back into contention, but they're still not favourites yet.
I see, Vinny, this match going toward the golden ball. Probably too early to say to me, but I think the score is that much. It's really not big, not small.
Yeah.
So probably golden ball if these two guys are playing till the end.
Wouldn't count it out at all. All right, change of bowler now, and
just a single tucked away. I mean, they are playing sensibly, Vinny. I mean, they are currently 9 per over, and they need 8 per over. So they are
8 from the get-go. So they're slightly ahead, just a handful ahead. Path Baladia, who is coming on to bowl the 4th over. I really thinks we've coordinated our colours. Well, you might have a look at the end of the over.
Yeah.
And you can see, kind of got a bit of the kind of turquoise in.
Guys, I cannot compliment with Vinny's colour, so I cannot really.
This one sneaks inside, I think. And it's been some disciplined bowling today. This one almost gets away. Most of the wides we have seen in this tournament have been on the offside, because this has been the kind of line they've attempted.
It's good ball, Vinny. Just swinged away, so no.
This one's dabbed away. This one will go down to the third man. He's on the boundary. You don't often see that to a slower bowler. They're going to really hustle that for 2.
That's good running.
That's really good running, wasn't it? So they get up to 30. So good hustle from the Barbarians. Here's the thing. You often played 2 matches in a day in this format. You normally walk away feeling good or bad depending on the last result you have. So, okay, the Barbarians, they were abysmal with the bat in the last game, not being able to chase down 61. But if they can finish with a win here, they'll walk away feeling like the day was a success.
They have nothing to lose, Vinny. I mean, if they were bowled out 32 last game, I think they have nothing to lose. So, they are in the game. Again, just tucked away to the point for a single.
Yeah, but, you could have the same results if you reverse the order. So, say they would win this game comfortably, but then get bowled out, or essentially end up in the 30s next game.
No, I think they should go for this score. I mean, they have wickets in hand, so at least full toss, just lift it toward the long off.
2's on here.
1 run,
maybe no.
Maybe good throw.
With it. It was a pretty good throw in the end.
Pretty good throw.
Yeah, so the 8 and over is what they'll be aiming for. They're at the 32 now with the ball to go in the 4th over, and so now we'll see what the last ball brings from Baladia.
Good shot, flicked away, 4 runs.
Yeah, 4 bonus runs really, because Baladia gets it wrong last ball. And so, boundary to finish the over. And so that does keep them just that handful ahead of the rate, just angles in, still had to time it well, and did. So the score is 36 for 1 after 4. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Taranjit Singh. And what a nice, I wouldn't say surprise, you did tell me you were coming. I actually remembered it as next weekend, so I was expecting you on finals day. I heard a little voice down there, it was Prabjit, and I was saying how Prabjit seems to know how to work all the buttons, because sometimes he would be lurking in the commentator's box.
He had a good teacher Vinny last year. I mean, we remember you were alone there, so he was, fiddling with the buttons.
You must have missed the ECS in Romania. No clues that made the final.
I did miss it because maybe it's because of some family commitments. I had to go to India, so yeah, I missed that. But again, I mean, it's always good to be part of the event, either contributing, playing, or either I'm just here just to be here. It's really nice, Vinny.
You would have been proud of your teammates as well. Cluj, didn't go their way in the final, but still played a very good tournament. I think Nishat Defray had a really good series for Cluj as well. As here we go with the next over number 5. And it will be a single to start things off. Yeah, I had a bit of a golden ball tingle in the break.
35 balls, 43 runs, Vinny. It's there.
It depends on how long these two stick around as to whether it's close or not. If they stick around for the entirety of the rest of the innings, you feel that they'll get there. But especially when we saw kind of total lack of production in the middle order last time, if they would lose them, could be very interesting. Pretty good shot.
Pretty good shot. 4 runs straight down the ground. Very nicely played for 4 runs.
You see how quick this outfield is. I've never seen it quicker. There hasn't been that much rain at all in the last couple of months in Prague. Well, there was a little bit last night, but there's just so much space around this ground as well. So we've seen balls end up, I reckon, about 150 metres away because when they hit it on the ground, they travel so far. We are next to a golf course. We've seen some pretty long drives, and that was no exception. Vandrasi makes his way to 20.
It's an exceptional location, Vinny. I mean, I can see when we came to the ground, I mean, you can feel about it. Again, good fielding. Just restrict for a single.
Yeah, it does well there, doesn't he? And that's Paladia, fresh off bowling the last over.
Yeah, so Vinny, I was telling about the location. I mean, 2 grounds next to each other, small hills on one side and the fields on the other side. It's really, really fantastic view.
Beautiful. And depending on what they plant behind this end, behind the batter, it could be a different colour as well.
This could have been a wide, yeah.
Yeah, it could have been. That's a skill in this form of the game, isn't it? Is to know what to swing at and what not to. A bit like baseball, you don't want to swing at bad pitches. So that's one that if you
sometimes I think sometimes in T10 you really want to go hard for the ball.
Of course.
And you just want to hit every ball. But really, I mean, it's just cricket. You cannot hit every ball. You have to respect the good balls as well.
Yeah, and kind of also, spotting a wide is a skill that I've noticed in T10 where if you know it's coming outside the tram line, just leave it alone. But it's hard because you are in that hitting mentality.
Again, good drive, backward punch to long off for a just single.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, they're going nicely, I would say.
They're going nicely. They seem to be picking up that 1 boundary and over, don't they? Which just keeps them on track. There's been 1 boundary in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th.
So if you see the wind predictor, Vinny, the PRV have gone to 79%.
Yeah. That's
good shot. Just over the bowler head for a boundary. And this is coming to the comb box and just missed, Vinny.
That's off the post of the ice cube. And it's going to end up just in front of us. It's the end of the over. So they do get a 2nd boundary.
And the last ball of the over again.
Yeah, last ball of the over. That's exactly right because they did it off Baladia. This one, really, it's just good batting. And it wasn't a particularly bad ball. But Vandrasi, he's been in good batting form. Not anymore for his leg spin bowling, but he's looking really good up the top. In the top 3 at least for Barbarians.
They're really playing sensibly, Vinny. I mean, I can see, you can feel about it when you're sitting outside or standing outside. They're really playing sensibly. And I think they are 48 in 5 overs. And now they are remain with... I think 40 runs.
Yeah, probably 32.
32, so it's runnable. It's runnable.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much runnable.
We've had some really good weather here this week. Last year when we were in Prague, it was raining, it was windy, it was pretty miserable, I'll be honest with you. But we still got plenty of cricket on. I've got to say this week been really nice. Yesterday we got up to about 27 degrees. Today's 24, 25, a bit cooler. But
so Vinny, when I left yesterday from my place and I saw the prediction, it was showing raining today.
Yeah.
As 60%. So I was like, if this would have been the case, okay, next over. Just lifted to the covers and again 4 runs to the covers.
It was a pretty good shot off the back foot from Hoke. Kind of made something from nothing. This is Suhaib Wani, who is on with some of his wrist spin. But he's a little bit short. He got in a great position to play that, didn't he? Got back and across.
Now, Vinny, we just need to see the wind predictor because now we are below the runnable.
Yeah, I think now it'd be pushing up towards the kind of 85 maybe 88. But, we'll see if it comes up. It always surprises us when it pops up. I know we've only got another over or two with you, but I mean, there's a couple of questions. I know obviously your batting is something that a lot of people look forward to watching. How important is footwork, do you think, in this form of the game? We see a lot of people kind of going with the hands away from the body. Get your thoughts about how important technique and footwork is, even in this form of the game. This next one's similar. This one will be cut off though, so no.
So, Vinny, you have to keep your basics right. I mean, if you have a good defense, you can always extend for a good big shot, because big shot is just an extension of the defense. If your head and your leg is going toward the line of the ball, you can play whatever shot you want.
Yeah, that's true.
You have to keep your basics right.
Yeah,
even in T10, T20, it doesn't matter.
I mentioned technique and footwork, but yeah, head work is something I've never really thought of. But you do hear how important it is to keep your eyes still. Obviously with the bat, even we talk about high catches or going after outfield catches.
Again, good running.
Yeah, they're going to get two there. That is really good hustle.
Very good running.
Credit to the Barbarians. I mean, they came out and they completely folded with the bat in the last game, but now chasing a higher total against arguably a kind of team with a bigger reputation. They're right on track. Yeah, but keeping your eyes level, keeping your head still is super important.
Again, wanted to cut.
Got a wide. Wow, very harsh on wides. Look at that. What am I meant to do about it? Kind of gesture from Wani. Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Not so sure about that one, if I'm honest.
Again, just drive to the covers for a single.
We'll say just quickly before we let you go, umpires as well. It's probably something that you've probably noticed has improved a lot. I know they're still not 100%, but I don't think they ever will be. But I know that the amount of cricket that we've seen umpired, I think
it's always challenging job to be an umpire, Vinny. I mean,
they've done very well.
You can get 10 decisions right. If you get one wrong, then everyone is all over you.
So that's absolutely so true. Anyway, it's the end of the sixth over. It's 57 for 1. And look, once again, it's been great to have Taranjit Singh in the commentary box. Thank you so much.
Vinny.
Hope you enjoy the rest of your vacation.
Definitely.
I know you'll be lurking, and sometimes we do see you in the chat at time. Congratulations again for your great performance, winning the Valletta Cup, and for your personal performance in that. And look, wishing you all the best for season 2022, and we might even see it at the ECC in September, right?
Exactly, in October. So because we are playing the last group, so definitely I'll catch up with you in October. But if you are in Europe, you never know where I can come.
That sounds great. Well, Taranjit Singh, we're great to have you with us.
Thank you, Vinny.
We're set in for a really good finish as well, Taran. So I think you just sit back and enjoy it with the family, as it looks like out there in the middle, it'll be Balladeer that will continue. Just 4 overs to go in this one. And so, well, come back to Danny Hudacek, and Danny has been a pretty cracking contest so far. Barbarians look like they're going to sneak across the line here, but I won't speak too soon based on what we saw in the last game. As Vandrasi, he's looked really good actually. He's looked probably the most comfortable, 26 off 14. That's prior to this over. And Hock as well, he's just done what he's needed to do, hit the loose ball. We go back to Balladeer with the ball. Full toss, but doesn't really get hold of it, just one. So yeah, Barbarians, credit them for bouncing back after a very substandard performance to the bat in the last game against the Tigers.
Yeah, it's been a good run chase so far, and look at the win predictor. Now, Prague Barbarians 91%, and it's been a very good innings from these two. After Devinder Singh went for that LBW. It's just been just picking out the gaps and batting well. It's not chanceless, but it's pretty close.
Yeah, so you're right. It's a bit rough for the Spartans as well. After watching the Barbarians last game, might have put it in the book, but you can't do that. This is a tight single. I think he's run too far to get a second. And they will just get the one in the end. While I get a chance as well, as we're coming to the end of the proceedings in just 3 overs. I don't see it would have been out with a direct hit. Even a better throw that went to the keeper. Probably could have been a run out. I just want to say a big thank you to Emils, who is our director here from Spring Productions. I know this is his last day. He's just doing this week. It's the first time he's directed cricket. I think he's done a brilliant job. It's not easy at all because it's a steep learning curve and there's a lot going on out there. As just like right now, because 3 fielders are going to come around this, and that's an excellent catch. Well, he's come from nowhere to grab that. And, wow, you got to say, credit to the fielder, because It kind of was nobody's. He made it his by the way that he took off quickly. And in the end, the catch is taken. So is there a twist in this tale as the Spartans lose the second wicket at 61 for 2?
I don't think it'd be a Barbarians game if there wasn't some sort of twist. But been batting so well has Bandrasi, but just mistimed that hoik.
And that's Chinu Panelet, who batted really well, and he's kind of the reason they are as competitive as they are. End up posting 79 in the first innings. So, yeah, those often fall safely dead behind the keeper. But Chinu got there so quickly, and now the score is 61 for 2, 19 off 19. They should get there, but if you watch the last game, if you bowl well to the middle and lower order, then who knows, anything might happen. But Hoke, he's got an even more responsibility, I think, now to get him home. New batter on strike, of course. And you can excuse the batters to come for being a little bit jumpy, because I'll remember what happened in that last game. 7 overs down now, 61 for 2. Last ball negotiated by Andrew Sim, who's actually into the lineup. So he's one person that won't have too many mental scars from the last game. Just a reminder, coming up Monday after our day off tomorrow, we'll be back. It'll be day 7 of action. Group B continuing, the Barbarians versus the Spartans. A rematch of this one right now. And then Moravian, we'll see them for the first time. Haven't seen them since 2020 on ECN, so I'm looking forward to seeing that club again. Tigers, Spartans, I think that'll be a very interesting one, considering how these two teams have started. And then Tigers, Moravian in the last game of the day on Monday. Don't get a case of the Mondays. Don't let it get you down. Join us on ECN from 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe. It's 12:30 p.m. in India as we head into the conclusion of this very exciting match. And it's going to be Saga ready to bowl. This is where you're happy to get Hock off strike and then try and work over Andrew Sim, who he's a decent player. But again, it's his first time that he's been out there in the tournament. So let's see how he goes.
I think Andrew Sim will just turn over the strike to Hoke, and but if Hoke goes, I saw how they folded, and actually, well, I don't even know about folding. They just didn't. They couldn't buy a run.
They kind of imploded. It's a violent fold, but slow and quite painful if you're a Barbarian supporter. But we know that's the game. T10 cricket. Anything can happen. Anything will happen. And yeah, we've seen that today with a new record, 60. Successfully defended by the Prague Tigers.
Comfortably, too.
This is why I still get excited. In fact, I've done so many games, but you're still going to see things for the first time. This one's wide-ish, and they're going to go. And if this hits, I think he was gone. No. It was a tight run because it went quick and straight to the fielder, who picked it up cleanly. And even though he's backing up, I find it hard to believe that this wouldn't have been out, just because of the pace that the ball returns.
That's what he'll do well, is Andrew Sim. He'll poke the ball around, he'll find gaps, he might get the occasional boundary. Not a big hitter though.
Quick on strike. Goes for this. He goes and fetches it, and it won't quite carry to the man at deep mid wicket. And so Chargi out there, just a single. I think at the moment, you're okay with Hope getting one. You don't want him to hit boundaries. You're basically trying to keep the other end quiet. So Sim facing up. And this is a pretty good shot, and he's almost caught. That was over the fielder, I thought, for all money, but it was, I suppose, technically it's a drop catch, but Venkataswamy does well to get a hand on that, in my opinion.
Really well. And there was a man behind him who didn't, in the end, would have been still a run, but great effort there from the skipper.
Full toss, borderline, and it's going to be just a single. Joe Foss just indicating that he thinks it's just below the waist, in which case it'll be fine. We'll get the opinion here. Not the tallest, that's the thing. I think that is a good call. I think Roz just going to be below that waistline. Now this one definitely will be an extra. So yeah, just hanging in the game at the moment. I often say whenever there's more runs required than balls remaining, as a fielding side, it is possible. Because you can take a wicket, you can get a couple of dots, and things can squeeze up. At the moment, it's very, very neck and neck. Shot, really good shot, but they've got the field well placed for that. Not often you see the cover and the deep cover, but that's obviously the confidence that they're going to bowl one side of the wicket. And Reddy delivers a decent over, ends up going for 7. So 8 overs down, the score is 68 for 2.
Yeah, it's that probability rate. 72 now for Barbarians. I think they'll get there, but they'll, again, just have to poke the ball around, get the singles, get the odd boundary.
No one's really gone the journey in this innings. Got to say, Baladia, it was a very good one for 13 off his 2 overs. Most of the bowlers in single digits, just a couple of overs going for 12. And Gupta and Gunasekar, and that was mostly off the back of a kind of 1 or 2 mistakes in the over that they made. Look, we're back to 12 off 12. So again, yeah, they should get there, but 1, 2 wickets here, and they've got a very good bowler to come back. Satyajit Sengupta is coming back in over number 9. It all happens in the 9th, and the Spartans will be hoping that the all happening involves a couple of wickets.
Got a man deep, almost behind the keeper, which I think is a good thing to do. And they're actually putting the fine leg very deep, very fine as well, right on the boundary. I think that's a good idea.
We did stray a bit to the leg stump early in his spell in the 2nd over when he bowled. So that gives him a bit more protection. But the deep cover's sacrifice. That's one area you could go. Sim on strike, the 9th, and he just wants one. He's going to get one. That's pretty smart batting, I think. He's capable of whacking at Andrew Sim, but I think considering Hoke has been there the whole time, it makes sense, almost the whole time. He came in at the loss of the first wicket when Devendra Singh was caught. But Devendra Singh was LBW, I should say, in this match. Yeah, but I've got to say, the man is mentioning that umpires must have eagle eyes to see things in a split second. Couldn't agree more. This is in the air, and it could be a simple catch, and it will be. So Hoke falls, and, well, don't change the channel just yet, because Barbarians feel like they're going to make hard work of this chase. They're so close, but so far from their first points in the series. Hoke just mistimed that one. It was a nice catch taken there by Venkateswamy, the skipper, and the score with 10 balls remaining is 69 for 3.
When you said Hoke falls, I thought you said Hope falls, and I think it's a bit of the case with the Barbarians. You saw their middle order and their low order just squeak to 34 against the Tigers.
Abdul Momin in the chat. I see this all the time, but sometimes it rings deeper than others. He just says, who will win? And right now, I'm not as confident as I was. I still think Barbarians should get there. I mean, they're an experienced side, and there's been a bit of change of personnel there, but they got to be jumpy now. I mean, Sim now has to take that leading role. Thakral is the new batter. He's facing up, and Sengupta does the trick. And that one, maybe, yeah, it's just his pitch. It's a heavy length. It's a good length. Tried to force it away, but didn't keep it down. It was a nice catch taken by Kranthi at cover. 11 off 10. Shot. Or is it? Yeah, it's going to fall safely. I knew he got it over the infield, and now it's going to be pulled back. And so 3 fielders will have a hand in that. Sim wants 3, and he's going to get it. That is brilliant running.
He's very quick, Andrew Sim, and that's a great 3.
You don't see too many 3s at all. And what he's done there, he's got himself the strike. So he to get a 3, just have a look. He never slows down. He goes for 2, and then he's thinking of it here. I say he never slows down. Well, he does. In fact, it probably wasn't even the best, and he still got 3 because he didn't even touch his bat that well. But he must be super quick. Great fielding to keep it in, but in the end, it only saves 1. And look, when you get down to this kind of dozen or less towards the total, each single run matters. Sim does very well for his side there to get a triple. And I think his batting partner, Thakral, will thank him as well because he gets 3 off his first ball.
Look, in the context of this game, that's a big 3 runs.
Now,
just 8 runs to win now off 9.
He's looked good on the drive as well, Andrew Sim, so far. He does again here. This is cracked and really badly fielded. I was going to say well, because it did fly off the surface, but unfortunately Vishak Jagannathan, he's not able to keep it in the rope. He was on the tightrope, wasn't he? No, Sim, I said he's been a big inclusion to this order because he's hit the ball really well, particularly in that region, and they didn't have the deep cover. They did have the long off, but he couldn't do the job. So there's half of them they need, just 4 required. Sim can finish it off with the boundary now. Ooh. And instead, he plays and misses. Well, this is a huge ball. I would consider almost gambling with more fielders up here because there's 1 to come in the over. You don't want Sim on strike. And I know you don't want a boundary either, but you just feel that him on strike with 3 to play, you'll probably get a single at least, and then there's only 2.
Look, Thakral's got a 300 strike rate, Vinny.
That's true. We can thank Sim for that. Here we go. Last ball of the over. And he wants one. In fact, he's going to get 4, I think. Well, is this going to pull up? No, it won't. It goes all the way. So Sim, he has a cool head in a crisis. Just as you thought there might be something brewing, but he shuts the gate on the Spartans and the Barbarians. They do take some points out of the first day of play. So of the 4 teams we saw today, 3 of them do get wins, all except Vinerati, who will find themselves at the foot of the table after day 6 of action. But the first day of Group B, memorable one, Danny. We saw some really close games. Even that one, you felt like just 1 or 2 more wickets away from really making it a contest, the Spartans. I mean, they'll be happy with the first game, but they won't be so happy that they went down to the Barbarians. Still, we've seen a world record. We've seen some really tight cricket. And honestly, you couldn't really hope for more entertainment, Danny.
No, it was a fantastic day's cricket. Like I'm a betting man, Vinny, because I don't think I would have taken much money home. And with the predictions for today's games, that was a great win there for Barbarians, especially after the manner of losing to the Tigers in the game before. And very well done, some good partnerships, and with contributions from those big 3 in Hoke, Devendra Singh and Vandrasi. But a nice little cameo at the end by Andrew Sim, who's a good cricketer.
He hit the ball really well and hit the ball correctly. I think that's what I took away from that innings from Andrew Sim. He made good choices. He hustled. I mean, that 3, that's potentially match-winning running. I mean, it could be a completely different story. Not saying that I didn't think Thakur was capable, but, for sure, Sim took the lead. He finishes 12 not out, but a really important 12 not out that gets them to safety. And the Barbarians, they end up chasing it with 6 balls to spare. So they'll be happy. I often say that the second game determines how you feel when you put your head on the pillow at night. So despite getting picked apart in their first game, they'll walk away with a win. And we'll see the Barbarians playing in matches 25 and 26 on Monday morning against the Spartans again. So it should be a really good rematch between these teams. I'm sure the Spartans will be out for revenge. Join us after our day off tomorrow. We'll be back on Monday morning, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe. It's 12:30 p.m. in India for more action on the European Cricket Network. Big thank you again to Emils, because I know he won't be joining us on Monday, but I got to say he's done a fantastic job directing for us. And a big thank you to Spring Productions for their expertise in providing this TV coverage of what was a really exciting day. Well, Satya got this wrong, and they just needed to get going. And look, 2 of their 3 openers fired, even though they both found themselves out in the 20s. That was most of the work done by then. Devendra Singh, well, he's due for some runs in ECS cricket. And unfortunately, he would fall for 5. It was up to Hoke and Vandrasi to move the game along, which they did. And got to say, the Spartans, they didn't necessarily play badly there. I just think some good batting from Hoke and Vandrasi through this little period. And they just knew they were chasing 80, not 180. So they didn't have to go crazy. And you saw this was a pretty good catch from Jinu Panalet, which broke the partnership. Vandrasi gone for 28. They brought Andrew Sim out into the middle. And that was a good bit of fielding. But yeah, but Sim, I think, along with Hoke, they got them almost there. And late on in the piece, we saw Hoke go. They needed someone to stand up. Andrew Sim, who didn't carry any scars from that last game because he wasn't in the 11, he was brought into the team and he made a big difference. He got him across the line.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a very good cricketer. Is Andrew Sim. Hit the ball hard there. My Shark's a good fielder. This one got through the fielder again. Bit of a dodgy effort trying to stop that boundary, but Andrew Sim, he's an experienced campaigner, been with the Barbarians for quite a few years, and gets him over the line, and it's a good win for Barbarians. But Spartans, I think they would have missed a trick there, I think.
Yeah, for sure. So if we've taken anything out of Group B and the 4 teams we've seen today, I think anybody can beat anybody based on what we've seen. Of course, Moravian, a few people think that they might struggle. We haven't seen them for a couple of years, but we won't judge them till we see them on Monday. But yeah, right now, you saw the Barbarians chasing 80 for victory. They get there with 6 balls to spare. 28 for Vandrasi. I mentioned his batting has been a feature this season, and he didn't disappoint in this one. 28 off 17, scoring his run pretty quickly as well. Hoke with 27 fell late in the piece. Devendra again missing out. He'll be disappointed. I think it was a pretty good decision though, as he was adjudged LBW to Satyajit Sengupta. Apart from that, Thakur, well, he kept his 300 strike rate at the end, and Sim with his 12 not out. I think it was really smart cricket from an experienced campaigner. 2 for 24, Sengupta got the figures, but I do think that Baladia probably was the best of the bowlers, only conceding 13 and picking up a wicket in there as well. Look, no one really got taken down for the Spartans. I think they'll feel they lost that game with the bat. They wanted more than 79, and they could have used them. And who knows, on Monday morning, these two teams will meet again, and it could be a completely different story.
Look, absolutely. I think that that spell up top from Madashedi, where he took 4 wickets, and the top order of the Spartans has really affected their final score. They would have liked to have gotten over 100, 110, and they're very capable of Spartans, but not to be.
We haven't seen too many forfeits this year, and Matt already, he's my man of the match, really. I think destroying early, and essentially, although his contribution finished, right at the start of the game with the ball, I do think that he was the one that essentially had the biggest hand in creating that result. So look, it's been a great day. We've seen records go down. We've seen a record which stood for only 2 weeks, the lowest defence from the Stockholm Tigers of 62, being beaten by 2 runs, 60 successfully defended. The Prague Tigers, they really were the story of the day, weren't they? No one really knew what to expect in this format against this level of opposition, but they didn't disappoint. And I love the way they went about their cricket, and they'll be raring to go on Monday. They'll enjoy the day off. I'm sure they'll probably watch that about 37 times tomorrow. And I'm really looking forward to Monday when Group B resumes.
Absolutely. Look, we're going to see the first games for Moravians for a few years, and they were on the start of their careers in the ECS were not quite at the races, but I think they've improved as a club. So we'll see if they're competitive.
They would have watched a lot of this cricket in the meantime. So I think maybe their approach was lacking a little bit in 2020 as well, as the fact that they were kind of lower ranked. But what we've seen in this series with the performance of United, who are second division side, Tigers, who are third division side, essentially, is that in this form of the game, anything can happen. It's all about having the right attitude. Also, the little things which everyone can do if they put their mind to it. Hustling in the field. A lot of efforts have been really good today. Been a great start to Group B. I've really enjoyed it. I want to just encourage everyone, if you haven't already, to thumbs up our video and like it if you're watching on YouTube. You can also subscribe to our channel. That'd be fantastic. If you haven't already, check out our social media at European Cricket, because that's a great place to go. I did a great interview with the Prague Tigers, which I'm sure will show up shortly when they had just defended the 60. We've got Prabjeet here. Come on, Prabjeet. You're going to come in here. I know you're no stranger to the commentary box. And Prabjeet is no stranger to being my partner here. And you having a good time? You having a good holiday? Yeah, so far, that's good. We're going to play a game of catch. And, while we do, we're going to roll some highlights of the day, so stay tuned for that. And there were plenty of them. But for now, on behalf of the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, this is Vinny Sandhu here, along with Prabjeet Singh and Danny Hudacek. Thanks again to Taranjit Singh for stepping in the last game for a few overs. It was great to see him. But on behalf of all of us in the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, we hope you have a great night, and we'll see you. Enjoy your day off. We will, but we'll be back here on Monday for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody.
See ya.